Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures starting out in positive territory with the NQ up almost 0.5%. The ES looking flat right now, up 0.6. The Dow and the Russell in negative territory, with crypto trying to rebound after dropping below 100,000 to start the week. Currently trading at $95,666. Lots to talk about today. Looks like we're going to have more belligerencies between East and West, with the U.S. launching a probe into Chinese legacy semiconductors. Also, more semiconductor news, with Qualcomm and ARM finally resolving their legal dispute on Friday, sending ARM shares down 2% here in the pre-market. Tesla deliveries also on watch, as some analysts predict they may come in lighter than expected. And Rumble Adera getting a nice deal from Tether, $775 million investment. Good morning.
Good morning, Sharif. I have to say, I was not expecting the amount of catalyst that we have this morning, as you were just saying, that Rumble and ARM suit. It's going to be really interesting. Initially, it just came out the part where the jury siding with Qualcomm and some of the claims. Then later it comes out they ended up having a bit of a mistrial in the rest. So that story could still be ongoing. Tesla, of course, on watch as well. Will we get 450 again? Because right now we're in that mid 430s area. So should be a very exciting day, even though this is going to be a holiday shortened week.
It is. Let's talk about though, as we mentioned, Nissan and Honda actually getting through their key merger details. We'll talk more about that. It looks like things are progressing quite quickly and should, initially be concluded by June of 2025. Separately, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk also in focus, as their key weight loss drug now being helping with sleep apnea. So another use. And Faraday Futures. I love when these small cap gapper EVs are moving up in the pre-market, already up 7%. Good headline there. We don't have any economic numbers today, right?
No, we did have a pretty small one here. The Chicago National Activity Index coming in at negative 0.12. We were expecting negative 0.15, so not much. But at 10 a.m., we're going to get a couple of your new home sales and CB consumer confidence. All
right, we'll keep an eye out on that this morning. Obi in for Sean today. Good morning, boys.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I thought for a second, it's not Christmas Eve. So, Christmas Day, sweater day is going to be tomorrow. So I figured I'll just go with a little t-shirt and have a little something and I'd be okay. And then Obi had to just take it to another level over here. Oh? I don't know if everyone can read. You guys can read that?
I don't know.
There we go.
Like that?
Yo, legit.
I mean, here's the thing. I saw it. There's very few articles of clothing that I'll be like, this is something that I gotta get. But then when I saw this in the store, I'm like, yeah, that's definitely mine. But I don't think I'll be on tomorrow. So I was like, yeah, I'll bring in the sweater today. It is the season. So hopefully you guys are doing well today. A little bit of a shortened week. With the Christmas holidays. Yep. So hopefully, let's see if this market will give us some festive color today. To the downside, to the upside, I have no idea.
Don't say to the downside. We don't want that.
But it does matter. What does it matter where it goes? As long as there's opportunity. I think that's the main priority.
You can trade either direction. Yeah. But I say it every single time. We always prefer if the market is going up. It's just more fun that way. That way you can cheer on your trades and you can cheer on your long term. But we were just talking about a wath of chip names that haven't been that good that are looking very interesting today. Like AMD, and we'll get into all these, but like AMD, we were just talking about bouncing off the August low channel bottom. Like, how's that for a reversal setup? Remember, we drew this one. It goes right into the low, and so simultaneously with the August bottom, rewind the tape. And I think you can get some continuation here. All it has to do is hold on a prior close. NVIDIA's got a similar look. And then the third one would be, now this doesn't look like it's channeling yet, but Intel, it's also bouncing off a double bottom. And a couple of days worth of resistance that it can plow through if it can break out a 19.8. So there's a few tasty names here this morning that are going to be on the radar, including Rumble, obviously with a little bit of a gap up. There's a lot to watch here. I don't have too many bearish names, but ARM would have been certainly one of them. And Tesla with a nice gap up as well. So you have a lot to watch. This is one of those, when it's a holiday shortened week, a lot of times there's generally good opportunities for trading. but you want to make sure you usually don't want to fight trends too hard off of the open, because there's, relatively speaking, there's always more volume at the open than later on in the day, but relatively speaking, it's a little bit exacerbated, certainly tomorrow more so than today, but you don't want to fight that early trend. You want to make sure you get something right, you want to be able to hold it, but you don't want to be fighting between 9:30 and 9:35.
Yeah, do you think that normally low volume, or if we're playing something that's in play, maybe has a catalyst, that volume does tend to come in and kind of focus on just those names?
Oh yeah, like the catalyst names, don't even worry about it. But like with the chip names here, like there's no specific catalyst for Intel.
Maybe there's just technical breakouts.
Yeah, technical breakouts that can be a catalyst. But it's very different than names that have news in them.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe a different volume profile, literally.
Oh.
that comes in. But yeah, no, I got a couple names on watch, but nothing too crazy. Let's see what we do with some of these names. We saw the move on ARM with the Qualcomm news. I just kind of saw that this morning here. Some day two plays as well. I'm going to be watching Nike and NVO as well. I don't think there's too many earnings reports this week. Pretty light in terms of earnings reports for this holiday week, and so nothing too crazy there. But we start right up in a couple of weeks there. I think January, second week of January, we start right back up with some decent earning names. So yeah, that's usually the case between earnings cycles. About a week or two of relatively less, not always totally dead, but relatively less names that report their earnings, and then it starts right back up. So it's a beautiful thing, because like when you have strategies and playbook around earnings names, you're only kind of looking elsewhere for about a couple weeks until those earnings names kind of come back in.
It's always earnings season.
Yeah.
You know what? You said there weren't many for earnings, but don't forget earnings continuation plays.
Yes. Nike. I'm looking at Nike for that very
Nike and Carnival.
Oh yeah.
CCL. CCL was the one they reported last week. So, and I will get back to the desk in a quick second, but CCL made the reversal off a 52-week high. Like, it was a pretty hefty double top on CCL, and it tried to break. This is 27.20 in here. And on Friday, it tried to break the 27. You can see the reversal it put in. It's still close enough to set up a breakout of that top, that 27.20. So this is a day two play. Obviously, I mean, as a day trader, okay, well, if it breaks 27 and doesn't get through 27.20, then to me, that's a short back through 27. If it fails the 27.20, doesn't even get there. But if it gets to 27.20, that's a breakout long. So, there's always going to be, earnings season is pretty much all the time. But there's almost always some kind of a continuation play that you can watch for. This is the earnings continuation on my board. Let's head on back to the desk.
All right, guys, Nordstrom on watch here, down 1.5% here in the pre-market. Not doing a whole lot of volume, but there is this headline, guys. Nordstrom agrees to a $6.25 billion buyout deal from the founding family. Adair, you have more information on this.
Yes, we do. So basically, it is going to be acquired here by the family, Nordstrom family here, the founding family of the company, and also El Puerto de Liverpool. It's going to be a cost of $24.25 per share. The deal is going to be valued at a total of $6.25 billion. It does include a 42% premium and a special 25-cent per share dividend. And this is part of the company's plan to go private. We've heard mentioned this before. It's worth noting volume on this, not a ton yet, about 31.76 thousand shares traded right now in the day.
Yeah, we've been quite consolidative here since mid-fall, or early fall, I should say, with that $20 to $25 level. So I'll have to keep an eye out on that. Volume still light here in the pre-market, guys, about 32,000 shares. But this one, I feel, may become a little bit more active after the bell. What say you?
Yeah, so that's an interesting deal. I'm surprised it's not doing any volume. And there's with the special dividend, I'd expect to see better volume than that on JWN. I think that's a pretty big disappointment. The Nasdaq's about to turn red here. Like, this is, well, see, now I'm going to blame Obi for this one, because we were just talking about the market and we prefer if it goes up and all that good stuff. And the ES is already red. Sorry, I was on an ES chart. And the Nasdaq is now only up 0.08 as we're now headed back in toward the lows. The ES is turned red and I guess threatening, it's underneath 6,000 here and threatening to go to the downside. Like, pretty much everything is bleeding not bleeding is probably the wrong word, but everything is pulling back pretty decently. Like I just looked at one of the strong names we were mentioning, NVIDIA and the chips that were looking like they were set for a bit of a breakout. You're certainly starting to pull back a little bit here. I'm just joking about it because Obi said there's opportunities in either direction, which is true. You can go short. There's nothing wrong with going short. No issues going short. Just thought we had a few better looking long setups on breakouts this morning that are getting a little bit out of the way. That said, you know, some things like Apple's still green, and I know it doesn't look like much for Apple, but just going to quickly point out this is an all-time high test here for Apple, and it's had these types of days where you get a rejection, it chills around, then breaks back out and pulls back. I think it's in that zone where it's going to have to find its way off of that high as well. So I think this is certainly going to be one to watch. Oh, no way, Matt Carnes, or Matt C. We got Matt C. and Jam Lossy in the same, like, back-to-back telling me that Tilray showing strength. Why not? We can do it. I was about to say I seriously doubt it's showing any real strength. But you know what? Hey, it's up 8 points today. Not entirely sure. I'll check to see if there's a story on Tilray here. Volume's only about 3 million shares. You'll see it's pretty solid, but most of that's probably just a dark pool print. And popping all over to the 3-minute chart, you're going to see it's like a little tiny bit of strength, and it's not really doing anything in the pre-market outside of trying to hold on to the gap. So yeah, it might be worth watching. Don't get me wrong, but there's a few other small caps, like Relly is certainly I call it Relly. It's Reliance Global Group. This is doing a heck of a lot more volume, and like long or short, I feel like this is the kind of volatility you're going to want out of a small cap, up 250%. What I will tell you about this RELI, be very careful here. Now, this is a reverse split. Now, look at what happened to this stock. Reverse split, and then closes at 459 the day after the reverse split, tries to go up. Next day, opens that price, dumps. Look at it hold that level, hold. Now, you tell me, do you think a fund was short this on the reverse split and holding that price? What do you think? What it looks like to me. And then all of a sudden it gets released off of a double bottom. Where does it top out? Right around that same level today. So if it can't break out the top, it's not squeezing anybody. And this would be a dangerous one. Like I wouldn't be trying to chase longs up in the 4.5 to 5 range on this stock, just based on what I see in the daily. It's either you've got it low with a tight stop, or it's breaking out above $5 and holding a bid up there. To me, I almost want to pay for some locates on the chance it fails a break, and whomever was selling it before might be selling some again. Yeah, I'd look at this more than I would look at Tilray, but that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think something else that's interesting. Again, okay, wow. Are you noticing this market, Neil? We are cracking more aggressively to the downside right now, with a strong sell-off, trading below 6,000 now on the ES, coming right back into what is this 21,550s on the Nasdaq, and yeah, nothing else kind of standing out to me right now other than this market drop, and I'm just like, all right, well, are we kind of poised for? Is this giving us a signal for the rest of the day here? Are we starting a little early to the downside? I have no idea. Bitcoin trading at 95s, almost 95 cleans. NVIDIA at 135. Wow. Apple at 254s. Really we saw that 250 break last week. That was nice. Alphabet, Google not really doing anything too much other than consolidating in the 190s. We saw that 200 break just last week as well. So could be interesting. Again, not really expecting too much, but waiting and seeing if anything will fall into my lap to see if there's any sort of decent opportunities. But yeah, QUBT has been a hot one. We were talking to a bunch of traders on Friday. We had our poker night on Friday. That was pretty fun. Pretty solid. Got to meet some interesting traders.
You cleaned up,
new faces, and sorry.
I have ample respect because it was down to like 3.
Yes.
So the final table was down to 3 players, and at the time you were third and you were short stack, and there was a discussion about, hey, are they going to divide it like it's winner take all, top 2 or 3, and the consensus was top 2. And despite being short stack, you're down with that.
Yeah, I was down with that. What was disappointing to me, though, was that so right after so I have to figure, because I'm still I'm still learning poker, let's say. So at the end, I think the hand was a flush, right? Both of us had flushes. I went all in on my flush. It was clubs. Just they had a higher club on the flush. That makes sense. But in terms of like pot odds, that's what I couldn't necessarily understand. Was it 25% or was it above 20? Was it between 50 to 25%? Because I think I had a 9 of clubs, so I was like, there's 7 cards below me. There's 3 on. 3 or 4 on the river. Anyways,
it gets complicated.
Yeah,
like
I was trying to figure out what the probability actually was, and I was like,
it's a tough spot.
I don't know if I would have went all in if the probability was anything above 30 to 40% of the other player maybe having.
To simplify it. You were short stacked against the 2 monster stacks. You're never folding. You're probably going to get it all in with that flush.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get a better chance to double up. It's
yeah.
Like that's one of those. There's no way you're getting away from that. You're trying to double up in that situation, and if the guy's better flush, you're not going to get a better shot, and you're so short stacked it's your only chance. So I think to me, that's
what was disappointing though. That game ended quickly. I literally got off the table and I went towards the kitchen, and that game was over. And I was like, all right, I'm like, well, what happened? Because I didn't.
They were loose with the chips at the end.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I figured. I'm like, we worked so hard to get this far, only for you guys to just be like, Gra-ta-ta-ta.
By the way, I know we're gonna go to the desk and we have Michael Noss ready, but that Rigetti stock is
that moving?
Is making another power move to the upside, but 28%. It just went 11 to 12. Yeah, this could be another one today. Rigetti. Flying here, just broke that $12 level. So this is another flyer. It just cannot seem to stop. Powerhouse. Could be a small cap, but the way these futures are going, where the market's going down, I feel like some of these small caps could be the ones here today, Sharif.
Absolutely could be. There's already a few triple-digit winners here, Neil, in small cap gapper world. But we're going to bring in Michael Noss this morning. We're going to talk a little crypto and some commodities. I see UNG's made it back onto the PowerPoint. I like that. Nat Gas. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. Just a quick comment when Neil talking too about the small caps. Something I've always noticed, I think you guys do as well. When you have these holiday weeks, you have all the degens off work, right? Maybe you get a little bit more action in the space. That's what I've noticed anyway. You get a little bit crazier one way or another. But yeah, we're going to talk Nat Gas, the Widowmaker. I'm going back to the well on this. It's been good to me. I think I only had one great trade, but it still netted out. But just always want to preface, they call natural gas the Widowmaker for a reason. It makes insane moves one way or another. So just make sure you're sizing accordingly. Make sure you're understanding that because it's a 24-hour kind of an asset, they're going to use nat gas all over the world. That gaps one way or another and large gaps one way or another are going to be a pretty big deal. So you have to be careful about that. Again, just understanding this. But this heat map right here I put together is a heat map of all of the ETFs that I watch and how much they were up last week. Now, you see most things are in the red. Right? We had that crazy day. It pushed everything down. UNG right at the top. PFX is like this inflation hedge index that I use to kind of see how people are worried about inflation. And then Jets, which is hilarious. I talked about Alaskan Air last week. I got some of that. That's doing hilarious. I just think Jets is funny because it's just an awful industry, but it's been going crazy. So interested in UNG. So let's go to the next chart here where it's just the daily chart of UNG and just kind of highlighting this $14, $15 area. It's been playing around this all year. That first big bounce off 15, I did okay on. The second bounce off 15, I did less okay, but okay on as well. The 2 lines on the chart, the 2 indicators I have are the red line is the 200-day moving average. We've talked about this a lot with Neil, I remember in the after hour shows. You can see how it respects the 200-day moving average. It hits the 200-day moving average and falls, and hits the 200-day moving average and falls. So it's very much respecting this line. And we're right there now. So that's something that's very, very interesting to me. The purple line is the year-to-date anchored VWAP. The reason I love the year-to-date anchored VWAP because it just kind of shows if you were dollar cost averaging all year into natural gas, where would your price be? You can see a couple levels that it's respected that already this year, and it's back there as well. So we have this confluence of this major level that it's been playing off of all year. We have the 200-day moving average. We have the year-to-date anchored VWAP. So what I'm going to try to do is get a little bit cute and see if I can maybe sneak into a position expecting and hoping a break of these levels, a pretty strong break of these levels and a quick break of this level, but knowing that if we don't get that, I have to bail pretty quickly. So the next chart I have here just for UNG is the 30-minute chart, just to show this kind of 1550 area. If we do get a pullback, I see we're pulling back a little bit this morning. If we get a pullback and we hold that level on kind of a 15 or a 30-minute chart, a longer term chart, that could be an area to play off of. Or if we break 16, which is again the 200-day moving average and that year-to-date anchored VWAP, that might just be a good place to punch in. So that's kind of my plan. Those are my two areas that I'm watching UNG today. Now, the next part is completely unrelated, but I did get a question from one of you guys said, "Hey, Michael, I watch you on Trader TV. I want to know what you think of Bitcoin." And I've been saying this for a while that I'm not really interested in Bitcoin right now because it's being very choppy. And the kind of back and forth was talking about how volatile of an asset it is. So it should have a lot of things to do in it. So what I did is I went back. This is as far back as Kraken has data. So the low of this chart is Bitcoin at $100. The high is 100,000, which is just wild. But what I've done with these numbers underneath is I've just kind of showed the long periods of time that Bitcoin did nothing. So I just took areas of the chart where complete chop was happening, and you can see, right, the first one was 1 year, 3 months. Next year was 2 years, 9 months, and then it was 2 years, 3 weeks. So Bitcoin, although volatile, has very long periods of time where it's choppy. And what I've noticed speaking to crypto traders is this is where they lose money. It's not buying Bitcoin and having it sell off 50% because the trader will just get out of the position as the position falls. But it's trying to anticipate breaks. It's trying to chop back and forth. And this is why I wait for the break and I hop into the momentum of Bitcoin. The last chart I have is just kind of showing a daily chart showing that's exactly what we're doing. Ever since we got to this $100,000 area like a month ago, it's been above, it's been below, there's been little flash crashes and crazy rallies. This is the kind of market I just want to stay out of. I think if Bitcoin's going to break and it's going to go, you're going to be able to get a chance to get on that momentum, and that momentum is going to be obvious, right? A big, giant bar that breaks us out of this range, you're probably going to get continuation from there. So that's the kind of thing I'm waiting for in Bitcoin. I've learned my lesson, right? I'm speaking from experience, getting chopped up in this range. So that's what I think of Bitcoin. If we break strongly one way or another, I'm going to look to take a trade. If we just continue in this range, I'm going to do my best to kind of keep my hands off.
All right, I got a couple of questions for you, Michael. So I was involved in UNG last year, and there were certain days that, it would break that 200 exponential or simple on the daily, and then it would revert backwards. Is there a methodology that you would employ, like a 3-period closing rule or something like that to kind of confirm the breakout for UNG?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It's just time. It's time. Two things when you're talking about confirming a breakout. One is time, and the problem with that is you have to be okay with if it doesn't break and chop around, it just goes. You have to go, okay, well, I'll miss it. That's one thing. The other thing is, do you get some sort of back test? In a perfect world, this kind of $16 area that I'm looking at, an absolute perfect world, is we break it, we come back, we test it. There's a clear sign of support in that zone. You can load up there and go. That would be, if I was in control of the market, that's what I'd like to see. But those two things you have to do, sadly, especially with UNG, it's never that easy.
All right, with respect to Bitcoin, because I completely agree with you that there is that sideways kind of consolidative area where it kind of creates a range. Do you think that, allowing the range to establish, or at least trying to gauge what the range is, and then perhaps building your position incrementally throughout the consolidation area, or are you looking exclusively for that breakout trade?
I think there's two different answers for two different traders there. Okay. If you're just a Bitcoin maxi, you're a Michael Saylor, you just, you try to look at the low end of the range, it gets to the low end of the range, you buy it. You understand that Bitcoin often has these 50% corrections. Yep. If you're a trader, I think you have to wait for that confirmation. Again, I'm speaking from example here. Well, you guys probably saw, if you follow this show, there's a few times during that last consolidation where I was like, it looks like it's going to go this time. And then I have to come on next time and go, it didn't go this time. So that little chop can actually hurt you way more than you think and can give back a lot of profit. So for me, If you're a long-term, just Bitcoin maxi and you just want a dollar cost average in, that's fine. For me, I want to wait for the break. I have some Bitcoin just to have kind of forever. But for that trade, I want to get that momentum and I want to get out. And that's what I did the last time Bitcoin broke when it was around 70,000. I hopped in, it got very close to that 100,000, and then I hopped out of that position, and now I'm just waiting. The other thing to keep in mind, and the thing that I'm going to be watching, I hear a lot from my crypto friends that they think altcoin season is happening next. So not meme coins, not these crazy Pepe and all this, but actually altcoins like Mana, Ripple, all these things are going to be the ones to keep an eye on. So I'll keep an eye on them as well. And if I see anything, I'll come back to you guys.
Noted crypto bull, of course, Peter Schiff was, really pounding the desk about the USA coin, which he was positing as an alternative, Michael, for Bitcoin. And then someone obviously went and made USA as a meme coin. So USA coin. So that's taken now. So we can't.
Absolutely. Why not?
All right, Michael. You going to be back after the bell with Neil?
Absolutely.
We'll see you then.
All right. I'll talk to you there.
Thank you. Always good to have Michael on there, and XRP's looked pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
Lately,
I literally just pulled it up because I was like, because I haven't looked at XRP chart.
Oh, you didn't? It looks good.
In the longest time.
It looks good.
Very much like Michael just said, he has some Bitcoin in the halve. Never really look at it forever. That's my position on Ripple as well. I'm like, all right, well, it did a test of 290.
Yeah.
Recently, I was like, all right, cool, we're back. Maybe we'll see how long that lasts.
Bears versus Bulls in our chat. He just read your shirt for the first time.
Nice.
See, the cursive is probably difficult to pick up.
Can you guys read this?
If it's on a mobile, it's probably really hard.
Maybe, yeah, you're right.
Nice until proven naughty.
Let's try to follow our rules today.
Well, we always want to follow our rules, and
I don't want to be too naughty with the rules, but
Just talking about crypto, it was there was one chart. It's actually Coinbase that I wanted to point out, just because I think it was a level. I don't want to say it's emerging because I feel like it's already happened now. We'll see on Coin, and it was on Friday. You will see, and it's this 280 area. You saw on Thursday kind of where things settled down and was able to hold. But then on Friday, just a lot of selling. And you can see somebody was holding it. Even though things were bullish, selling into that 280, and now you're gapping a little bit lower. And what's interesting about that is this has actual room to go. Like that 280 is a pretty big prior resistance into support. And now you're trying to consolidate back under it. When that happens, my first thought is, okay, move into the 50 period, into this support, and then you could still trend out even further. All of that's going to probably need Bitcoin to go sideways or hold underneath 100,000, but it's doing so. We're under 95,000. So I think Coinbase, in front of that 280, 282 is the local high. That looks like a good short. You're now $10 away from it is a little bit of the problem. But as I look for things that I would favor the short in, this one certainly pops up after seeing that seller do the work on Friday.
Yeah, I'm kind of just looking at some of these crypto names as well. You pointed out that Coinbase earlier, and yeah, it's kind of already starting that a little bit of a descent here in the pre-market, recovering or reverting some of prior day's action here. We saw that low day in and around 260s, all the way highs at 280s that it got to. A bit of a pullback. Interestingly enough, this consolidation, Neil, happens to be over 5 hours long on Friday, just holding above this 275 level. And in the pre-market, interestingly enough, we attempt to hold, and now we're trading below. But yeah, Bitcoin as well. A little bit of a pull to the downside. 95,000 just cracked as we were talking. Earlier, I was like, oh, we're trading at 95,000. And some change. So we kind of been sideways there for the past couple of days, in and around some of these levels. Couldn't really get all the way through that 100th thou there on Saturday morning. We fell below it Thursday, but yeah, let's see if we continue to make some lower highs relative to that 100K mark. So this is what the some of the levels that I was watching on Bitcoin, and yeah, a little bit of a chop, just like Michael definitely pointed out, but. Something interesting that I did like was this bit of a trend that we got that did push us all the way into the 100. We're trading a little bit below that, but sideways action here nonetheless underneath that 100,000. So no idea what this thing is poised to do, but definitely going to have some eyes on some crypto names. But not necessarily priority today, Neil. Like I said earlier, I'm just going to wait for things to fall into my lap. And right now, kind of have eyes on RGTI and CCL. You point out CCL with for day 2 earnings. They report on Friday, and some fresh news as well with a Honda Motor Company, Rumble, and what was that other one? Honda Motor Company, Rumble, and...
it was Relly?
Relly.
Relly was the one without the catalyst.
ARM. Might have been ARM.
ARM and Qualcomm.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if there's more catalyst with some upgrades and downgrades.
Definitely a lighter day here for the upgrades and the downgrades, just due to the fact that it is a holiday-shortened week, but we'll give you these upgrades and downgrades here, starting with Grosvenor, getting an upgrade here by Piper Sandler. Potlack Delta with an upgrade from Raymond James. Raymond James also upgrading Weyerhaeuser, which is up about 1.5% this morning. And NCR Atleos getting an upgrade as well here by Compass Point. Applied Therapeutics, a name you might recognize because it is sometimes a small cap gapper, currently getting a downgrade here and down about 4.33% with this negative note from William Blair, so APLT to the downside. Then we have Innovative Industrial Properties with a BTIG research downgrade. And last but not least, Mesoblast getting downgraded, but looks like it's trading higher here today, despite this negative note from Jefferies Financial. Guys, back to you.
Okay. I can't tell a lie. I don't know any of those companies. No. Now, I vaguely remember APLT because I know this has been a small cap that's traded for. However, I'm going to say this. Now, obviously, analysts have to do their job. But seriously, on the week of Christmas, you're going to bother to downgrade APLT, which just a few weeks ago went from $10 to $1 and is now 85 cents. I mean, come on, man. What's the point? Just slide that one away. Like, I think we get it. I don't think anyone's incredibly bullish on APLT, Applied Therapeutics, right now. No need to kick somebody when they're down. It just seems awfully cold. I mean, there's a reason why you didn't see any major upgrades and downgrades on any of the bigger names, because the analysts are taking some time off to be with the family and drink some eggnog and all that good stuff. And then somebody has to go ahead and kick these guys while they're down. So I don't think there's going to be a trade there. Obviously, we can keep our eyes on some of the things that I think are going to move. Like, let's be real. Like, if you're looking for catalyst today, Rigetti's got a ton of volume, and we've already talked about this. ARM, Qualcomm, as we were just mentioning. Even something without a catalyst like RELE, although, you know what? The more this holds down here, now you got another lower high, be cautious with this one. After I was showing you guys that daily chart. This is one you got to be careful with. I paid for locates in case it fails at 5 again. But I don't know if you'd heard of any of those, Obi, but certainly they were new to me.
No, yeah, I've honestly never heard of any of those, but I did look up. One of them was interesting to me. I might be a little bit biased, and I was like, oh, okay. Mesoblast. I've heard that word before. So let's see what that's up to. Obviously, I'm just like, all right, well, that's definitely some sort of biotech with the name that they had. But recent catalyst with an FDA approval for graft versus host disease. Here we can see that they did some relative volume on I guess Wednesday evening. Thursday was the main day there with a decent amount of volume, but didn't really follow through. Maybe a little bit blasted to the downside here. 14 hold as of right now. So day 2 today would be day 3 on this ticker, but it seems like they did have some interesting volume here. But yeah, let's see, with a little bit of a downgrade, we have been ticking up on this name since April earlier this year. So decent trend, and yeah, some fresh news with the FDA approval of graft versus host disease. Maybe a little bit of a backside move, but again, I'll keep an eye on this one. Again, just off of the name, I liked it, but then pulling up the chart, definitely did some relative volume. Day 3 of the move today. What's up, Brankles?
Brankles isn't happy because his desk is a little bit of a mess. I thought we cleaned up pretty well after poker night, but he's complaining anyways because his
there's a WD. Oh.
I don't know what he's complaining about.
WD-40 and a hand sanitizer. I don't know what was happening poker night, but
yeah, I don't know. That doesn't even make any sense. I'll tell you. The good news, Ovi, is the Nasdaq went back green, and we're gonna get into the watch list here. But Sorry, I just saw this name pop up thinking it was a breakout, but it's not moving, this PBYI light volume. No, the NASDAQ just held and has gone back into the green. The ES is still slightly red, but a little bit of a bounce after that drawback that we had early after 8:30. So it looks like we are at least on the mend for the time being in the markets, Sharif.
Yeah, Neil, we're going to look at the futures contract right here. So now we're charting, guys, on the new contract, the ES March 21st, 2025 contract. Let's have a look because we closed above 6,000 on Friday. We're below it right now, trading at 5992 with the overnight low at 83s, the overnight high at 33. So let's see if we can take 6,000 to start. If we take 6,000, we're looking at that overnight high as resistance, 6,033. If we continue to head down from here, we're going to look to that 75-point area, 59.75, guys, as support. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. Adara prepares it, and we all use it. And we all know a proper morning routine is not complete without a sound watch list. Helps you organize your day, lets you know what's moving, and helps you focus. So keep your eye out on that. It comes right into your inbox every day, and there is the link right there. Link in the description of this video. Let's start first here with Qualcomm and ARM. This was a really interesting case. Looks like it concluded there on Friday. ARM down 2 3/4. Qualcomm the opposite, up 2 1/3. Here's the deal. So Qualcomm acquired a company called Nuvia. And this Nuvia company, they had a deal already with ARM. They were paying ARM a licensing fee that was higher than what Qualcomm was paying them. So when Qualcomm acquired Nuvia, they wanted to pay their current rate to ARM. They didn't want to pay the higher rate that Nuvia was paying. That is the focus, or one of the focus of this lawsuit, Adara, which resolved on Friday, much to the chagrin, of course, of ARM.
Yeah, so basically what's interesting too is they did declare a mistrial. Sorry about that there. They did declare a mistrial here on some of the claims, basically saying the jury could not decide whether or not Nuvia violated its own license agreement, but declared that Qualcomm is allowed to continue selling its chips there regardless with ARM. Although it's interesting enough, the judge actually did say that ARM and Qualcomm should basically come to an agreement before there's another trial, because it's unlikely that either company has a clear shot at victory should they do a retrial. So that's an interesting note. We might not even get a second trial here, so keep an eye on ARM and Qualcomm should they end up coming to some kind of agreement. But as of right now, Qualcomm in the clear, it looks like, to continue using those chips. And they're basically gloating here to the press, saying the jury has, quote, vindicated their right to innovate. So really interesting stuff here.
And we understand that ARM is used, or a lot of microchip companies are using ARM's technology to build their own custom chips. So this is raising questions about the boundaries of ARM's intellectual property, especially with respect to custom design chips like Apple. Apple bases a lot of their M1, M2, and so on ARM's infrastructure. And this is kind of making a bit of a gray area here about who actually holds the proprietary rights, guys. So we'll have to see how this all pans out. But good look for Qualcomm to start.
Yeah, good look for Qualcomm. Not as much for ARM. But before we jump into that, we good? You know what? I'm actually bearish on ARM. And I was looking for, as the market was going down, I was looking for short ideas. And we talked about a little bit about that Coinbase one. But ARM was one anyways. And I think when you look at what's going on with the stock, before this even happened, you just last week, you lost a 200-period moving average. So you just got underneath there, which I think is always a big metric. Look at it, hold the 200-period on this daily going into that little bit of a test above 150. It failed 150, back under the 200-period. Now somebody, the thing about the market is you trade long enough, we were discussing this before, whether it's a price action in the open market or price action in the options market, somebody usually knows something, and you can see at the close, excuse me, it was a big sell into the close from 132. Somebody knew it was going to go down. So I like to short into 132 today on any kind of a pop. That's where it was when it dumped. The news came out. It's lost the 200-period moving average, which makes me bearish on the stock, at least in the short run. So I'm shorting pops on ARM until proven otherwise, and 132 is my level.
Yeah, no, ARM, I'm watching that ARM as well. We saw that crazy kind of sell-off into the close or right after the close on Friday there. And thank you for Neil for pointing this out because I definitely missed it there. Reverted about 50% of the move, now consolidating just underneath that 130 mark. So gonna have an eye on this for sure. And Qualcomm as well. Let's see what Qualcomm will be up to today. We got that strong spike and kind of a not really distinctly different, but a bit of an inverse move here relative to ARM, where it does the spike, pulls back in, now consolidating above this what is this 156 level here, 155s maybe, and some change. But yeah, let's see what happens on Qualcomm and ARM coming in to the week today. I'm not really expecting too much, but the thing is they are both doing some relative volume here in the pre-market, so that's something to consider. I don't know if I want to put up an anchored on this catalyst, but you know what, just because I do want to keep an eye out for whatever price that may come in at. I'm going to throw one up right there just to see, and that's at 157.24. We're trading at 156s on Qualcomm, and then going back to ARM, we can do relatively the same thing here with that anchored and see that, okay, a bit of a wash in the pre-market, but ARM is definitely doing a little bit more relative volume on the day. Now going back, looking at some higher time frame on ARM, we'll go back to, let's say, an hour, well, 3 hour as well. Oh boy. All right. So yeah, you can see all these lines from when I started, where I was trading a little bit more off of the IPO and then off of that initial earnings. This continuation was quite nice. This run up was nice as well. But it seems like ARM, Neil, is in a bigger picture sideways consolidation all the way from what is this? Just shy of 100, maybe 90, all the way to 160. So that's definitely interesting. A higher time frame range, and it seems like for the past few days we've been selling off, and then with that catalyst, maybe a little bit more of a sell-off here on the news. So yeah, ARM definitely on watch, doing some decent relative volume. I have about 3.4 times relative volume currently in the pre-market. So let's see what ARM gives us off of the open.
Rumble up over 43% here to start the day. They're trading high after the company announced that it entered into a definitive agreement for a strategic investment of about $750 million from Tether. Tether, obviously one of the stable coins, USDC, the other day.
Yes, this is really interesting here too. This is actually basically what's happening here. They're going to be purchasing 103.33 million shares of Rumble, valued at $7.50 per share. As Sharif alluded to, that comes to almost $1 billion, $775 million, and just under a third of that, so $250 million, will be used by Rumble to support its growth initiatives. The remaining will be used with regards to a self-tender offer of up to 70 million shares. But the board and the CEO will remain intact after this. So it's basically purely a strategic deal. It has nothing to do with the actual makeup or shifting of the company.
What's the look, guys?
Rumble? The thing about Rumble is Rumble's not doing the volume that I would have expected when I sat down this morning. And I thought there was going to be, like, with a gap up like this, I thought you'd at least see a little bit more price action, whether it filled in the gap or not. And it's been slightly heading down. Like, you've got Rigetti going crazy. You've got the quantum stocks like QUBT, QBTS that look like they're going to very much be in play. You've got like Relly in there. And then it's like watching paint dry. Like outside of, and it'll say it's done over 1 million shares, but almost all of it was in a dark pool overnight dump at 8 o'clock. Like most of this is completely nonsensical, and it's just not a lot of volume. That said, it already bounced once off $10. I guess you could look there if this is the name that you want. It does set up looking like a bit of a gap and go type of trade. But like I said, without volume, the way I would sort of play this is, you zoom out. If the lack of volume has it pull back, then look at this level at $9, right? Like it's sort of an obvious place that if there's not enough interest to keep this thing going, that a $9 level looks very good for some kind of a dip. And I guess if it gets excited, then above 11 and a quarter is where I think there would be some action. Inside of this range, hands are off for me. Because why would you, like if you're looking for something in that price range to trade today that's a gap and go, regardless of the direction you're looking, explain to me why you'd be looking at Rumble over Rigetti based on the price action and volume in the pre-market. One has done 30 million shares of legit volume. The other one has done thousands of shares and then some dark pool dumping, and then that's about it. So I'm not really that interested in the Rumble trade unless it were to pull back and maybe give you a chance at that $9.
I think that something interesting here, Neil, on Rumble. Again, off of the catalyst, we surprisingly we're holding anchored VWAP surprisingly well since the catalyst there. Again, Friday night coming out, very aggressive bid all the way from 7s to 10, almost 11s right there. Nice little hold on 11s coming in this morning. Can't really get past that 11, but pulls back into anchored VWAP and then holds. And then once again, we're getting another touch on top of this anchored VWAP. So anchored VWAP sitting at 10.05 as of right now. So again, yeah, let's see if we can pull back into some of these prior levels. I like that 9.25 as well. That's the first initial pullback low off of the catalyst, and then you have $10 on off of the anchored VWAP as well. Highs at 11.16s. Let's see if we can get that continuation off of the open there. We've already kind of again. I like that. I like when it shows you that it's holding an indicator, so then you can kind of poise some of your decisions off of that, Neil.
Yes, sir. But everybody, this Christmas, give yourself the gift of smarter trading with Trade Ideas. Don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium. Unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. But hurry, this special offer ends December 26th. Use code TraderTV25 at checkout to save big. Visit TradeIdeas.com today and make this holiday season your most profitable yet. Whether you are trading Rumble, whether you are trading Rigetti, or whether you're trading some crypto names, which we'll talk about next.
At 95,300 right now is Bitcoin, down about 0.1 depending on really when you started. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. CleanSpark in focus. They're still down on the morning, but there's this positive headline here. They're expanding their data centers, surpassing their 2024 Bitcoin mining target with 37.5 ETHS hash rate. They're aiming for 50 by early 2025, so keep your eye here on CleanSpark. But MSTR also in focus, Adara.
MSTR is also in focus. I know last Monday we had this discussion, Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy, buying more Bitcoin. At that point, they'd reached 439,000. Now, as of this most recent purchase of 5,262 Bitcoin, we have now reached 444,262 Bitcoin with a yield of 73.7% year to date, 47.4% quarter to date. MSTR is also with Palantir and Axon, some of the newest entrants into the NASDAQ 100. So big day for MicroStrategy.
And I was actually reading an interesting article in the weekend about the United Arab Emirates holding about $40 billion worth of Bitcoin in their sovereign trust. So we've been talking about these sovereign funds holding Bitcoin, with the states possibly creating a reserve fund, guys. Looks like UAE started first.
Yeah, well, I think obviously the big one's going to be when the US, if the US does it. That said, a lot of times I'm thinking sell the news when something is added to the index. We saw it with Uber. We'll see with Palantir, which is making another fresh high. MSTR is in that ilk. And you can sort of see here underneath 370, closer to 368, it's already a double top. This makes it a pretty easy over-under level. If we're not breaking out above, Bitcoin's not doing a lot. I got to think that to sell the news is there unless you're breaking out the high. You want it to take out that 70 and then it can go squeezing. So it's in the range. It's in the right range. That said, I can't say that and then not be preferring. It's not a crypto name, but Palantir is another one worth watching that was added, the S&P 500, or sorry, the NASDAQ 100. You got a great run pretty much all day long, culminating in a big close. And now you got this big all-time high double top, which it already tested this morning and has been unable to break. I think if it gets through 83, you're looking long. Into 82.5, that's the prior high. I still think it can be a pop and fade. Like a sell the news to me on Palantir's addition to the NASDAQ 100 could take you back into this 78 level, which looks 77.50 to 78. That looks like the spot for me. So the crypto names, unless Bitcoin does something crazy, not going to be on my watch. I think MSTR would be the one if it could break 370. But if I'm thinking there's a big level on one NASDAQ 100 edition that it has to break out from, well, Palantir's got a bigger one here, and I'd rather trade off of this. So if we can't break this top, I'd look pop and fade. If we break 83, that's an easy long. If it takes the 83 long all-time high, is well gone at that point. And as you can see, 77.5 to 78, that's my dip zone. This prior high, afternoon support. I want to trade this one at the right levels. I'm expecting good volume on Palantir. Just prefer it to crypto today. Sometimes those day after trades are pretty good for additions and deletions from an index. Things like Palantir, things like MSTR, whether you want to look at Moderna, those can be in play today for you as well.
Yeah, I think if I'm watching crypto on the day today, definitely going to have eyes on IBIT again, just to see if Bitcoin does any sort of significant pullback right here. But you can see kind of on IBIT, we've been holding some of these lows above 50, 52s, 53s. But yeah, a bit of a downturn over the past few days is what I'm seeing. Friday, we did catch a bit of a bid, but you can see majority of last week, other than Monday and Friday. So we had a bid at the beginning of the week, selling off, and then bid coming in at the end of the week as well. So I'm just going to see if we break anywhere below prior week's low here, which was marked off with, okay, I got to do my alert on my other one here, but yeah, 52.26. If we break through that 52.26 at any point today, I definitely want to kind of take a look at IBIT on the day today. But we kind of covered some Bitcoin earlier, talk about it kind of consolidating, chopping underneath that 100,000 mark, trading right now at 95, so we're back above 95, 250s, 95 300s right now on Bitcoin. So some other names that might be interesting, of course, will be Coinbase, Mara, Raya, MSTR. Neil was talking about as well, could be interesting. But I'm gonna keep my focus on. There's also Ethereum ETFs as well.
Yep.
So similar kind of moves there. But interestingly enough, take a look at the relative volume that comes in the pre-market on Friday. That definitely stands out to me a little bit there. That's when we did make that weekly low at 52.26 and consolidated for a decent amount of time, right? Going into the end of the day, middle to the end of the day, you can see this price action on Friday was relatively stable here for over 5 hours. So for 5 hours going into the close, we pretty much traded sideways in a tight consolidation range. And then, I guess those levels as well might be on watch. 55 halves, just above that, and 52s, 52 quarters. But definitely other names in play here. I'm watching this Rigetti, man. It's kind of going a little crazy. So let's see what happens off the open.
That one's going to be wild. What might also be wild, well, I don't know how wild it'll be, but certainly gapping up and trading pretty decently is that Novo.
Ooh, day two.
Yeah, they're both gapping up, Neil. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk here. The FDA did approve Eli Lilly's drug Zepbound for treating moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea in adults with obesity. It should be noted that Zepbound is the first prescription drug approved for this condition. And in case you're just wondering which one to invest in here, whether Eli Lilly or Novo Nordisk, give you an idea with respect to forward PE. Eli Lilly trading at 34 1/3 forward PE. And Novo Nordisk 21.5. Dara, what's the details on this?
Novo Nordisk currently up here about 5%. In case you remember, they had a pretty rough drop here, closing just under 18% to the downside on Friday after their CagriSema drug showed a little bit less weight loss than expected in an early trial. We did have BMO Capital Markets lowering its price target on the stock to 105 after this, but another analyst here, Intron Health, actually saying that the forward positive results here of CagriSema, the potential is strong enough that it could warrant some positive analyst attention and some investment. So mixed notes here for NVO, either way, at about 5% right now. And if we clear that $90 level, a little bit of pre-market resistance, who knows, guys?
It doesn't have a ton of volume going for it. Now remember, it's dual listed, but it's trying to fill in a bit of a gap. So it's worth watching because the gap is about $15 in here from prior low, and this is about 99s in there. So more like $13 gap that it's trying to fill in. You already have the holds. Consolidation over is ongoing. So if we can break out the top, it's got a decent gap fill. One thing it's lacking is volume. That's what you need. So it's got a lot of times when you get that big of a move down, there's typically like a consolidation phase. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a consolidative day. As long as it can hold on to this prior close for a day, I think that'll be pretty much good to go. We only have about 5 minutes to go, and I don't really plan on trading Novo today. On the list, Palantir, the chips, AMD, NVIDIA, those are going to be a little bit more front and center on the mine. ARM to the short side, CCL. But yeah, Novo, I like the setup, but it's probably more of let it hold this for a day or two and then see if it can make a continuation of that gap.
Yeah, this is the day two play, right? In my opinion, we can see that the catalyst comes in Friday pre-market right there, strong quadrunk through that 100 mark all the way down to a low of 73.73s. Nice. Reclaims above 80, holds 81 off of the open, and you can see it throwing up an anchored right there. We did consolidate above it for a majority of the day after about 12 o'clock. But today, interestingly enough, we've kind of traded a little bit higher, and look at this. Strong flush, reaction kind of bounce, and that bounce happened around 88 halves. We're consolidating above all of this action here from Friday. So yeah, that's definitely interesting to me. Let's see if we can pull back into 84s and hold. That'll be nice. But if we pull back to some of these consolidation highs, 86 halves, I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this one as well. Novo Nordisk, a little bit in play with a relative volume day, strong relative volume nonetheless. On Friday, we have anywhere between 20 to 17, 18 times relative volume throughout the day there. Yeah, let's see if we can continue to hold above some of these consolidation highs for the push, or we pull back in. I have no idea, but I'm going to keep an eye on this one for sure. Definitely one of the names that may move around a little bit more due to having a recent catalyst there.
On how the possible cancellation of the $7,500 EV tax credit will affect Tesla's sales. By comparison, we looked at the 5,000 euro ecological bonus in France, which was canceled in December 2023, which led to Tesla's year-to-date sales dropping there as well. A 4,500 euro environmental bonus in Germany led to similar reduction in Tesla EV sales as we keep an eye on the incoming Trump administration. Adair, already up 2.25. Any more information on this?
Yeah, Tesla would be pretty strong regardless. We find it kind of moves on its own merits or in its own attention. But it's interesting to note here, we had Troy Teslike, who is an online Tesla researcher really focused on deliveries, saying that this is likely to hurt the company. Previously, Gary Black of the Future Fund has also said beyond deliveries that he actually thinks this EV tax credit will negatively impact the company's EPS, because that was apparently a similar result seen when the company started cutting prices on its vehicles. We're going to have to see if the EPS cut happens. Either way, both these types of potential outcomes do have some merit and some pretext for why they could happen. So we're going to have to wait and see if Elon Musk's correct and it won't impact, or if these analysts have a little bit more weight behind them.
All right, guys, up 2.25. What's the look? All right.
I mean, if you just did that on Friday, well, I mean, I don't know, like if you did that Friday in the morning, it worked. If you were short, that's where it stopped. Like, it's just, and look, the number speaks for itself. Like, I'm not saying, it's not as a joke or anything, but like, look at what the stock did off 420 before. And it's been downward trending since failing 480, so lower highs the whole way through. So you got to figure, if it continues this trend, then even with the gap up here, you have a decent chance of retesting the 420 level on any weakness. And that's the area that I'd look for the buy. Otherwise, it says 450 again. Yeah, well, let's just break that if it gets there. There's plenty of room to jump into a trade if you can grab it. I see you're already in Rigetti there. That's going to be a super strong name. We didn't mention NVIDIA. Very quickly here for NVIDIA. There's last week's 137 resistance. This one stands a very good chance of breaking out that price. So NVIDIA looking, I mean, it's only up 1 point, but I love the fact that it's made a double bottom, and now you're trying to break out a double top there at the 137. With 1 minute to go, it's a holiday shortened week, but there's plenty of volume and volatility, and most of the volume is in Rigetti. And every time I hear this name, I just think of the Yankees reliever. I don't like the Yankees. And he was actually a quite good one. But less than 1 minute to go here. This is your volume leader, Rigetti, looking at that 137 break. Oh, Palantir just went to the downside, as I believe there might have been an imbalance. Let's just see here. No, QBTS for a 1 million buy is the only imbalance. QBTS, 1 million buy, the only imbalance out there. But Palantir taking a bit of a right-hand turn into the downside. I like this for an 80. If we can break 83, is an even dollar break over the all-time high. But otherwise, any failure on the opening range above that top, I think, can be faded. Let's get it done. Get it off me. Let's go to Adara. We've got the first countdown of our Christmas week here. So let's ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do.
All right, let's go. Yeah, let's see what happens here. On Rigetti off of the open, I expect it to be kind of pretty volatile off of the open there. It took a little bit of a dabble into the push. We're getting pretty aggressive. Let's see if we can get a halt one way or the other. We're slamming to the downside right here, 11 halves right here. So had a bit of an anchored in and around this area. Let's see if we can sustain these 11 halves there. Yeah, holding 12s now. Let's see. Those all-time highs were 1275, and we pretty much double tapped them in the pre-market session there on Rigetti. So pretty volatile off of the open, kind of jumping up and down about a point on a $12 ticker is pretty nasty. But again, kind of sizing accordingly. Let's see if we can kind of find any strong reasons to get really aggressive with this ticker here on the day today. But yeah, a lot of other tickers in play on watch as well. There goes the market to the upside once again. So let's see what the market brings us today as well. So let's see what you guys are trading. Let us know in the chat as well, and we can take a look at that. Again, I got CCL on watch. I got Nike day 2 on watch. Rigetti, of course. Palantir, HMC, Honda Motor, still kind of holding up its gains off of that Nissan merger news. That's absolutely crazy, man. Nissan and Honda. That's definitely.
It's a little large.
It's a little.
By the way, NVIDIA broke out that 137. It did have the break. It got up to the quarter mark. Let's see if it can make the run again. I never want to get trapped. The breakout trade, but if it holds a bit above 137, I will jump back into it. We were able to get scalp trade into the first quarter, but that's as far as it went. Now you're seeing that bit of a failure. If we are pulling back, I got to get over to what was a chip short that I like today. There's ARM. Let me just cancel that order. ARM has dropped like a rock, already down $4 off the 130. Doesn't get up to that 132, but if we're headed down, this is the one that I like for that short trade. So it looks like this one is doing pretty much what we wanted, but it did not let us in to the party. Tesla is already trending as well down into the 420, so we're going to have to wait for it. Patience, patience, patience. And Palantir is once again the champion. So the market is trying to climb higher, but Palantir is headed for a top-end break, looking very, very strong, at least so far. Not sure what's going on with that. We'll look at that Rigetti as well, but there's obviously some big-time runners here. Palantir making a big move, about $5 away from Tesla, where I think the support should be, and I do not want to give up on NVIDIA. As long as it holds a higher low, I don't mind re-entering this one on the long side. The breakout might not have given you what you wanted if you're holding on to it, but as long as you were stopping out break even, I think you're fine. Now it looks like it wants to hold above 137 again. So NVIDIA and the market both looking strong again here.
Yeah, so this Rigetti still kind of still trading around these 1150s, maybe just hovering above that anchored VWAP from earlier. With the market pushing back up, yeah, Palantir, that drive off of the open was pretty strong. But let's see what else is going on with Adara.
What?
Keep an eye here on WIMI. This is WIMI Hologram Cloud. They have a market cap of around $110 million, and it looks like they're also potentially another small cap quantum play. This morning they announced here they developed a machine-based learning quantum error mitigation technology. Basically, the goal is to enhance quantum circuit accuracy without additional quantum resources. The word quantum being used 3 times in this newsletter. Clearly, WIMI trying to get its foot in the door as a quantum play. So keep an eye on WIMI Hologram Cloud Inc. This is also a small cap runner that has run in the past. Back to you guys.
Reversal on Palantir. Oh, wow. That's it looked like it was about to break that 82 and right back into 80. So this is going to be key for Palantir. If it loses $80, this doesn't look so bullish anymore. Like, to me, that's a fail breakout and then a breakout of the low if it gets underneath. So we just want to keep that in mind. We did get back into NVIDIA when it broke 37 the second time. So it broke the first time. We got some quarters out there. It then failed, got out. Now we're back in. I got 11s long. It just did the same move where it goes into like the 30s and 40s and then not really getting the continuation. But it's strong relative to everything else here. So I want to give it a shot. This time I might give it a bit of a wider berth after the second break. We'll give it into the prior high with the pre-market high gives us underneath that bar, right? So we'll give it to the prior bar low and then see if we can't ride this one to the upside. But that's a heck of a Palantir just lost that 80. So Palantir broke that 80. Nasty. I need to be able to, if we hold underneath 80 on this candle, I got to be looking for the short on PLTR. Not looking very good. And also AMD going, no, we don't hold on NVIDIA. AMD's stronger than NVIDIA. It's one of those days. All right, so NVIDIA does this twice. You get the breakout trade, which pulled all the way back into prior high. I'll probably try it a third time, but it's AMD, which is a heck of a lot stronger at this moment. Maybe I should be on the AMD break instead of the NVIDIA, or both, Obi.
Yeah, no. This again, we talk about the market kind of doing not too much here, but there is a ticker that kind of is pushing to the highs, and that's Rumble, rumbling to the upside right now with a high of we talked about 11.16 was the high from the pre-market session. I got it up right here. We were kind of raging to the upside as of right now. So watching that one as well. Market pretty much within this range. We saw that strong sell coming in the pre-market right there. We've reverted pretty much that whole sell-off. Back to the upside here on the NASDAQ and the ES here. So it seems like some of these tickers might be poised for a little bit of an up move. We see that NVIDIA is pushing a little bit higher here as well. 137.70s is the high. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Intuitive Machines, LUNR. This ticker has rallied in the past. We have a short float of 21.14%. Today, also a positive catalyst for Intuitive Machines, announcing that they've received additional contracts from NASA's Near Space Network for direct-to-Earth services. So NASA contracts on watch here for LUNR with, again, a 21% short float. Back to you guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. So I want to keep eyes on Relly here. Now, we had said this is one that has a little bit of trouble in the past at this $5 level. It's trying to get back up very quickly. This is what the daily chart looks like. Reverse splitter. No catalyst today specifically. There's no news on this stock, but a reverse split, failed at this level, has been selling out underneath 450 for the entirety of its time after the split. If it can get through that price, great. I've paid for locates. Any fail off this price, and I got to be looking for a bit of a fade trade. If it can break out the top, I think it has a really good chance to go. Palantir is now, okay, so it's trying to get back underneath that $80. This feels like it is a sell the news right now event. It's trying to close underneath that low and feeling like it's going to do so on this next 3-minute bar. If it does, it's ideally you'd be looking short or long on this stock, but it's feeling like a short here. It just went red to green. Red to green and then back into the red one more time. And Tesla is absolutely chilling, headed to that 420 level. We said wait for 420. Allow it to get there, and Tesla seems like it badly wants that 420 level. So patience with this dip, and PLTR still holding that 80. I want to get over to that AMD, which to me is much stronger than NVIDIA. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, I really just missed this by 2 cents? Yeah, I did. Okay, let's just cancel that bid. I just missed by a couple of pennies catching the dip in AMD. It's stronger than NVIDIA right now by a long shot, and it's the one I want to join. 123.50 is this local high. I guess I should look for longs off of that prior high as well. It's crazy because this was the one on the list, and we got to be able to jump on over to it. Looking super strong. Palantir, though, still showing signs of weakness. I don't know if I just heard another run to Adara, but okay, let's go to Adara at the desk.
Lots of movers this morning, despite the holiday shortened week. META is one of them. We had a nice push into just shy of $600 right off the open as of right now. Still about 1.5% near that 594 level. Earlier today, Financial Times did report apparently that the company is planning on rolling out its new Ray-Ban smart glasses, but these ones are going to have built-in displays. This rollout is apparently planned for late 2025. So META digging in here with the Financial Times report about these Ray-Bans glasses. Back to you.
Neil, we were looking at that. Rumble, and Rumble wiped all the way back down. It pretty much almost clipped 11s, wipes all the way back down to 10s. Right after we kind of mentioned it, that was very aggressive. But I was pointing out AVGO. Shout out to the chat. A few people in the chat kind of pointing out that AVGO is running, and take a look at that. 223s off of 224s off of the open there into the open, trading at 231s now. So aggressive bid coming in on AVGO. Let's take a quick look at what our friend NVIDIA is doing. Oh boy, look at that, and run up on the chips right here as of right now. What else is running? Let me take a look at this basket. I know that you're participating in AMD. AMD is a runner, but guess what kind of popped and sold off, Neil? Oh boy. Intel, look at that wipe on Intel. It did pop up off of the open 19 halves all the way to 1980s, trading back down at 1960s, so about a 20 penny flush there on Intel, and it seems like Rigetti might be a little poised, might be ready for a little push. Let's see.
There's vomit on its chest.
Sorry.
There's vomit on its chest.
Mom's spaghetti.
Mom's Rigetti.
Mom's Rigetti. I like that one. You know what? I don't know. I've been saying Rigetti, not forgetty, because this whole quantum move has been pretty wild here. Got to keep an eye on one of the leaders as well. IONQ, one of the stronger names in that sector as well. That thing kind of sold off of the open there, but Rigetti strong in the pre-market. It has its own kind of catalyst on the day here. Let's see if that VWAP holds. We can continue back up, reclaim. I'm looking for a bounce here on IONQ as well for a little bit of confluence. But CCL, interestingly enough, Neil.
Oh boy.
Nothing too crazy. Straight to the downside, wiping back a decent chunk of that mid to end of day push that we had on Carnival. So the short on Rigetti worked right off of the open, but again, my idea was a little bit different. I wanted to size in relatively small until it shows us some strength here, some level holds, maybe a VWAP reclaim, but I still wanted to participate and get a little bit of a feel before the move kind of comes in here. And yeah, it seems like that 11 hold, that was nice. I kind of hesitated another punch into there, but that's okay. Nothing too crazy just yet. That 1275 is the level that is highs right now. We're trading about a point away from that. Again, a $12 ticker, but giving it a decent wide risk as of right now. Just letting it work. Like I said, it is holiday season. Don't want to be doing anything too crazy. Even if I'm holding for crazy amounts, I don't necessarily want to be putting on too much risk until the trade actually really shows up. What I'm looking for. What's up?
The market is trying to break overnight highs. And look, AMD, and I'll get to AMD in a second. It's just broke the high that it continues to go. But it's the holiday season when even GameStop is giving you a gift. For reasons unknown, this just broke Friday's high. I really do mean that. There's no story. And I keep saying it over and over again. Maybe today is the day we break out 32.25. So I say this every single time we break 30. Wake me up when we break 32.25. If I lose on a 32.25 break, then so be it. I'm going to have it. It's on the daily chart. Here you can find it, blah, 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 all that good stuff. But as long as we're above 30, then that is on watch for me. But AMD, and shout out to everyone in the chat that was yelling, okay, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like NVIDIA is not going. I grant you, NVIDIA is also going. But AMD just stronger. So we got the dip. It seems like a random level 123.5. It's not. It's the Thursday high and then support from before. Now, I don't think AMD is necessarily going to fill in the entire gap, but stranger things have happened. But what I don't love, though, is you've got some resistance here in the market up at 21.68 on the NASDAQ. So we got the buck on AMD, but it feels like the right thing to do is look for the next available dip. It would have been nice if Palantir could just continue doing that thing that it always does, which is be ridiculously strong. But what happened was a couple of bounces off 80 and tried to break out the pre-market high. Did not. Then failed the pre-market. Then almost triple bottomed here at that 80 level. I got short back underneath it. I'm scalping the first $0.50. And if it breaks that, I'm looking at that 78 as a target overall. So I'm looking for one more fill here in front of the low. If it can break this, Then we're waiting for 79 and then 78 ultimately. As a short, ideally, I'd rather have been long Palantir today, but that's not what's set up. What's set up is this short trade, so that's what we're in. If you're tracking Tesla, it's still headed down to 420, it looks like. The last couple times it was down here, we've seen bounces off the 420 level. I want to give it a chance to do that one more time. So there's still plenty of time for it to work. Rally failed that lower high, try to get short. I'm not short RELI, unfortunately. But it's still bouncing off VWAP. I might actually cancel this order and just be a little bit more patient with RELI. I still think that this is a fade. Someone's been selling that 450 level ever since it did that reverse split. So we'll be patient with it, let it maybe retest that 450 before I get into it. AMD, I got to be thinking reload though.
Yeah, AMD is definitely running like crazy. It's super strong right now. And something that is distinctly different, Neil, is that ARM. So we look at that ARM, that again with that Qualcomm catalyst right there. So a bit of a continuation. So we sold off aggressively on the news all the way from 132s down to 124s. Coming in today, we were trading can't really get past that 130, and we're coming right back into those 124s. So that reaction low was 123.37 from Friday, and ARM is headed straight to the downside, expanding volume, selling off aggressively off of that 130 all the way back down to 124s. Oh boy, what a pullback on that one there. But yeah, distinctly different from some of these other chips. Something else that's running, Neil, is TSM as well. Look at this push through that 200 mark on TSM. Aggressive all the way up to 204. 27s now consolidating well above VWAP right here, sitting at 202.19s. Again, volume kind of falling off after when the selling kind of starts to come in. You can see that drastic pullback of that volume here. What is that alert that I just got? Oh, AVGO. Okay, so AVGO, we'll take a quick look at that one there.
Broadcom,
yeah, okay, so Broadcom pulling back into VWAP as of right now, but that aggressive push right off of the open as well, Neil.
Oh, there's a spike. I mean, the futures aren't doing anything, but there was just a big spike there in AMD. The buyers just came back in full force, another fresh high. So now at this point, it's made a bit of a trend since that crazy parabolic open that it's had. So a couple of decent higher lows. If I was, and I'm not trying to short it today, but like if I was, then I'd be looking for a break of this trend to look for the short trade. The other thing you have to think about is 125. 125 is a big psychological level any way that you want to cut it. It is worth noting here that NVIDIA, which we had a couple of times, good scalp trade, bad scalp trade for a flat day for me on NVIDIA, this is just lost VWAP. This is why I pivoted from NVIDIA to AMD. You can say, hey, this is breaking out too, but it doesn't matter. One of them is stronger than the other, so go trade the one that's stronger, and I don't want to be stubborn about the one that I just happened to get into first. So distinct difference between AMD and NVIDIA, at least for now. Palantir just keeps getting down to 79.5, and lower highs being put in. I want to see if I can get some money fills the next time it pops up. Maybe catch something a little bit above the 80 level the next time, but that still looks like a short to me on Palantir. And Tesla's still trending to the downside. NVIDIA looks interesting, but almost like to the short. And Intel, if something's going to go next, I know you were just mentioning that. Yeah. If you look at this Intel, like, why not?
That was, yeah.
Once, twice. Look at twice now it's faded it. Like, if this breaks out its top, I mean, that looks pretty juicy to me. You want something breaking into new territory, that's a pretty decent gap. 2050. It's only 70 pennies, but I mean, it's a $20 stock. That looks pretty juicy on Intel if it can get through that high. For now, AMD, if there's big size at 125, I'm going to sell into that and then look for the next available dip, as this is your rocket of the day. I'm going to hit a lot of baseball ones because my fantasy football team in the pool I'm in with Sean lost in the playoffs, so I'm not very happy about that. So let's just hope that suddenly we'll sign Vlad Guerrero or something to make me happy. But yeah, my season's over in one of my pools. Kind of sucks. Josh Allen had his worst game of the season, fantasy-wise, when I badly needed him. Is what it is. Well, the Bills won. Fine. Yeah, the Bills won. My fantasy team, what are you going to do? Like, the guy's been a machine all year long, and then when my fantasy team needed him the most, he did just enough to win in real life. That said, I'm a Bills fan first, fantasy second. did I just not get filled down there at 20s? It's because I canceled my order, so let's get another order out there. Want to make sure we can bag the 50 penny win and then look for the dollar in a minute here on Palantir.
Yeah, so let's see what these moves have right after we get back from Midday.
Keep an eye on AMD and all of these semiconductors here. AMD trying to pull a little bit potentially of a bearish engulfing candle here in the 3-minute chart. Basically, what's happening here is we did have this morning the announcement that the U.S. is starting an investigation into these legacy Chinese chips. Now the Chinese Commerce Industry, the China Commerce Ministry has responded basically to this, saying that they urge the U.S. to, quote, respect facts and multilateral rules and immediately stop their wrong practices. So this came out, I guess, about 8-10 minutes ago now. Not seeing much of a response except for maybe this candle down, but basically China urging the U.S. to stop its wrong practices with regards to its investigation into the Chinese chip industry. A lot of these chip names like AMD and Broadcom have been pretty strong off the open, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, another ticker that is strong off of the open, Neil, is Rumble. Take a look at this one. We talk about that one kind of wiping back down. Look at this shake and bake that happens off of the open. A little bit of a push up into 11, pulls back all the way below 10, and then now going for the run, 1136s. So we have broken past some of these pre-market after-hour highs now. Rumble, it is definitely rumbling to the upside with that aggressive action there. Oh boy, I was looking at it in and around $10 earlier, and I was like, all right, well, if it's going to shake up like that, maybe I don't want to necessarily stay involved. But look at that wipe back up and that aggression back to the upside. That is absolutely crazy here on Rumble. So let's see where's the next trade. That's what I'm looking for here. Kind of missed that one there on the rebreak of some of these levels, but 1123s or 1129s now trading on Rumble with the market pulling back as well. We talk about, we wiped it all the way back up for that sell we got in the pre-market. We reverted pretty much 100% of it, but that selling coming right back into the market, pushing us back down to those range lows here on both the NASDAQ and the ES. So have you guys been trading anything market related, or are you guys trading something that's directional? We talked about some of those chips being very directional off of the open. Micron, ARM, definitely a little directional there. We saw some moves happening there on AVGO as well. Bitcoin also taking a little bit of a pullback here. 93.7s. We were trading 95s in the pre-market today.
Look
here,
at Coinbase,
Tesla with a pullback as well. Coinbase, yeah, we talk about looking for the sympathy on that. That thing's straight to the downside alongside crypto. I guess Bitcoin as well. Are you thinking of anything on that coin, or?
I feel like you've already missed the move, and you just have to wait for the next trade on Coinbase. Like that, we were pointing out that 280 resistance. It failed at 275 and just flush the whole way through. So the next trade could be maybe it pops into VWAP, maybe it pops into the lower high. But what was strong just came back through break even. You're not going to be able to hold on to that 123.5 on AMD. That said, I still think it's up 3.5%. You always have the opportunity to get back into 122 or simply hold this high and then get back into the trade. So don't want to give up on it. As far as I'm concerned, it's one red bar into a parabolic move up, but the market's heading toward those lows. So the pop and the fail trade on Palantir here, like that failed breakout through an all-time high, it's now headed to, it just tagged 79, so we got some out there for the $0.50. Now we're looking for this 78 level. This is the next big key. If it breaks 79, I think we're going to get a move right back into that 78. The short's certainly working on Palantir. It's just as you said, Obi, the other one, like ARM was supposed to be the other one. If anything, it was probably the better short setup. It just never did anything strong into 132 and continuing to bleed here down 7%. You even have a flat bottom break that it's Friday's lows. It's already through. It's November lows. I feel like this is almost a join the short, but I have to find my way into it. We got one, but we wanted a little bit more than that on the short side. Now we're going to get that 79 push here on Palantir. It's actually 79 even is trying to bounce. I've got to get some out here in front of 79 even, and then we hold. Trying to be able to get back in on a pop, but there's only been one green candle since the one off the open here on Palantir. So we'll have to wait for the next available pop, rejoin the short in. So far, so good, but ARM was a huge miss. Definitely should have been into ARM. Oh, and remember Relly? Well, And it was a pretty good fail off that lower high. This one was always, hey, be careful with it. Didn't really trust it when looking at that daily chart. Looks like it wants to trend into the downside. It hasn't lost pre-market support yet. So it's got that going for it here on RELI. Paid for locates on this, although we don't happen to be in it. It just didn't quite give me the push that I would like to see. It couldn't even hold above 425 long enough to get short.
Yeah, so that Rumble is still pushing to the upside, almost $12 now, Neil. So yeah, absolutely crazy action there. Now again,
wow.
we talk about
really?
this. We talked about this anchored VWAP in the pre-market, right? So take a look at where it comes in and holds. So not, I wouldn't say perfectly, but so well. You can see that again anchored to where that volume comes in on Friday. We pull back, hold. In the morning, I was like, all right, well, if we're going to dump into that anchored right off of the open, I don't necessarily want to continue looking at this, but that was definitely a mistake on my part. As look at that, we make a higher low relative to the opening range low, hold that anchored on top of that $10 level and pushing almost all the way back up to past those pre-market highs into 12s. 1182s are the current highs right now on Rumble. Aggressive push. Again, I was watching this action there. I was like, all right, that's definitely a little bit of a shake and bake, pushing to the upside. Let's see how much continuation this thing has with the market catching a little bit of a bounce here. You can see that we're wicking just a little bit there, and yeah, Rumble, there it goes. Rumble pushing for some fresh highs once again. The $12 level coming in here on Rumble. Absolutely wild action here. Who said anything about no opportunities during holiday season there, Neil? There's a bit of a stack there on the offer. Let's take a look at this tape here. Let me put on a filter as well at the same time so we can take a look. Look at that, straight through 12. That size getting taken out almost instantly through the 12s. So yeah. Someone in the chat was saying bye-bye shorts, and bye-bye shorts indeed on Rumble, as some of those short positions might be getting a little shaken up going into the midday session here. I'm still looking for some of that shaking up to happen here on Rigetti, but Rigetti's still holding this VWAP as a, oh boy, look at that. Oh my God, 12 at 15. So this thing, yeah, a little bit of a squeeze action here
ridiculous.
On Rumble. You're watching this thing?
Well, I was about to go over so there's a halt T-Raw. Sometimes I'm in like football brain, Trevor Lawrence, T-Law. TRAW is halted. But Rumble,
Got halted.
I mean, it's super strong, but it's not doing anything that would cause it to halt. But look at this. Look at the fail break of the low to trap. I think maybe trapping some shorts underneath the $10 level. Like I think, and as long as shorts are trapped, sometimes you can get a continuation. At first I was like, well, you don't want to diddle in the middle here, but then look how cleanly it broke away from that prior resistance. So when you look up here and it's like 1230, 1230 looks pretty good for a spot. I'll show you how frustrating sometimes getting on the bid and the algos can be with AMD. Yeah, this was trying to get the bid. This actually happened earlier on AMD at 123, so maybe I should have known. Try to grab VWAP. It's now going right back through the highs. This is going to take 125. I'd rather buy a dip off 125, maybe into 24, but we're going to try and get back into this bad boy. Not joining, or not at least looking for a join in Rumble, doesn't make sense. Like the relative volume finally, it came in at the open. It wasn't doing volume most of the morning. But now the relative volume is looking fantastic. Anything above 11 on a dip, I think looks good. You do have to be careful for halts here based on the volatility it's already put in. So just be wary. I never want to get trapped in any halts. Oh, and the other thing which is bullish, we just talked about earlier, Intel, I tried to pick it up in front of that 19.8. It's on a break. I know it's Intel and it doesn't look sexy, but look at the gap fill that it's got going on it. We liked a few chip names for some strength today because they were breaking out resistance. Intel's continuing to go. Anything above 19.8 looks pretty good. If it fails 20, I think that gives us a chance to dip buy. Palantir's still looking pretty solid. It's right back down into 79, so that short looks fine to me. Whereas the market just tried to catch a bid. Like this one's looking okay. On the 15-minute, it's still failed break and 2 red bars in here. Going to close red again and still on track to get down to the 78 level. I still feel pretty good with that short. It's just a matter of working way back into one of the chip longs and catching a piece of that Rumble pie.
Yeah, no. Definitely very, very, very aggressive. Again, I think we can be making a lot of rum jokes today. I like that one. Rumble pie, rumble.
Well, we could always make some rum jokes.
For sure.
We get any eggnog? We didn't get any eggnog, did we?
Not yet. But yeah, this is absolutely crazy action here. People were talking about some of these other tickers as well. Yeah, but no, Intel. You say Intel's not sexy, Neil. Intel is definitely attractive. I think pushing back up into. I mean, yeah. Well, Sharif.
When
we see a nice candle body, we'll point it out. Yeah, no, Intel again holding another key level. We were looking at some of those 19s last week and some aggressive action. We were continuing to the upside again. Not only just Intel, alongside with Intel is AMD, is Nvidia. Nvidia obviously not as strong. We got TSM as well, but a little safer, maybe more liquid option as well, Neil, is SMH. If you take a look at SMH is doing something relatively similar here as well. Again, being the semiconductor ETF, you can see that a pull up to 247s, pullbacks to 245, and yeah, a little bit of an uptrend relatively here. Wow, there goes Rumble with another push to the upside. This thing is definitely squeezing. I don't really want to chase, but let's see what's happening now.
Much lower than expected consumer confidence number coming through here for the month of December from CB. So coming in at 104.7 versus 113.5 expected. So lower than expected CB consumer confidence print. If you recall, on Friday we got a basically in-line consumer confidence print from the University of Michigan. We also got the new home sales here and new home sales change month over month for November, coming in at 664,000 units compared to 667,000 units expected, so slightly lower than expected. New home sales change month over month, 5.9% versus 9.8% expected. It's also worth noting this new home sales number, not initially on the calendars that I was seeing here. So interesting stuff there. We did, as again, to restate that, get a lower than expected CB consumer confidence print. The Q is pretty rangy here. Nice base around that 518.2 with a top of 520 halves with slightly lower highs. So keep an eye on the potentially lower highs for the Qs, up 1/3% right now to start this holiday shortened week. We have tons of semiconductors on watch. AMD really strong here off the open. We do have the US investigating China's chips there, specifically legacy chips. Also on watch here, names like MicroStrategy and PLTR. This is their first day trading as part of the NASDAQ 100, and MicroStrategy announced the acquisition of just over 5,000 Bitcoin as of this morning. Then we also had Rumble here on watch. Rumble's been talked about a lot here, but in case you forgot, the Catalyst announcing that it has entered into a definitive agreement for a $775 million strategic investment from Tether. So crypto-related Catalyst, always a great look for something like RUM of about 73%, guys. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Figure out what the short float on that thing.
Rumble is nuts. Let me double check what that short float is on Rumble. It's at this point, it's 21%. That's a healthy short float on Rumble. And there's no doubt that it's a squeeze. So just one quick little thing. We've just broken lower again here on PLTR. I did miss an ad on trend, which would have been like 79.60s. And now now it's going to push into the 78. 78 is the target zone. And it's right into here. Afternoon support, 77.5 into 78. So the trail is going to be on, especially when we hit that 78. I think at some point this is likely to catch a bit of a bid, especially if the market doesn't completely fall apart. But it's working out. And like I said, I've got the trail in on trend now. Rumble's trying to dip here. The last time it dipped, these are bad wicks, it held on to 1190. So it was a good consolidation level. I'd like to see it do it again. If it can do another nice little consolidation and hold 12, then I want to join this trade long and try to just get in with tighter stops. Like if you can get long in here and maybe stop it out under there, I don't want to chase this too far. Feels like if you're, like it's gone, it's up 72%. This is a $10 level. Like I don't want to be in this at 12 thinking you have to hold it down to $10. Like it's reasonable if you got it off 10 and you're long at like 10.50, but you can't use that level when you're long 12. I've got to find my way into a long some other way here. So Palantir continuing to cook. AMD's trying to break out that 125. And Intel. which, I mean, I said it wasn't sexy, but I maintain that. It's a $20 stock. But look at the trend up. It's just so cleanly holding this trend that so long as this red candle is followed with a close holding 1985, then yeah, I'll take a shot at this to the long side, which is exactly what it looks like it wants to do. So why not? And I just saw Mark in the chat say, look at Nike. What is Nike doing?
Ooh,
Powerhouse?
Dennis.
Oh no. What happened to Nike? All right, so I shouldn't have assumed that it was going to be a good thing. Yeah, Nike, that's a big reversion here on Nike. Careful.
778.
No, it's, you know what? What's crazy about this, and we said this before, before earnings came out on Nike, that somebody'd been selling the you-know-what at $79, going into earnings, clear resistance. Now all of a sudden it tries to get back into that range and the sellers come at 78. I think you just got to treat this as going into 79, the stock is a short because somebody's selling it. And the only time it spent any volume above was in the aftermarket on the earnings, and they just rinsed it. So if it can break 79, I like it for a long. But once again, the sellers take control, and there's not much you can do about it. It is what it is with that stock. It's disappointing, but if you're able to capture that, then you get some pretty good short trades out there on Nike. Tesla making another charge. 420 is incoming. It hit 422. The next break of the low will likely be a test of 420. I shouldn't speak in certainties, but very likely to give that test at 420, which is the only place I'm looking bounce.
Ooh, that should be interesting. Yeah, we saw again. You remember when that 420 level came in the live market? That was absolutely crazy as well. When we first kind of initially tested it, here comes a market to the downside here, going into the beginning of the hour here at 10 o'clock. So 10:05 right now, coming right back into some of these pre-market levels here. Let's see if we can catch a little bit of a bid. We saw the bid come in a couple of times off of this level here already during the day on the NASDAQ. Let's see if we are poised for more of the same as of right now. But yeah, Tesla coming into the downside. Intel still holding up. So maybe we're looking for a bit of a pullback here on some of these chip names. Again, that is the question I'm asking. Where is the next trade? Some of these chips pretty strong off of the open, and still holding near their day highs as of right now. So let's see what else is taking a little bit of a pullback. We talk about Tesla, Google as well. Okay, so Google is printing some fresh lows of days. Softy still within opening range, but 15-minute opening range low. We're trading slightly below that, but well within that first 30-minute range for sure. The Spider, a little bit of a continuation. We saw that aggressive strength for majority of the day on Friday on the Spider. If you looked at the 30-minute trend, it was pretty aggressive and continuous in and around until in and around 12:30, 1 o'clock. That's when we kind of started to break down and sell off a little bit more. We're getting a bit of continuation on that reversion on the Spider. Here comes that 420, Neil.
It's right there.
On Tesla, yeah, it's right there. Are you taking anything there? Or?
Well, I'm not going to catch a falling knife. I'm looking for a fail break of 420 and then maybe a regain of the level. The trail's in on Palantir. Palantir just hit the 78 level, so it broke 78. I've moved my trail down to the 78 and a quarter as we hang on to that. It got about $2 in the money, but that's just a round number. Almost don't care about it. Tesla doesn't want to break it. It just held. It's broken 420 every other time and then come back above, but this time it wants to hold on to it on a dime. I guess I should just sit in front of the falling knife next time. See? Sit in front of the falling knife and it's already bouncing here. But if I do that, then my stop is at 99. I'm going to keep it pretty simple. If the initial play would have been a false break and then back through, then I'm going to go the other way here and just play with the even stop break. And if it breaks it even by a penny, with a tight stop, maybe I'm willing to get in front of the 50s as well. Palantir just trailed out. So we'll take the dub on Palantir. It did come back up. This is dark pool wicks. You know what? Yeah, I think I got triggered out on a bad dark pool print there. Either way, it was down at target. I moved the trail in. Looks like there was just a few bad wicks in there. Obviously, the stock did not just trade back up to 79. That said, it did get to our target. So it was a failed breakout of the high. Another fresh all-time high for PLTR. Then it broke down through 80, and we traded it back into afternoon support from Friday. So pretty simple idea there. And of course, Tesla just did it. So I was in Tesla in front of 420 with a tight stop. Now it's done the hold. Okay, this is like Now it's done the hold of 420, so this is the other side of the trade, which is get back long and give it to the prior low. So we made our money short, and now we're, well, not on Tesla, made our money short, and then it actually gave us this, let's try to hold on to the 420 level. The last few times I have not taken this trade, and it has worked. So today we're going to grab it. Just keep in mind, this has a 418 bottom. So yeah, you can have a couple of swigs at it on this way down, but I'm giving it to the prior bar low. So I'm giving it a relatively tight stop, and if it goes all the way down to 418, let that be its own trade. Now, everyone's style is going to be different. I'm not taking a 420 trade like above and trying to hold it down into 418. I will take my shots and then try to regroup if it goes down in here to 418. And the other way to play this, because now that it didn't work, is to look for a mean reversion trade. Like actually reverse the trend here instead of trying to catch the falling knife, but it's underneath that 420, so if Tesla is a fail, it looks like it was a fail, and it's unfortunate. I think I got a bad wick on my trailing stop there. Probably shouldn't have trailed out of Palantir, but we're out, and it went another 50 cents into the downside. So it's kind of a bad luck move there on PLTR, but it is what it is. You got to be able to move on to the next trade, and that could be AMD at VWAP. Yep. It could be. I'm looking at Intel here, and Intel's pulling back into VWAP, but the market is breaking these lows, Obi. Yeah, and I should not have. I should still be in that Palantir short, really.
Yeah, so that market, we were talking about it coming into that range. Yeah, that market is coming in real hot right now. So yeah, a lot of these things that were potentially catching even a little bit of a bid off of the open there, taking a bit of a pullback. You can see Nvidia quadunking, pretty much wiping back a decent, well, all of the opening range action and coming into prior day's highs, sitting on top of 135 halves as of right now. So that's where the chips are headed. Intel with a bit of a pullback as well. TSM 50% pullback. Micron making fresh lows as well. Oh, wow. And yeah, ARM and some of the names that we were talking about already selling off the open, not really catching that bid. Maybe potentially coming in for a stronger sell there. We saw ARM getting flushed off of the open. Let's see, day lows currently at 123.28 on ARM there, and yeah, this market is aggressive to the downside. 21.5. We just broke below that 21.5 level here. Let's see what Rumble is up to. Rumble coming back into its VWAP as well. So Rumble, nice little pullback along with the market. You can see here, anchored is sitting at 1078 here on Rumble. So interestingly enough, I did look up the short float on Rumble, and it's over 20%, Neil. So that squeeze that we felt, definitely a little action there. 20% short float on Rumble, and yeah, with a bit of a catalyst, we got a euphoric move from $10 all the way to 12.73s currently on that name. I'm still kind of keeping an eye on it. Missed that initial anchored VWAP hold in and around that $10 level for the push through opening range highs through 11s. That was a really nice trade there. Shout out to anybody who had that one. But yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. I know a lot of people talking about Palantir as well.
Still dumping.
Palantir, what are you up to? Oh my God. Yeah, now you actually have a stronger market tailwind to the downside. Again, this thing's been selling off. This is a 3-minute chart. Look at it. It can't even get back up into VWAP there, and giving up pre-market lows here at that 80-30 level-ish off of the open there. So bit of a wash, but VWAP seems like is the place where participants definitely came into it aggressively, and holding in charge are the shorts, are the sellers, as this ticker continues to the downside here. So let's see, I want to pull it up on a 5-minute and a 15-minute just to take a look. I do like to look at multiple frames here. You can see how clean the selling is on the 15-minute. Volume hasn't really died off, pretty much stable. Yeah, the opening print has some decent volume, but look at that, it's pretty stable since then, doing about 1.2 relative volume as of right now on Palantir. So maybe, do we get a reversion? I don't know. It's not really setting up in my playbook just yet for that, but let's see if we get some more of an extension here. But it is pretty extended off of the open there, coming down about 4% there from, what is this, an open of 80 halves all the way down to 77.40. So let's see if that can catch a bit of a bounce, but the market is bouncing off of that 21.5, Neil. So yeah, a bit of a choppy market today with some aggressive selling both in the pre-market bit of a bid that came in, but that selling comes right back in, going almost into the second hour of the day.
And I want to address, because I see a few people in the chat pointing this out, and we'll be seeing the same thing as you when it comes to all these wicks. And I've seen a few people say this, like Dave in the chat, crazy wicks over and over on the same levels. Can you explain the huge weird candles on Tesla? So I'm seeing this across the board, and unfortunately, like if you have a system which is plotting pretty much all prints on the tape that are off the legitimate off the normal gateways, then you're going to see this. So there's a lot of looks like late reporting dark pool prints, meaning it's traded at a price previously, and these are all causing wicks down on Rumble. You can see it here at 1087 over and over again. The actual local bottom I can confirm is 1150. Here, I'm actually back in this. Well, not back in. I'm in it off of this and giving it to 1150. Let me just get some out at 1-to-1. And it's the same thing, regardless of the stock you're looking at. It's the same phenomenon. Like Tesla, I was watching the level 2 of Tesla. Tesla did not trade down to $415. It was not trading up to $425 either. So you're just getting some late reporting dark pool prints, and they are going to mess your chart up. The best thing you can do is some platforms allow you to block them. I don't like that because then you're missing a bunch of prints. But if you're watching a level 2, you get a good sense of what the price is anyway. So Tesla actually held on to 418 at that bottom. In the moment, it kind of shook me off of that trade, seeing that wick, but it is now holding well above the 420. As I said, I'm now into Rumble for the first time. Might have just missed that bottom on Tesla. Rumble, let's see. I mean, it did a dip. It held on well above VWAP. Holds on to $11.50, now headed to $12.50. I don't really, look, it's a squeeze at this point, right? So I tend to think of things like, okay, you get back above 1240, which should be an out in front of that 30 level. I shouldn't be offering 40s. When looking at that daily chart, I should be covering some in the 30s there. And if it can break away from that, you're looking at 13 and then 1380. So those are levels to watch for me on Rumble. And if we can hold through a break of the high, then I'll look to add somewhere on trend or just hold it into that 14 dream. At this point, can't turn it into a losing trade. Sometimes you've got to join the one that's strong, and that's the way to get into it. And hopefully this can be a little bit of a touchdown here for Rumble.
Nice. Yeah, nice trade there on the pullback, Neil. Definitely caught that piece all the way back up, 1230s right now. So yeah, I'm just observing this one. I'm watching Rigetti as well. Again, talking about Rigetti, the quantum names have been pretty interesting, and haven't really been participating with them. I haven't really been participating with them as much as I really should be, and finding that out on Friday. I was talking to a bunch of traders, and they were like, yeah, we were trading, QUBT and some of these IONQ, some of these quantum names as well. On the who knows? Is this the front side of the move? Is this the back side of the move there? But relatively fresh as some of these catalysts coming out as of recent over the past few weeks there. So this could just be the beginning on some of these names here going into the new year. Now, quantum technologies as well, definitely interesting stuff. We hear about, you like science fiction?
A little bit.
Remember when quantum computing was a thing of science fiction?
It's still, well, I mean, it's...
Well, we're getting we're getting there, and we're taking steps.
You know how far away you could be years and years and years away from like major breakthroughs in quantum computing. But you are starting to get there, right? Like the breakthrough for Alphabet was pretty impressive. Yeah. But that's
how it happened.
You know, like you're not cracking cracking crypto. You're not cracking crypto, and it's going to take a long time. As a matter of fact, they threw a lot of cold water on that notion. That said, I want to mention there actually are moves happening in some of these, like QUBT here. Yeah, you're not cracking crypto. QUBT it's downward trending, but it has a chance to break that trend, and it gets a little bit interesting here when you pull out the chart. This looks weak, but then it bounced right off prior close, so find support at the prior close, and then you could be breaking trend up. Like that would be a nice break of the trend, and then maybe a retest of that $20 level. So you got to have eyeballs on that. Right now, Rumble looking pretty good. I don't like what I'm seeing in some of these chips, however. You know, like this is what NVIDIA looks like, lower highs, and now underneath VWAP. Intel, I still think has a chance, and it just it's strong. It's a little stronger. It's bouncing off VWAP here, which I like. So this one's bouncing off VWAP and going back into the highs. So I feel like there could be some strength worth exploiting here on Intel, and just a little bit distinctly different. Like this and AMD look good, and Nvidia doesn't look that strong at all. So I feel like buying the dip on Intel is going to make some sense off of VWAP, and then leave the weak stocks to their own devices. So Rumble's looking okay, but I'd rather be looking over at something like an INTC or an AMD to get back into it. And just to go back over to Rum, it still hasn't broken out that high. Whoops. You're still chilling out. Nice strong trend back up, but if it loses $11.50, I'm not holding it to VWAP. As I said before, none of these wicks down here at 11 are real. The actual hold was at about $11.50. So that's what I want to give this to and hold through the high of the day. Bearded Warrior Trade says Google looks very weak. No, does it really? Oh yeah, it does. Yuck. Yuck. That looks terrible for Alphabet. I always want to zoom out when I haven't taken a very close look at the stock on the day, and it does not look good. See that topping tail candle at the 52-week high? And then topping tail candle today at the lower high, and all of a sudden breaking down underneath Friday support. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. I think consolidation underneath the prior close for a continuation trade. That doesn't look very good at all there for Google. You got to find the strong stocks, right? Like you've got AMD and Intel looking good. You've got Rumble looking good. Everything else is looking pretty weak.
Yeah, so...
Also pretty weak here is the IWM, though it has been struggling especially hard since the FOMC drop on Wednesday. It had a little bit of a recovery here on Friday, but now we're below 220 in IWM, down about 1% right now in the day for that Russell 2000. For a small cap here, and to be clear, all of these are very volatile, so definitely proceed with caution. DRCT, no catalyst here for Direct Digital, up about 98%, lots of halts, lots of volatility. We're talking up 100%, down, up 100%, then up 50%. So lots of bounces around here for DRCT with a market cap around $4.5 million, float of around 3 million shares. Next up here, we have RAPT. This one does have a catalyst, still up about 100%, though pretty removed from its highs. RAP Therapeutics set to raise $150 million in a private placement to advance its drug pipeline. Also announced a collaboration here with a Chinese pharmaceutical company. And last but not least, LAES. This company has been announcing one catalyst or another over the last week. SealsQ, this is now a quantum-related catalyst, basically saying they have a quantum-resistant technology to tackle any potential resistance that Bitcoin might have with regards to quantum. So BTC and quantum relationship being explored by LAES, which does have a 10.5% short float, guys. To you.
Yeah, so a lot of interest again coming into the quantum space, and it seems like some of these tickers are adapting. Putting it's a classic. You throw a quantum in your name or a quantum in some of your reports, and I think I heard Adair in the morning mention earlier. Oh, this article has quantum mentioned X number of times. Yeah, again,
where have we seen this before?
.com.
There was .com.
NFTs. Crypto.
It was the yada crypto. Remember, it was Long Island iced tea was the big one.
Oh.
It was, I'm trying to remember what they changed. It doesn't really matter what they changed names to, but you just throw some crypto, sprinkle a crypto name in it, and then it was AI, and now it's just like quantum. So introducing Quantum TV Live, which is our new branding. Obviously, we'd never do some nonsense like that. No, it's just, you got to be careful. Be careful, because I think most of the time people don't really know what they're getting into with some of these. All right, a little bit of a dip here in Intel. I want to wet my beak to steal a Sharifism here above VWAP and above 19.8. So just very quickly, just to recap on this one, there's your breakout from Friday highs. That's 1975. Then you put in a local high of 19.8 at the open. So that's kind of the target area. I'm taking 85s now, but that's the target area to be long. And I feel like if you lose this prior bar low, which is 73, it's an easy out. So I want to join the trend always where possible. So Intel, 2% up, looking relatively strong. That's why I like it. and let's see if we can get some continuation. Oh, wow, there goes. Okay, now Rumble wants the high. See? Rumble can do it. Rumble trying to take out that high one more time. One more time for your mind. Double top here on Rumble. We've got the trend up. If it fails a 13 break, then I don't mind jumping out and then working my way back into it. So 13 is a level on the daily. So if it fails this breakout, I'd probably tighten it up, make sure we bank the win, and then work on into something else. But the new position for me is joining this Intel long trade, as I just heard another name making a power move. But in the chat there, Scuba Hank NYC. You know what's hilarious? There's a dude in our high school football pool with Sean and myself, and we went to a buddy from high school. Like he Scuba, and then his name was actually a nickname that he absolutely hated, but that we gave to him in high school. So that reminds me of that. Can you talk about the last 10 1-minute candles on Tesla? So I was mentioning this before, and you can see it as well when I was just showing my Rumble chart. These are all just bad dark pool wicks. So late reporting prints in the dark and all at the same price. It's happening on almost every single stock I'm looking at in North America. So most stocks I'm looking at have it, and I was just showing you Rumble, same thing, different price. So they're just late reporting wicks. The stock is not trading to that price in that moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of just awestruck here with this Rumble, man. I'm just like, all right, well, this thing is now almost a $13 ticker. But again, I was talking to Wayne about this in the pre-market as well. I was like, yeah, it looks pretty solid there. It has a catalyst, 20% short float, and it's holding anchored as well, pretty nicely. Yeah, maybe just watch that anchored VWAP area for any sort of interesting action there. Now, shout out to Wayne. He did have this long off of that $10 level, and I'm pretty sure he's pretty much done with this trade. But this trade is so good, it continues to go, pushing to the upside here, Neil. So it seems like the squeezing action is not done just yet here, giving us again. We talk about some of that holiday spirit. And it's definitely coming in with this rum here on the day. And again, of course, rum always giving us a little bit of that holiday spirit, whether it's a ticker or not, right? So I'm joking. I'm watching.
You need the nog with it, though.
You say you need the nog with it. Yeah. I got to watch. So because I am in the RGTI, I'm also having eyes on this IONQ. Again, same sector. One of the leaders has been doing quite well here on IONQ in terms of market cap. Let's see what IONQ is holding. A $9 billion market cap right here on IONQ, and a bit of a downtrend here. And RGTI holding relatively well as well. So let's see if and when IONQ catches maybe a little bit of a bounce. We're extended to the downside a little bit here, down over about 4 points. Oh boy, what is that? Down $4.20, Neil, currently with the current low. Interestingly enough. All right, so let's see if this continues to sell off then. But RGTI holding up relatively well on its own catalyst today. Now, I don't know how significant the catalyst is, but the relative strength is what has me a little interested here. Watching CCL as well. We talk about that day 2 earnings on CCL here. Wow, Rumble 13. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing hits 15 today, Neil. With the way this thing's squeezing and
I believe anything the way it's moving.
Yeah, with the way it's moving. Another thing about holiday trading is like, all right, everyone's looking for something to trade, and we're looking for catalysts. We're looking for things with relative volume here. Rumble definitely fulfills a lot of that criteria. 29 times, 30 times relative volume on Rumble, continuing to push to the upside here. So definitely is being participated with. Is Rumble? Everyone's taking part on the rum here as it continues to the upside, and 13s blowing past 13s. Man, this is absolutely wild. I mean, no regrets. Trying not to have a little bit of FOMO there, but that again was in retrospect, sure, was a solid trade to that 13.
You know what psyched you out though?
The wash off.
But there was literally there was no volume in the pre-market.
Yeah,
none.
That as well.
No volume at all in the pre-market, which usually is indicative of, hey, this is a gap up that might lose it. So I was saying things like, and you can rewind the tape. I'm like, I think Rigetti could be a little bit better today, or like something that was doing volume in the pre-market. And then it did this at the open, which is rinse the bottom, trap some shorts. And once it did that a couple of times, this is where it got. Obviously, you want to have this, if you're not in here, you want to be able to catch it once it's made that breakout, because now hey, there's something happening here you want to be involved in. But once you miss those trades, all you got is the next available dip. And we say this all the time. You just got to look for the next trade, man. Like don't cry over spilt milk and don't get so much. The thing about getting that, it's not about the FOMO. You get all those regrets in there and you're like, oh, I've missed a trade, and you can sit there and just be mad at yourself. Find another setup. If it's going to go all day long, there should be other ways to get into it. It's not the same example, but like Intel sustaining this breakout. So now I'm into it. We'll give it into VWAP here, and maybe we can get a press into some of those highs. But the market is not doing a heck of a lot to help this move. As far as I'm concerned, this market does not want to help us whatsoever. We're basically hanging out in the red on the NASDAQ. You got a couple of chip names which are doing okay, but you're hanging out underneath afternoon or close, and then underneath overnight support. So if we can close this in the green, this would look like a failed break of the lows on the NASDAQ and maybe a slow grind higher. But for now, it's looking pretty solid because we're holding on to that bid. So the strong stocks, I don't mind getting back into these longs or getting into some longs. And if you're looking for shorts, I know the name that we like the most. It was ARM. Unfortunately, ARM came all the way down into that wick bottom from Friday and is now bouncing off it. So I might have just completely missed the boat on the ARM short, and I'm not going to chase it down here. Rather play these bounce plays like we just got Intel. We're just showing you back into the high. If it can break out the high, get another fill into 20, and then just ride the trend into the upside. This has been a trend joiners type of day. And as I say that, hey, Rumble just got back underneath 13, Obi.
Yeah.
It's still
holding trend quite well here. RZTI coming into some of these consolidation highs. Let's see what that has in store for us. But before that, let's see what's going on in the world of crypto.
There's a lot of crypto-related catalysts we could talk about today. There is that MicroStrategy new Bitcoin purchase here of just over 5,000 Bitcoin, bringing its total to over 440,000 Bitcoin held. But I also want to talk about VanEck predictions for crypto in 2025. VanEck is an asset management firm. They also do run some ETFs, including SMH, which is a semiconductor ETF. But I'm seeing this article going over some of their predictions here. They called it their 10 crypto predictions for 2025. This was initially published on December 13th, but maybe worth going over, just given that we're almost at the end of this year. They're actually expecting BTC to be valued around 180,000 at highs in 2025, and Ethereum trading above 6,000 at highs. But then they expect a 30% retracement here for Bitcoin, and altcoins here with returns about 60%. They do think there's going to be recovery. So they're seeing a lot, basically, to summarize, of ebb and flow for crypto in the coming years. Keep an eye on BTC and Ethereum with that in mind. Let's also take a look here at these other coins. So Bitcoin here, just go back to this chart because I want to mention we have a bit of an uptrend that was broken here on BTC in the daily chart. So we have these lower highs coming up here. Then as of this move on Thursday after the FOMC sell-off, we struggle a little bit. We had a bottoming tail candle coming back here on Friday as low as, I think 92,000 looks like was our low here, 92,400. And then the weekend sell-off, despite the fact that we actually tried to bounce a little bit this morning. So with that in mind, where's our next potential level of resistance? Let's see what we do here at Friday's low, around that 92,000 level. 92,000 was also a low going back to Thursday, December 5th. So let's see what we do here just above 92,000. We have about 1,000 until we get to that point. As of right now, hanging at around 93.6, down about 2%. Ethereum's basically flat right now, slightly up on the day, around that 3,300 level. XRP down about 2.84%. BNB up 2.7%. Solana up about 1.4%. So very mixed look here for the crypto space. Keep an eye here, and of course, always be safe in these markets, especially with lower volume, given that it is a holiday shortened trading week. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Rumble continuing to the upside as well. Can't stop, won't stop.
Well, you know what? No, I'm not going to do it.
Fresh eyes.
I keep forgetting you can't do that anymore, man.
Can't do what?
You can't do the can't stop, won't stop. It's just not the same.
What do you mean?
Diddy, man. Okay.
Oh, is that who? I don't even know who that's from. I just know it's a saying.
Yeah.
Is that actually from Diddy?
Yeah, that's from.
Oh,
That's
damn.
from Diddy. Yeah.
That
that's
makes
what-
that I can see how that could potentially make it worse.
It doesn't feel right.
Boy.
Just doesn't feel right. I just can't do it. You can't do it. But Rumble can do it as it continues to go higher. So we keep Rumble hold 13. All right. So by the way, Intel, a weird like 1995 top, which I don't need an offer out in front of that one. We'll let it break out that top. But Rumble needs to hold on to 13. The last couple of times it's gone up, you've been like wick top, trying to hold on to the trend. It did not break. So it looked like it was breaking the trend. Like this bar was a bit of a wick, and then it held on to this prior bar high where my trailing stop was. And once we establish a new one, I'll probably move that trail to continue to go higher. This one has been an absolute rocket ship, but I don't want to look a gift horse in the night. See? How nicely wrapped gift that is. At some point, any squeeze name can do a big reversion back into VWAP or prior highs. So now that you've broken away from 13, I want to give it to the prior bar underneath that. I said if 13 failed, I wanted to jump out of it because it was a level on the daily chart. We got another one running here, DRCT. This one, I mean, on pretty large volume, DRCT has halted several times and is probably going to go into another halt. It's on 12 million shares. This was a penny stock on Friday. It was a penny stock. Heck, it was a penny stock a half an hour ago, and now going into a halt at 156. The issue with this is, count them up. You know, halt up, halt down, halt up, halt down, halt up, no, another halt up. So it's halted multiple times. Doesn't look like it's very stable, but clearly it's going and the trend looks very good. But it's like Rumble's just a safer one in terms of volume and volatility. It's giving you a little bit of both. What's crazy is as Intel just broke the highs, NVIDIA is breaking down. I remember originally was going for the long in NVIDIA and then moved away from that to first AMD and now over to Intel. Well, that's because you're getting a series of lower highs and just weakness on NVIDIA. Whereas this is trending higher, so why not join the strong stock? You know, there's red candles, but it's still trending up. If you pull up a 15-minute, the only red candle provided you with a dip buy opportunity on Intel. So like this is a strong one. NVIDIA is not participating. The market, however, is looking like it might be running out of a little bit of steam in the NASDAQ. Oh.
A little bit of a steam run out here. Let's see what Adara has to say with some breaking news.
Keep an eye on a handful of these Mag 7 tickers here. The information reporting that NVIDIA is looking to rival AWS, of course, Amazon Web Services, with its cloud services and software business. We're also seeing it. This is all coming from the information. Apparently, OpenAI is developing server chips and browser to reduce its dependence on NVIDIA and Google. So this looks like kind of a summary here of headlines from the information. Regardless, being circulated around social media right now, so keep an eye on NVDA, GOOGL, and AMZN. Interesting here, though, that Amazon apparently and NVIDIA both in that server space here, guys. Back to you.
All right, so eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, and foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data and instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning-fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize, analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning and predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data, up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global markets. It's got everything that you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. eSignal. Solid platform. Bit of a you were talking about a bit of a wipe somewhere. Where did that happen?
It was in it's not a wipe, but if you have execution rules to get in, you got to have execution rules to get out. So if I'm joining the trend on Rumble, so there's your break of the high, there's your pullback, and there's your higher low. When it breaks this upward trend and loses 13, I'm going to jump out of the trade. So we got 1160s in. We'll get like 1290 something out. I'll double check in a second. We got filled somewhere in there. But it could still go. But once it broke that trend, if I was bearish, I'd be looking short entry there. But if I'm long, I'm looking cover. So all I'm going to do is cover the trade, look for the next opportunity in Rumble, just get in, get out, Sometimes things slow down in the second half of the day, although, as you can see, like the second it broke that trend, it might actually close this, which would be insane. If this closes the bar at a fresh high after that trend break, this thing probably will hit that 15 you were talking about, Obi. That's nuts. Like, it came all the way down to 1260 from 13.4. I trail out, it's right back to 13.25. Rumble is on one at this point. I'm not jumping into anything this high. I feel like that's a little bit crazy, but what a power move there for Rumble. I still have my eyeballs on it. We'll see if we can't find another trade. Intel just broke 20, so why did I not have an order above? Let me just get a couple of fills in there off the 4 and 5 range. So Intel off of VWAP-ish. We got 1982s. It's kind of a random year, but now let's see if we can't get back in. I think 2040 is an ultimate target here. 2040 is an ultimate target on Intel. So scalping out in front of the 10s and then the 20s and then the 30s. Well, it's Intel, so you get it. Every 10 cents is worthy here because it's a $20 stock, right? Like, you're not looking for dollar moves on Intel. That's like a 5% move. So you got to respect, like, every 10 pennies is half a point. So if we can get that push, I like the 20s, 30s, and the 40s here on Intel. Just joining a strong one that has a nice little gap fill up 2.5%. The market's flat, so obviously some relative strength here in Intel as it continues to go. Been a good day today so far. I mean, the only thing that actually didn't work was just my poor execution on Tesla. And you can argue about the dark pool wicks and all that stuff, but like maybe that little all these bad wicks, maybe misread it and not get back in. But ultimately, 420 does hold, but it holds on the back end of the trade. Still always trying to get it sometimes on the front end. That's just it's a psychological thing. Anytime you find yourself, you love the level, but you don't allow it to give you the trade. I said, hey, look for a failed breakdown underneath. There's your failed breakdown. This is your trade back out in front, and it never looked back and got to VWAP. So if your only red trade is one that technically worked, you just didn't execute poorly, then you should be happy with your day and just look to refine some of these. I feel like my lesson of the day, I should stop talking about this because the lesson of the day is going to involve better execution on something like this. So I don't want to spoil it. Tune back in at 12 o'clock. I'll be talking about a way not to get rinsed or to maybe capture these moves a little bit better. Because the funny thing is, the worse it is for the longs out in front, the better it is on the way back through.
Yeah, so Sharif talking about GameStop breaking out as well right now. He did mention it a little earlier here. So yeah, kind of coming into some prior weeks levels. So interestingly enough,
wow.
Michael Noss was talking about this.
Do it.
About a bunch of people trading from home, and guess what tickers might be running. And he is definitely not wrong there. Look at that prior day high. We do wash it there, and then pulls back into 30 for another push back up. A bit of a double top breakout from last week. We can see Thursday and Friday as well. Let's see if we can get to these highs, 3180s, and some change there from last week. Let's see what we got going on in the sectors with Sector Watch.
A lot of these sectors are really red. Chief among them, retail trade. Walmart leading this group to the downside, getting sued as of this morning by CFPB with regards to some of the driver practices. Keep an eye here in WMT. Costco, Home Depot also to the downside. Finance pretty weak here. Producer manufacturing, consumer services, commercial services, energy, minerals, process industries, consumer non-durables, all to the downside. Now, we do have Eli Lilly, the one bright spot here in health technology. As Sharif mentioned, this morning, their Zepbound is now also approved for sleep apnea, so great look here for LLY. Tesla holding up this consumer durable sector. UNH trying to continue to bounce here along with these health services names. And, of course, the technology sector on watch. There's a distinct difference between these two technology sectors. Tech services a lot weaker across the board. Meta to the upside. We did have Financial Times reporting that they're going to be including displays with their Ray-Ban glasses as of late 2025. And then we also have electronic technology, NVIDIA, Broadcom, A&D, Qualcomm, all nicely to the upside in this sector, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adair. Rumble's starting to get spicy. It's back underneath that 13. This is where, now that it's pulled back, it broke that trend, you could see another dip into VWAP. The last time it did the same setup, right? Like, it looked pretty bearish and then managed to hold out in front of VWAP. And now that it's extended further, sometimes you expect the dip to be a little bit further. So I'd watch for that $12 level there. Oh, DVDR43, you were speaking my language here. Let me shout you out in the chat. First of all, DVDR43, 43. Walmart dip buy here. So I see what's going on in Walmart too, and I will cop to this. And sometimes we get, like we're talking about we're doing our rundown, all that stuff in the morning. I'm stink bidding in front of the 50 period on the daily here, my personal account on Walmart. Like I'm on the bid, I think, what did I put, 87.42 or something like that. I like the number 42. So a lot of times, if I'm bidding in front of 87, decent chance I'm putting 22 or 42, just psychologically, it's fun for me. But it's, what is the meaning of the universe? That's the entire reason. No, but Walmart, on a good stock, trending up, since this earnings in August, like the August lows, 50 period hold. Hasn't been able to break it on the way back in. So a DCA in front of that makes sense. I like the $80 level. I'd buy some more in front of 80 as well. So your mind, I'm with you on that one, almost 100%. Whoa, that is one heck of a rejection candle. What the heck was that, Intel? Oh no, it's not an NZ stock. All right, black chart. Yeah, see that candle in there? Good thing we got some profit out in front of 2040, but this has a chance to pull right back into VWAP on its own. So we're still holding on to we're holding on to about 40% of this trade as we only got a couple of legs out, but that's a pretty hefty pullback there on Intel. And a few things did the exact same move. As we're looking at them, I just give it a little bit of time to reload. And Intel here, there's the dip. It's still holding on to the prior high, so that's good. But if you get back into VWAP, remember that's where we got in long the first way. We're able to get that 1% move from 19.8 into 20 into over 20s, but you got to be careful when it makes this big of a dip. Not looking super enticing, that dip buy to jump on the bid. Hang back. Like there's no need to rush back into this trade unless we're getting the price that we want, and we can still play in the upward trend. And I think some of that might have had to do with what just happened. I just looked over at NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA had just gotten above VWAP, and then it lost VWAP, probably dragged a few things down with it. So NVIDIA's up 1%, but it hasn't looked as strong as the other chip names. It's trying to do a rounded bottom, whereas Intel and AMD have been consistently strong the whole way through, Obi.
Yeah, those chips are pretty holding their move relatively well, and not only just AMD and Intel, Neil, it's TSM as well. So TSM holding relatively well as well. Here we can take a quick look on TSM. So you can see holding above that VWAP, bit of a toppy action here, 204s, but holding, consolidating pretty much sideways here, distinctly different from the Nasdaq as of right now. But taking a look at some of these other chip names, you can look at Micron distinctly different to the downside as well. We were looking at ARM in the morning session. We kind of pulled back up into so I put in that anchored, if you guys remember, on that flush that we had coming in on Friday, and then that flush continues right off of the open. That was really nice if you were looking for that continuation of that initial reaction. Comes back into that anchored VWAP from Friday and holding as of right now. So going to be interesting to see where this one closes relative to that anchored going into the close today. And SMCI on watch as well, kind of consolidating tightly here with a high of 3260s. Couldn't quite get past this pre-market high, so a bit of a double topping action at that 32 and change, 3260s there on SMCI after giving us that strong push on Friday up into 3340s for a pullback down. Look at this consolidation in the afternoon session, consolidating sideways in a tight range for over about 2.5 hours here. We're trading just below that, but look at these bottoms here. Every time it's come up here, we've kind of knocked on it, kind of bid back up, making lower highs. We double topped as well. So let's see what SMCI has in store for us here, but not really doing what the market is, because the market's holding up really well, and SMCI trading looking a little bit weaker than the rest of these some of these chip names here. Let's see what else there is. CCL to the downside as well. CCL looking weak. HMC, Honda Motor Company, that one was one on the watch list this morning with their news of a potential merger with Nissan, and look at that. in the pre-market doing some significant volume, but then again, this ticker probably doesn't do as much volume on the daily here. We can take a look at what the daily average volume is. 1.52 million shares daily 30-day average. We've already traded about 2.2 million, and it hasn't even been about 2 hour or an hour and a half since the open here, coming into that 11 o'clock mark. So a lot of interesting moves. What have you guys been trading? Don't tell me Rumble, RGTI. We've already been looking at those. Have you guys been trading anything else? I know I was watching Nike as well for a day 2 move. Nike had a strong move off of the open there. Let's pull this chart back in. Nike was looking good off of the open, but giving it back here on Nike. Yeah. So I still have some charting here from last week on this name. I did take this reversion off of the anchored. It came in pretty nicely here, reversion to VWAP, and you can see the price pretty much compressed beautifully between the anchored between intraday VWAP as well. Absolutely beautiful compression there going into the close. And today we attempted to break the range at the highs, but we're consolidating tightly back underneath anchored VWAP. Let's see what Adair has to say with Money Talks, though.
Here is the US dollar, still trying to hold on here to these recent breakout areas that we've made. We had this push up here on Wednesday as the rest of the market fell during the FOMC meeting. DXY pushed higher. We did fall a little bit on Friday with a stronger than, or I guess in line, Michigan consumer sentiment print there, but lower than expected Michigan consumer inflation prints for the longer term. Now trying to balance off of that drop from Friday. As of right now, we're in that 108.2 level. We did get a weaker than expected CB consumer confidence print here for December, so our second consumer confidence print after Michigan's a little bit lower than expected, 104.7 versus 112.9 expected. The prior number here was 111.7, but it was actually revised upwards to 112.8. So this number, regardless, coming in below expectations here. So this consumer is not as confident, according to the CB metric, as previously expected. We did also get some new home sales data coming through. This was a revision here for November, 5.9% here for new home sales change month over month. That is compared to the forecast of 9.8% and the previous print of negative 17.3. So lower than the forecast, higher than the previous print there for these home sales. It is going to be a lighter week for everything, including for some of this economic data. But tomorrow, despite the shorter day, we actually do get Richmond Fed Composite Index coming through at 10 a.m. So I'll give you guys that number at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Keep an eye as well on the 2-year note auction coming through at 1 p.m., guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adara.
Yeah, we're just
actually, you know what? Let me go to, we have less than 10 minutes to go. So let me address something here with AMD. AMD, which ultimately I got out of AMD and went long Rumble and Intel. Now, Rumble went $1 on a $12 stock, so you can't be mad with it. It's like, okay, well, AMD was losing the breakout level that I liked. At the moment, it's like, get back into AMD or prioritize Rumble. Ultimately, you could argue it's the same trade, but like I just like the volume on Rumble. It just felt like it was the more likely to go. That said, if you look at where AMD, I think, is headed, it all comes back down to this channel for me. And this, we talked about this in several contexts, but AMD has been channel down since this test of October's high. So like it bounced off the October low. There's your higher low. There's your higher highs. And it did this trend. So since it made that top and pulled back in, it's very cleanly been bouncing off the bottom of this trend line. That bounce on Friday. It's more like 130, the top of the trend line here, and that's more just an area. But if AMD presses into this 128, that's a mean reversion for me. If I see this move another $1, a couple of dollars here, I'm going to look for the short in AMD based on that trend. You have to remember, yes, it is strong today, and it did a couple of breakout trades today. But when it gets into there, I got to respect the reason why this is maybe a technical move in AMD, which is the channel on the daily. So higher time frame picture says when it gets into here, start looking for resistance levels. Still a couple of dollars to go. And if it gets there, I'll look for the reversion. Not yet, but certainly going to be on watch for me. In the middle of the day, in the afternoon, all that good stuff. What looked like another chance for GameStop to break 32, it failed 31 and back at VWAP. So it's still got a shot. But every single time I say, wake me up when this gets to 32, and we're not getting to that 32 level yet. I don't want to completely give up on it. Still up a couple points here. And I think you got to look. Sometimes on days like today or weeks like this week, you got to look on over to some of the small cap names. One of them that's now really on the radar, I see Looks Bright and Luke's Bright, or if that's your name in the chat, and a few others. What an unbelievable V shape here for QBTS. This thing dropped a full $1 after failing a breakout of Friday's high, and it's right back at Friday's high and above it. That's a pretty bullish look. So I think it's got a very decent shot here. Like, look at the consolidation on a 15-minute, more clear that if it can hold above $8, give you like an entry between 8 and 8.20, consolidate there, any breakout's got a ton of room, minimum to 8.50 and then the $9 level. So this is going to be on the radar in addition to looking for a re-entry into Rumble, which could be tricky. Like this, I thought we'd pull back into VWAP after that trail out. Rumble wants no part of it. Rumble just continues off the high. So I don't really have an entry yet into Rumble. This is not a time to rush into it. It's, you know, it's 10.55. I think if you have a strong trend, there should be a couple of opportunities in. But QBTS now on the radar for me. And I see a few people saying, look at Snapchat. Why? Is Snapchat doing something I should be paying attention to? What's Snapchat up to today? Oh, that's not good. Oh, and here I thought maybe we'd be looking at something a little bit more bullish. Yikes. Yeah, Snapchat down 3 points. Well, you know, the good thing is you can trade in both directions. Because Snapchat, if this loses like 1080, that looks like a good flat bottom break for a short, certainly. I don't know if there's much I see here unless, I guess today you could look for a long off the bottom reverting because the market seems to want to climb back up. Like, it's not a terrible look. There's been support down here underneath $11. But for a bigger opportunity, I'd say, given that this is pulling back, it looks more like a continuation shorter into the 50 period. Sometime this week would be a better trade. But yeah, but a scalp trade off the low doesn't look too bad here on Snapchat. I'd stay away. Like, I want to stick with the strong stocks, man. Like Rumble, getting back into Rumble should be a priority for me because it's a strong one.
Yeah, Rumble is aggressive. Like, we're about to print some fresh highs. Yeah. How crazy is that?
You can't stop this thing.
It's just yeah. Again, one of the I would argue one of the best moving tickers on the day when it comes to some of these small mid caps. And yeah, holding trend very, very well with that catalyst. And again, we talk about some of the short float, right? Short float definitely playing a little bit of a part here. Yep. Along with that catalyst. We did almost 20. I think it was Finviz said 21% on Rumble. Let me just make sure once again here. Yeah, short float. Yeah, 21.42%. On Rumble is the short float, and look at that. Every little pullback gets bought right back up here and continues to the upside. So I'm sure if you throw up like a moving average or you throw up some sort of a trend, again holding trend lines as well, you can see that it's holding up its gains quite well. No real kind of trend break in trend just yet, but I don't know if I want to. I wouldn't know if I want to. Revert this ticker just yet with the kind of strength it's showing.
It's too strong.
Again, if you want to call it holiday trading, even though it's doing some decent amount of volume on the day today. VWAP all the way down at 1172. What did you say? Amazon? Amazon, oh boy, all right. What is Amazon up to, Sharif? Amazon breaking some fresh highs of the day right now. So yeah, thanks, Sharif. I'll keep an eye on that one there. And kind of a laggard when it comes to some strength here. Tesla catching a bit of a bounce as well, not yet quite at its high a day. So it seems like out of these Mag 7, we've got to check Meta real quick as well.
Tesla looks good,
Mag
man.
7,
looks good.
Amazon is the first one to break high a day right now, Neil. So market coming in there, we held that 21.5 pretty well. We talk about this area kind of showing us a little bit of a bid a couple of times, and we get a strong flush through that 21.5 and catching a nice little bit up to 21.6s. So a bit of a 100-point move there on the NASDAQ as well. Continuing to make lower highs and lower lows, though. Bigger picture is so far what I'm seeing here on both the futures. So interestingly enough, 13 halves on Rumble. Oh boy, Neil.
It can't be stopped.
Where's the next trade?
I mean, like, there's no, you have to take the first available dip. I think a lot of times, like, you can want something to set up. I was just pointing out Tesla actually looks really strong. It broke through the VWAP resistance at 428. It's now holding another trend after a pullback into VWAP. So I think this one, like, for a join on the next available dip, it makes sense. And when I say the next available dip, sometimes you just gotta, like, look at it. When it starts going red, you can get out. But the second it makes that reversion, and it's right in here. You know, like, okay, like, this is where it dipped to, big, strong hold, and then look at it hold, nice little tight consolidation off 13, which allows you, like on this candle here, you could be long 13.20 with a stop under this prior bar high, 12.95. If you can find a trade on a stock trading like this for 25 cents worth of risk, when its moves are like $1 on trend, like this last trend when you get in, it's a, no, it's not a perfect exit, but I'm still getting $1.30 on a bad trail out. Like, you can be holding, you can get a better exit here and be getting $1.50. So 25 cents risk is actually pretty good because you can get 1-to-1 on that in a couple of minutes. On a 3-minute chart, you're getting that on a single bar. I think sometimes just the first available dip, forget about something like VWAP, and then just try to get into the trade. And, you know, we're just trying to educate in real time. Like, I didn't get back into this, and I think I was looking for too big of a dip back in, and unfortunately, it doesn't want to give it to me. I do want to point out a couple of things. We haven't talked much about crypto, so I wanted to go over why do I have a 5-minute up? Sometimes I feel like my trading view chart changes time frames on its own, or I'm just going crazy. But if you look at what's going on in Bitcoin, it's holding underneath 94. We have a nice consolidation. It looks like we're trending back into this 92 level. So when I see that, my first thought is, okay, we're probably bleeding on Mara and might have missed a short trade. I don't know why I wasn't thinking short in Mara like usual today, because that could have been easy. That's low-hanging fruit there when it failed $20. That said, if Bitcoin's going to bounce off of 92, then Mara at Friday's low looks like a bit of a mean revert. Where else is Mara? There's your 200 period moving average that's trying to hold on. So it's coming back into a key resistance, into a support level, and if you can look at it, it's trying to mean revert here. We've already got one bottom at 19, and if you put a trend line from here, you have a chance to break this trend line, hold on to 19 even, and pull back into VWAP. So I got Mara on the mind as well. Is it already 11 o'clock? You gotta be.
It's already 11.
Yeah, whatever. Sometimes I just see an opportunity. I'm like, hey, this trade is setting up, and I want to get that out to you guys. But apparently it is 11 o'clock. Rumble's at $14.
15s maybe.
Because of course it is. It's going to 15, it looks like.
Boy.
But it's been a fun one this morning. Can't believe how quickly time flies. But we're sending you guys to the Bash Brothers. It's Sharif. It's Joseph. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and we did not plan this.
Yo, you know what? I didn't even really take it in until we came up on the screen.
I know, it's
but
a
we've
lot
been doing
closer.
that the past couple days.
I don't know, bro. Whatever. We think alike, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to a proper dang Paradox. Jared, they are joining us in the house as well. Shout out to ADL, Adam DeLuce. Ho, ho, ho. Good morning to you as well, my man. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream and then give the old shout out. Are you buying Bitcoin this holiday fire sale? The answer is yes. Fabian, make sure to go and have a look at the polls. We're going to throw up a few polls in the chat. Shout out to New York City Urbanista and Fat Figa. Whatever you say, bruh. I know. He doesn't believe us. He thinks we're organizing it. Shout out to Brandon Townsend and Benson. We got drops, trades, and the world's greatest mod. Hasn't rolled over yet. That's okay. It's okay. We're going to wait. We're no rush today. Kind of a holiday shortened week, obviously. We can kind of take it easy. Get some good small cap gapper trades because that's kind of what's moving today, guys. Multiple triple digit winners. Still waiting for everyone to come on over from the other stream. YouTube taking its sweet time. It's on holiday time too. These algos, these programs, they need love as well. So I guess we'll keep waiting for the people to come on over. All right, I'm just gonna start talking, and then as I see people coming over from the other stream, we'll start addressing them. So here's what we're looking at so far in terms of small cap gappers. DRCT. the biggest, the baddest mover of the market today, up a light 256%, currently halted to the upside right now. I've got my eye on ZDGE or ZDGE for my American friends. This was also up 34%, looking awfully good here above the VWAP and the 10 exponential. And how can I not mention GameStop? We traded this one to no end on Friday as well. So we'll look to get some more GameStop trades in today. But TRAW getting my attention right now as it works into that volume weighted average price in around $15. This one's also up 203%. Keep an eye on that. Rigetti, the boys were talking about this one in the morning show. We'll keep an eye on it, up about 22% or change. RAPT, this was a triple-digit winner until it wasn't, and now it's breaking down below that volume-weighted average price. So we will we'll give that one a look when it reclaims, if it reclaims VWAP, RELI, and then the biggest and the baddest of them all printing into the high day right now. Rumble, RUM, up 94%, looking to go triple digits. Not sure what's going on with the stream, guys. We're not getting anybody rolling over, so let's have a look at that production team if we're able to. Where nobody's coming in quite yet, so we just got to make sure it's all good there. Fabian on the job, so we'll keep an eye out on that, guys. Looks like ZDGE going to halt to the downside here at 308. I don't have my trading screen up, but I can just tell you, oh, there it is, false halt right back up into 313. So a lot of zig and zag today with these small cap gappers. We're going to definitely keep an eye on Joseph. Anything you're looking at as we wait for people to come on in?
No, I'm actually just looking at RGTI a little bit here, folks. Nothing crazy going on for me this morning. As we do know, we are heading into the holiday season. So today is a little bit of a quiet one for your boy Joe here. But again, looking at RGTI, nothing spectacular. I'm not looking to put on anything monstrous for the upcoming dates until maybe the new year, right? Because we know it's like we got a day off, we're in for a half day, then another day off. So nothing really, no real consistent flow for my style of trading, and that's totally fine because the market will be open in the new year, and then we can get the ball rolling once again here, folks. But again, just looking at RGTI, Rom putting in an absolutely fantastic session as well too. Missed out on that one, totally fine. There's going to be more of those to come. And I'm just watching kind of Bitcoin start to pull back and do that kind of that retracement that we've been looking for the past little while. I mentioned not too long ago I didn't love the price action on this thing from the daily, especially on this leg here. I mentioned it seemed kind of laggard. It wasn't the type of momentum that we were kind of anticipating. That volatility skew didn't step in. We didn't get those massive green days where you're putting in like 10%, 7.5%, and so on. And sure enough, now we're pulling back. But I do have somewhat of a thesis here that I want to see if it does play out, folks. I don't know why this is okay, but anyways, yeah. So I have this candle. It was showing up a slightly different print here on TradingView, so maybe I'll look at that chart as well too. But as long as we can hold this candles low, then maybe I'm thinking that we just consolidate in this phase. It does a little liquab past it, and then we head back to the northeast. But as of right now, this thing's slightly bearish. I'm not expecting too much from Bitcoin in the immediate future, so I'm just gonna pack my patience on that one. And other than that, man, I'm just chilling out, seeing what the market's up to. A little bit of a choppy mess. There's no doubt about that on the Qs on this front. So tech stocks kind of just chopping around, especially NVDA. Yeah, it's not the prettiest hourly chart there.
That's a good-looking inverse head and shoulders.
Yeah, you like that? You like that boom, and then you think we can break some key resistance levels here, brother? Yeah, so there you go. Good look there, Sharif. So that's why there's having good eyes, because I wouldn't even have noticed that there. But we got some nice indecision candles here as well too. And then look at these strong engulfing candles here, Sharif. Just engulfing all this previous session. So those are good looks there. That can show some relative strength, especially after the FOMC here, folks. So let's see what's coming up in the coming hours. But we're gonna send it off to Adara real quick.
Hi, here on BAC, we had some intense selling with volume a couple minutes ago. Now the catalyst coming through. According to the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, this group has issued a cease and desist orders against Bank of America for BSA deficiencies. So Office of the Comptrollers of Currency have basically accusing here BAC, Bank of America, of some of these deficiencies and issuing a cease and desist order. So keep an eye on BAC. Trying to rebound here after some selling, guys. Back to you.
Bank Secrecies Act, guys. That's what BSA stands for. Their Bank Secrecies Act and Sanctions Compliance Program. Very good. Thank you, Adara. Excellent reporting. We're going to keep an eye out on that big volume spike, taking that below the consolidation low. Bank of America now down, Joseph, 2.5%. But we're going to weasel in to the lesson, and it's not a slow. Hey, yeah, we got a lesson, man. It's not really a slow day in small cap gap world, so I'm gonna have hopefully I'll have some fun after we're done this lesson. But it is a slower day if you're usually trading these Mag 7 names, etc. So maybe throw your learning caps on right now, and yeah, let's talk about Chapter 4 of John J. Murphy's technical analysis of the financial markets. We're talking about reversal days. And this is great because, we've been moving up very aggressively in the market lately. So it behooves us to get ready for what a reversal day could look like. But before we're going to do that, we got some bills to pay, Joseph. So let's get right to it.
Got some bills to pay, my guy. So let's jump right into it. Trade ideas. This Christmas, give yourself the gift of smarter trading with Trade Ideas. Don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium, unlock powerful trading tools, insights to take your strategies to the next level. But hurry, this special offer ends December 26th. Use code TRADERTV25 at checkout to save big. Visit TradeIdeas.com today and make the most holiday season your most profitable one yet, folks. So Trade Ideas, make sure you scan that QR code, hit the link in the description, and 25% off, and we'll take that.
We'll take that any day
of the
right
week.
there, baby.
We'll take that any day of the week.
All right, guys. So today we'll dive into the concept of reversal days, a key chart pattern used to identify potential market turning points. This concept is particularly useful in trend analysis, where understanding the market, when the market might reverse, is crucial for effective trading strategies. So, reversal days, they can signal the end of an uptrend, the end of a downtrend, and recognizing them early, especially early, can help traders make more informed decisions. We'll explore the characteristics of a top and a bottom reversal and the significance of volume in reversals and how these patterns can be extended to the weekly, the monthly, and whatever time frame off which you're charting. So let's get right to it, as we always do. We're going to explain things from a very high level. What is the definition of a reversal day? So the book says a reversal day occurs at the top or the bottom of a trend and signals a potential turning point. There are two types of reversals, as I alluded to. There's a top reversal. Prices reach a new high, then they close lower than the previous day's close. I'm going to say that again. We reach a new high, and then we close lower than the previous day's close. That is a key characteristic of it. The bottom reversal day, the exact opposite. Prices hit a new low, but they close higher than the previous day's close. That is the standard off which we base a reversal definition. Okay, and here's the slide, right? There's a top reversal day. Look where we end up closing. Okay, we waffle, and then we end up closing, as if anybody who knows bar charts, we close below the previous day's close. Kind of the opposite over here. We make a new low, and then we end up closing higher than the previous day's close, which is over here. So that's the definition, technically, of when we mean a reversal day. So what are some of the characteristics of a reversal day? Typically, prices open strongly in the direction of the current trend. So a new high for a top reversal or a new low for a bottom reversal. But then later in the day, prices reverse direction. They create a sharp move against the trend by closing either lower or higher, obviously depending on the reversal type. We just posited two. The range, which here is defined as the distance between the high and the low of the day, is usually wider than normal, indicating a significant market action that has taken place with that particular name. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking for there. Those three characteristics kind of what define what we mean by a reversal day. And then there's also an important role that volume plays in reversal. So heavy volume on a reversal day adds weight and significance to it. So for example, if a top reversal occurs on higher than usual volume, it could indicate strong selling pressure. And similarly, a bottom reversal day with high volume is often referred to as a selling climax, quote unquote, where sellers are exhausted and then buyers take over and they take control. You've often heard me use the term buyer exuberance, not exactly the way that I would use it in this particular case, but it is the point at which buyers are saying to the sellers, nope, that's enough. We're moving on up from here. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. And if you're asking me, if you're thinking, well, Sharif, how do I know that particular day is above average volume? A few ways you can do it. You can look at the relative volume. How much RVol are we doing on the day relative to, or how much volume are we doing on the day relative to the relative volume as compared to the relative volume? Are we doing 1 times RVol, 2, 3, 4? If you don't have your RVol indicator, bottom right-hand corner, Trade Ideas gets you that indicator right there, and you get 25% off today. In addition to using relative volume, you can just have a perfunctory look at the volume bars on whatever time frame you're charting. You're executing on the daily, have a look at the previous volume bars. Is today's volume bar, one that stands out relative to the bunch previous? So, several ways you can have an assessment of whether volume is or higher than usual or not. So as we mentioned, a couple of types of reversal days. The top reversal day, let's get into that. So in this case, price moves to a new high during the day, but reverses to close below the previous day's close. Again, very key in this definition. So this is indicating that the bullish momentum that was subsisting is starting to weaken, and it could signal the start of a downtrend. This is kind of what we're looking at here. This candle created a new high, but closed near its daily low during an uptrend. Notice how the trend started to reverse the following day. And look what ended up happening. We ended up tanking. I'm talking about the top candle right here, okay? The bottom reversal day, the exact opposite. Prices make a new low, but reverse and close higher, signaling an exhaustion of the selling pressure. This day often marks the end of a downtrend and is commonly referred to, as I mentioned, as the selling climax, so to speak. And that's exactly what we got over here with this black candle at the bottom. We whiffled, we waffled, and we ended up making a much higher, we closed a lot higher, and then look at this. We ended up closing higher than the next day's close, okay? But there are additional patterns that we need to account for here, something called the outside day, when both the high and the low on the reversal day exceed those of the previous day. The reversal becomes even more significant, forming what we call an outside day. This pattern suggests heightened volatility and is often associated with important turning points, as shown into the next figure, highlighting, well, this next figure here highlights the Dow Jones Industrial Chart from October 28th, 1997. And you see we had an upsized reversal day right there, right at the bottom right there, okay? And then another one, this was on a downtrend, obviously, and you can see here one on an uptrend. So there's also the importance of the weekly and monthly reversal. So reversal patterns are not limited, obviously, to daily charts. They also occur on the weekly and the monthly time frame. A weekly reversal is more significant, obviously, than a daily because it reflects a longer-term shift in market sentiment. For instance, an upside weekly reversal happens when prices drop during the week, but recover to close above the previous Friday's close. That's the time frame off which we're basing that weekly outside day, okay? These longer-term reversal patterns tend to have more importance than the daily reversals, obviously. Anytime you see a pattern on a higher time frame, it's most of the time more important than one you see on the lower time frame. Not a hard and fast rule, but one that usually holds true. So what are the practical applications of this whole idea? So let's start first by identifying reversals in real time. That's one of the obvious practical uses of this information. So traders should monitor price action closely near both support and resistance, depending on which trend we're heading, for signs of reversal. Watch for heavy volume and an extended price range during the day, which often precedes the reversal. Pay close attention to the close of the day, as it's the most important indicator in a reversal pattern. We obviously mentioned that you have to close higher than the previous day's close or lower than the previous day's close to be considered a reversal day. but it's also important in incorporating reversal days with your trading plan. So use reversal days as confirmation when planning entries or exits. For example, after a bottom reversal day, traders might consider entering a long position if the reversal is confirmed with subsequent bullish action. Conversely, after a top reversal, exiting a long position or initiating a short might be considered one of the options you can employ there. And just in summary, guys, to conclude, reversal days are an essential tool for identifying potential turning points in market action. Remember, the heavier volume and the wider the range that you're looking at here, the more significant the reversal is likely to be. And don't forget to look for these patterns, not just on the daily charts, but also on the weekly and the monthly for stronger signals. You know what I'm going to say? I hope everybody prints up the storm. Joseph, what do you
Yes, sir. All right. Yeah, you know what? Just watching the markets here, man. As I mentioned before, Tesla continuing to move higher, up about 3% on the session. But one thing we didn't really touch on, Sharif, before the lesson was we're kind of sitting the inverse of what we were on Friday. I mean, every sector was essentially green, and that is not the case today. The only sector that is somewhat green on the session is the tech sector, 0.1% on the day. So again, nothing crazy. Everything else is in the red. The consumer consumer discretionary is about 0.2% in the red there. And then the communication service about 0.4 as well too, guys. So again, it's hard to find the longs on this front. But Tesla is absolutely strong. It's one of the stronger tech stocks. There's no doubt about that. And I heard a lot of people talking about Amazon as well too. Let's see what Amazon is up to, folks. Yeah, starting to trade significantly better. So we can't complain on that front. But again, the overall market seems to be a little bit of a weak one, especially with that bank coming in, with that news coming on BAC as well too. So again, financial sector taking a little bit of a hit here. Let's see where we're sitting. Yeah, they're in the middle of the pack. So again, nothing crazy, down about 1.1%. There's no doubt about that. But okay, guys, yeah, just looking at Amazon, looking for some relative strength in the market. The Qs are slowly starting to recover, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But again, we're breaking some key resistance levels here on Amazon, and we're holding them. What was once resistance is now acting as somewhat of a support system. So can we go and break these pre-market highs? Only time will tell on that front. So we'll continue to monitor this and see what's going on with the overall market. Other than that, I was watching NVDA earlier in the morning and decided to take my eyes off of it. I don't want to trade that thing anymore. What's it up to now? It's slowly starting to recover, sure enough. But after it wicked everybody else did liquidity grabs and just chopped around in this kind of range for about a half an hour or so, and then decided that it wanted to break these resistance levels, having the inability to break high of day as well too. But a really nice reversal candle potentially, just as Sharif went over in his lesson. These are the type of signals that you're looking for, and as he mentioned, the higher the time frame, the more substance you can hold to that type of print. Now, guys, continue to let me know what you're looking at in the chat. I'm going to vote for the rundown poll right now. I think I know what I'm going to go on this one. And yeah, not much of a shocker on that front, being Tesla leading the way, up about 44% too, guys. But yeah, continue to let me. Apple is moving now, everybody's saying as well too. So tech's starting to pick up a little bit of steam, which is good for the market. And yeah, we'll take this all day, especially leading into the holidays. So any form of recovery is much warranted. Oh, is this all-time highs? Oh no, not quite. Yeah, no, it went there earlier in the pre-market. So again, putting in all-time highs on the session here with Apple. So really nice look on that front. Only up about 0.2 on the session. So we'll continue to monitor that, as I tend to say. And yeah, GameStop, let's take a look at GameStop. A big nothing burger on this front for me on GameStop. I don't want to be partaking in this, especially with how all these candles are overlapping. You don't have any orderly price action. If we're going to trend, this is what I want to see in a trend over here, guys. I don't want to see this. I don't want to partake in any of this price action right there. It gets rather frustrating for me, especially when there's no order. Nothing's trading in an orderly fashion. So again, looking for those stocks that are trending, whether it be to the downside or to the top side. I know IBIT is actually getting taking a tough one the past couple of days, and that's fine. We'll continue to hold on to our position. We're not going to worry too much about this. I think we are going to break this key level that I mentioned not too long ago on the daily, and then with that, I think there's going to be some more downside as well too. So we can just look at this as a classic, just kind of a breath here before we head a little bit more south. Are we going to go to these 77 levels? Maybe, but I do think the next stop is the 80s, mid 86s. Totally fine. We'll reload on that. Are we going to come and test the breakout levels? I don't think so. That would be a hefty drawdown on that front. So we'll monitor BTC as well too, and we're going to keep an eye out for any potential reversal signals. If we do hold this low, then eventually we're going to look to add and play the break of this, but only time will tell, and we're going to have to be patient on that one because that is from a daily time frame. So guys, keep that in mind. Can we take a look at OCC? Absolutely. We'll take a look at OCC before we send it off to our guy to the right of me. And yeah, this might be right down his alley. I'm not too familiar with it. Let me pull up what it does here, and let's check out the float on it. OCC, Optical Cable Corp, $32 million market cap. Corporation is a manufacturer of fiber optic and copper data communications. Okay, kind of sounds like Bell Canada, what I used to deal with. Looking good. Yeah, looking good on that front. Oh, wow, look at that volume breakout there. But other than that, I would not be paying any mind to this, being as frank as I possibly can on this ticker. I mean, like, look at this price action. That is, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. To be honest with you, Sharif, have you seen anything like this? Of what I'm displaying on a daily chart, OCC, optic cable. Yeah, I've never seen any type of price action like that. Super algorithmic, but now you're getting that volume to step in, and we are breaking out on that, Sharif. What are you cooking up there?
All right, we're in 3 trades right now. Ooh. So we're caught in a down halt right now on DRCT. I'm still whiffling and waffling right now with RUM and RELI. So I'm trying to get RELI off 4. That was the idea. I'm trying to get RUM off VWAP. I've already extracted a little bit there on RELI, waiting for a pop here on Rumble to take out the $0.50. I think I got a print actually on RUM as well. So I just can't see it right now because it's blocked by the dip trade order there. Or sorry, the beak wetter. So we'll see if Rumble wants to hold up at VWAP. I'm not going to give RLI too much room. I need to give it to below 4, but I have my stop out at 404, which is wrong, which is like 1 penny below 405. I saw a big buyer at 405. I tried to base my trade off that. There you go. I got stopped out of that. So that's an L right away here on RELI. So look to do a little bit better. Keeping my eye on Rumble. The only reason I'm in Rumble at this level is for a VWAP hold and pop. If it doesn't come to fruition, we're going to have to get stopped out of that one. DRCT, I like this one. I'm going to add into this one. I added while it was halting to the downside. Now it's open, so I have to watch out for this one. Oh, where's my order? There we go. Let's see what this one does. DRCT, we got 38. It's going to halt to the upside. I knew this exactly was going to happen right here. Well, no, I didn't know exactly what was going to happen, but I had a feeling. DRCT awfully directional. It's going to halt at 35s. I'm long 38, so no point flattening out here. Let's see if it halts. It is halted to the upside, so now I'm caught in an up halt, which is kind of what I wanted. So let's see exactly what we get, whether this one heads up and continues to go up. We know these triple-digit winners sometimes end up being high triple-digit winners like 3, 4, 5, 600%. And we had one last week go 4-digit winner up into over 1,000%. There we go on RUM. Nicely 20 pennies in the money on RUM right now. Let's see if we can take out more 65s. We're showing 64s right now on the ask. We're long 31s. Zagging, not giving me the print. We're going to have to pack our patience here. The spread opening up to about 3 or 4 pennies. But I do like the hold off the volume weighted average price. And now we're showing 65 and bang. Let's sit now on 75 over here to extract some more. 12.74 I'm going to wait at. No, I got short. Crap. I hate it. I took everything out there too quickly. So that was a mistake. I put a bigger order for the out, and that took me out of everything. All right, that's all good. I'm going to get back in on this one. So we're going to look to get back in on this one and add into the volume weighted average price. Man, don't have my sharpest trading tools on right now, but hopefully we'll look to do a little bit better here. It's not been a good start so far here. So DRCT, still caught in an up halt, looking for Rumble to hold up at VWAP, kind of fat-fingered into that one, had to get back in now, obviously out of the money. We'll look to add as it comes back into that $0.25 area at the volume-weighted average price, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Just monitoring Tesla. I think it's a really strong one on the session, and same with Amazon as well, too, folks. Again, just kind of sitting on my hands for the minute now, seeing waiting for that kind of A+ setup to kind of come my way, and then maybe we'll take something from that front. But again, guys, let's see what's going on with the market. Bitcoin slowly starting to recover off the lows, IBIT trading at 53, and then about 225 and change on Amazon. So let's see how much we're actually off the highs here on Amazon, because I think we all are creeping up on excuse me, on those all-time highs, even though we sold after the FOMC. Yeah, thank you. Finally, thanks for cooperating. Excuse me. So yeah, we're only about 3% off those all-time highs. I do think we recover going into the new year. I mean, one thing about this is that we have this large engulfing candle, right? So we engulfed kind of all these sessions here. But one thing to keep on, I'm going to keep an eye on, and as you guys know I always do, is the volume. Is the volume by time profile. So that really isn't standout-ish, right? So let's correlate this. Like this wasn't, like from a volume standpoint, was nothing outstanding, right? So this can just indicate to me it was a lot, and I was watching some news about it. So there's a lot of put covering and stuff going on with that, with this session going on here. So again, I'm not too worried about that, especially because we had all those leaps that are expiring soon. Those that were made from the previous years, now they're going to expire come the new year. So a lot of put covering, and with that 25 basis point cut being a little hawkish. So we'll look at that, but the volume isn't anything to be alarmed at. And I do think we can continue this trend that we are the primary trend in the overall market. And I'm going to stick to that thesis until proven otherwise. Until I see a massive volume influx or this overall market decides that it wants to turn completely bearish, I'm going to sit on my hands and I'm going to stay bullish for the foreseeable future and look to buy in some of these dips and then look for that strength to step back in to the market. So we're gonna watch Amazon. I do like it breaking out here. Let's see if this volume can step in on the lower time frame as well too. On the 1 minute, this can indicate, hey, this is going to be a genuine move, and then maybe we can go and test these pre-market highs. All right. So that's something that I'm going to continuing to be monitoring. Let's take a look at Apple, because I know a lot of people are talking about Apple as well too, and see what it's up to. Still hovering around, guys. See how we're just kind of chopping around in this range here. I'm not going to look for it to break out of this range until we get some serious volume influx. And with that, I don't know if we're going to get that leading into the holidays anytime soon. So just be wary, kind of just drop that risk down. And Adam Duluth, thanks for that $2 super chat, brother. Much appreciated. Him and I were talking a little bit on Friday. He shot me a message. So Merry Christmas to you as well too, my guy. So hope everything is well out there across the pond, my guy. What are you cooking up there, Sharif?
Well, we're doing well, man. I've fat-fingered on rum, and we're right back in, Joseph. Nicely 30 pennies, almost 40 pennies in the money here, waiting for that 13 break and take. I've set up a skosh below 13 and a little bit above 13. Multiple out so far, zigging and zagging right now, unable to cross that $13 level. Seller, I perceive to be at 92s, 93s. Here we go, bang. Let's see if we can take out that level above two. Bang, rice, nice. All right, I'm having a good time. So let's set up 13.10 is where I'm going to sit at next. No, that's not the level I want. The next I'm going to sit at 13.25. Let's see exactly if we can continue to move up into that 13. I'm going to put 24s. We're obviously having trouble with, I believe, 13. We did get the break of 13, but as you can see, we are there. It's not forthcoming, the continuation above that level. So, gonna pack my patience with this one. Oh, here we go. We're caught in an up halt again. It looks like bang on DRCT, halted the upside at 51s. So yeah, packing my patience on this one. Now, this is a mistake by me for not putting in a market on open order. That's how you weasel out, or that's how you send an order while the stock is halted. I know different platforms use different methodologies. For example, my brokerage, I can send out orders regularly. In this system on PPRO 8, you have to send a market on open order in order to get printed. So we're about 15, no, where are we? About 15 pennies in the money or something like that on DRCT. 2 up halts right now. We were caught in the down halt initially. Let's see what this one does. It behooves me to throw out some orders there. Back to Rumble, as we're still having issues with 13. I've got a few more outs on this one, waiting for that break and take of the $0.25, 13 $0.25. Now, the reason I'm setting up at the $0.25 is because I perceive to be some selling here at the third. Look at this area crest that we got into at around 10:30. We did reject that 13 and a third. We did get up to 40s on a wick basis, but the closing prints all were around 33. I get it. Obviously, we did breach 14, but this is still an important area for me if I'm going to continue to scalp. 13 showing up again here on the ask. 98 right now on the bid. We're going to have to squeeze a little bit over here for me to get filled. Otherwise, I'm going to have to pack my patience with this one. 13 is an elusive level so far, and you can continue to see that because we keep rejecting $13 right now. The spread is opening up a little bit right now on Rumble. 3-4 pennies. At times, it gets a little wide there. So we're going to see if we can get anything above that 13 and a quarter. Pack in my patience. Dang that bang. Shout out to you, Vivid Distortions. DRC up halted again, says Aldrin Giller. Don't I know? I'm involved, baby. So I do know that. So keeping my eye on both of these, RUM and DRCT. But I got to tell you, this $13 rejection of Rumble has me feeling like we're going to come back down into that volume weighted average price again at around 12 and a quarter. So the question I'm asking myself right now is, with my entry at 67s because of the fat finger, do I want to take out more here and lock in some profits? And there it comes down into the mid 80s. I do have a feeling we are going to reject 13. And here we go. Lots of blue right now on my time and sales, which usually means seller exuberance. So we'll take out one more there as we come down into 74s. Yeah, displeased with the fact that I didn't get everything out there. We're going to flatten out here because now we're about 10 pennies out of the money. And then if it comes back down into the volume weighted average price at the $0.25, I will be a buyer in and around there on Rumble. Otherwise, I'm going to wait for a break and take of that $13 area on a decisive basis and then use it as support. Back to DRCT. Let's see when this one halted. It did halt at 31.13. So right now, on my watch, my atomic clock over here, we got 34.46. So we're still about 25 seconds away, a little bit more, from opening, assuming it is, of course, a 5-minute halt. So when we get back from Madeira, hopefully this will have been unhalted.
A lot of today's most exciting trades have really been driven by some of that small cap action here with DRCT, RGTI, and RUM, all these smaller cap and heavily shorted names. But we do have to talk about some of these larger movers to the upside and downside in the S&P 500. We're going to talk about some of these sector-wide moves right now. Starting here with AMD, a lot of these semiconductors right now may be pulling back a bit, but generally stronger on the day. This morning we had news that the Biden administration in the U.S. has initiated a trade probe looking into some of these Chinese legacy chips. The China Ministry of Commerce actually responded to this earlier today, saying that they urge the Biden administration and the U.S. to react based on facts. So interesting look here. Keep an eye on a lot of these chip names. With that in mind, AMD, Broadcom were probably the strongest off the open. We also have here CCL and all of these cruise lines to the downside. Looks like a day two move. CCL was pretty strong in earnings day one. And despite price target increases from Barclays and Stifel today, still down about 5% as it sells off a little bit on earnings day two. And last but not least, we do have this news here from the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau suing Walmart and Branch Messenger, alleging that they forced some Spark drivers into costly deposit accounts without consent, causing drivers to pay over $10 million in fees in order to access earnings. So keep an eye here in WMT with that suit. A little bit of a flat bottom right now, down about 3+%. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and vote in the poll to see what ticker you want to see on the rundown. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And this is going to down halt again. So we got substantial amount here as it popped up. We're long 29s. Now it's going to halt at 46, but I was able to get a lot out in the mid 60s. And I've got a couple of beak wetters that haven't been removed right now in the high 60s. So DRCT down halted, still well above the 10 exponential moving average, still doing real well on this one. So we'll look to extract some more profitability on this one. The tap was favorable to me. It was moving up incrementally as we were halted, so we're going to keep an eye out to see if the buyers still coming in droves here for DRCT. Back to Rumble as it continues to whiffle and waffle below 13, Joseph. I'm waiting for a break and take of this 13 level before really deciding to get back in again. I didn't want to be on the receiving end of kind of like a head and shoulders pattern. This is kind of what I perceive to be possible. Head and shoulders formation. You got the uptrend, left shoulder head, right shoulder, bottom break through VWAP. So kind of concerned about that. We'll see what we get here with Rumble, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a couple people in chat are asking me to take a look at unusual machines here. UMAC trading really nice on the session so far. And this is what I mentioned, guys. Even though we are kind of consolidating in this little range right here, but this is what you want to see from a price action standpoint. I don't want to see those overlapping candles like we were looking at previously before on some other tickers. Again, a nice indecision candle here, and then we can continue to the top side. Let's zoom out a little bit and see what we got from a daily perspective. And sick stuff there. All right, anyways, we'll take a look at something else. Here, we'll pull it up on a different chart, and it froze that one too. All right, cool, good stuff there. I don't know. Anyways, guys, let's take a look at the TQs and see what's going on here with this market. It does look like we can break this range, and it does, especially if we got Apple, Amazon, and Tesla continuing to crawl to the top side. So I think it's only a matter of time until the Qs decide that it wants to follow. Let's take a look at NVDA and see what it's up to as well too. It did break those levels and now trading a little bit higher, going to possibly test the high a day. But again, I'm avoiding NVDA for the foreseeable future. There is no doubt about that. But yeah, let's continue to monitor the overall market. And if we catch a bid, then I think we can start trending on the session. We did have this massive liquidity grab, and then we just continue to just kind of break through VWAP, and now potentially going to go and test these highs a day. So that's something that I'm going to keep an eye out on here, because if we break this, then I think we can continue to climb a little bit higher. And as of right now, it seems to be the case. Adobe running show, but we want to see Fabian. Oh yeah, sorry, ADL. Wayner, yeah, Wayner's at home today, man. So you're not going to be able to see Wayner. So yeah, you got to come into the office for that. And who else did you say you wanted to see there? Fabian and yeah, Ramin's at home today too, man. Everybody's enjoying the holidays, I guess.
Unusual for me to be at home.
To be a little bit early on that front, but I mean, hey, holidays, the season, half day tomorrow, everybody's getting a little festive, and maybe the eggnog started to kick in too, so we'll see what's going on with that, folks. But BA, I know a lot of Elon, I know you're talking about BA, it is starting to curl up. We mentioned this from last week, we're above 30% off of these lows here, so this thing is continuing to trade extremely well and starting to recover, so that's good news for BA. Let's see if this technical price action can continue on this front. We are running into some key resistance levels as well too. So I think this is going to be the next target. Even though we are kind of at what was once support running into resistance right now, we did breach it and are now kind of just hovering around those areas. If we can sit within this range, then I think we can go and test that 193 level potentially in the foreseeable future. So guys, continue to let me know what you are looking at today. Someone put in the chat, yeah, HVAC tips. I'm just sitting on my hands right now, brother. So we'll wait. I'm not just gonna hop in something to hop in something. You know what I mean? So PLTR, yeah, let's take a look at PLTR, folks, and see what's going on with that front. And yeah, I mean, this thing is absolutely fantastic, especially with the addition into the NAS. We traded this on Friday, so again, I think that we can continue pushing all-time highs again today, Sharif. So this thing is looking extremely well. A high of 30-ish, we'll call it, on PLTR. Are we going to recover and potentially head back there? Let's zoom in a bit onto the 5-minute time frame. Yeah, we did sell off right at the opening jump, so a weak opening drive here with that big wick. Sellers pushing price all the way back down, breaking some key support levels here on this front, and then kind of holding it. You have this engulfing candle at the bottom, and then sure enough, we've recovered nicely. So let's see what's going on here. If we hold VWAP, then I think we can go and test that high of day level. Sharif, what do you got going on, brother?
Yes, sir. So I did get back into rum. We extracted some more profitability off that 13. Then I put my stop way too close. Oh, come on. I got to get into this one there. We're going to flatten out here on DRCT. I feel like I'm not trading as efficiently as I could be today. Just the mind is too foggy with that illness on the weekend. So, all right, guys. So we did weasel out a little bit too close to 13. My stop was far too close, and then it ended up just wicking quickly below 13. So we get stopped out for the remaining amount. It's still going here. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows. I'm talking about RUM. Looking at take that 13.5. So a bit of a mistake on my part right now, but we're positive on rum. We'll look to do a little bit better on this one. Hopefully not as many fat fingers and mistakes on this one. So yeah, that's really frustrating. Here it goes again. I just don't have the compunction to punch back into this one. DRCT, we got flat for like a few penny winner over here as we were caught in a second down halt. I didn't want to be caught in a second down halt in a row. And now the tap showing 207, so that was the right move. As this one looking to retrace a little bit off that 269. HOD, and who's going to complain about that? But I did see GME curling, and I really did want to get into that. It was kind of putting in higher highs and higher lows off that kind of curl off the volume weighted average price. I was trying to get to it, but I had to manage the other positions. This is what I'm seeing, this kind of rounded bottom effect. It's had that a couple of times where it comes into key areas of support and then kind of puts in incrementally higher lows on the wicks, and then you get the big breakout through the top over here at 1350, looking to take out that level. We're still, well below the high of the day at 3107, and this area crest over here at 3075. Still got to get above that area in order to maintain trend. So those are the small cap gappers I'm looking at now. ZDGE looked awfully good in terms of getting something off VWAP, but when I loaded it up, the spread on the $3 name, I believe, was 17 pennies. So I said to myself, that's bananas, and to stay the hell away from that. So I didn't get anywhere near ZDGE. TRAW breaking down, RGTI breaking down. It's really rum, GameStop, and DRCT that are in effect right now, that are actually good. OCC I'm seeing over here. Joseph was talking about that one. I should have actually focused on that, but I was in my trade at the moment. OCC just printed a 650 HOD. It's up 176%. Let's throw in the ticker on that. So this is getting a little extended away from the 10 exponential, which is around 450, and the volume weighted average price, which is at 520 or so. It's unusual for to see the volume weighted average price above the 10 exponential. When usually that's the case, I don't get in until that kind of line invert, those lines invert, Usually I like the 10 exponential above the volume weighted average price. In any event, you have a candle of indecision right now, zigging and zagging at $6. High of this candle, 650, the low, 575. I'd rather it settle down, give me a predictable consolidation area. Maybe it whiffles and waffles in between 575 and 650. Okay, it's not going to do that. There it goes. New high at day, 685 right now on OCC. It's up 218%. It's continuing to go. Higher lows on every successive candle. What is the details on that? What are the details? $55 million market cap, 12.5 million shares traded, 5.1 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is, if any. Negligible, 0.18% says trade idea. So we're going to work off a small float here of 5 million and change. That's really what's given this one its parabolic effect. But it's going to have to settle down for me to get in, man. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the end of the show. This is bad.
Yeah, you want me? Let me take it over here. Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, for now.
That's all right. All right, I got you, my guy. You need to take a little break. Guys, everybody's not feeling too well right now. Especially a little sickness going around. It is that time of year in Canada, folks, where people do get a little bit sick. So, I mean, the cold weather's coming in. It's usually not as cold as it typically is, right? I guess a colder winter for us, and especially we got some snow on the ground. So it's looking like we're going to have that white Christmas. We're going to get some snow too, but again, it's just that weather, man. It gets everybody. So again, we take public transit, we're around in the office, and people tend to get a little bit sick. So that's okay. We'll deal with it as we go, folks. But yeah, continue to let me know what you guys are looking at. BBAI, yeah, I don't gamble. Yeah, there's been... No, I wouldn't say that, everybody. But yeah, guys, continue to let me know what you are looking at in the chat. I've been slowly starting to recover, slowly curling off those lows, as you can see here, folks. So I don't know if I'm going to look to get involved. I just don't think there's going to be any relative strength on Bitcoin until otherwise. I want to see that from a daily perspective, and then maybe we'll look to participate a little bit more and join in that continuous strength that we've seen for about a month before we kind of got into this little choppy mess with the overall market and that FOMC meeting that kind of just dragged everything down. Thanks, Todd Edwards. Much appreciated on that front, my guy. But yeah, I mean, guys, let me know. You know, we got that poll coming up at noon as well, too. So make sure you get your votes in for the rundown. And then we're going to get that SPY poll up. Let me pull up our typical SPY poll. We took our first stop out. So it's funny. We had a day where we hit our 2-to-1 target. And then the next day we took a loss. So again, it's kind of ironic how those things kind of work. So again, we had that beautiful price target, but we are trending in the right direction, folks. This is something that we want to see. There is no doubt about that. So let's see what today brings. I don't want us to get too extended before we can potentially get into our position, but as of right now, it's looking like that might be the case, especially the way the Qs are moving. So let's take a look at the TQQs here, folks, and see what we're up in the broader market and see what that is up to. Yeah, for sure. Give me a second here. Andre, let's see what we got. So just hold my chart up there. We got to find some trade the pool. All right, let me know when. Are we good to go on that front, or we got a couple seconds until trade the pool? All right, cool. So guys, it's time to pay those bills, all right? So trade the pool. Trade the pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool had just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80K in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of 4% and you'll start trading the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the best, the profit split has been upgraded to a generous 70%, so you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and most definitely better, folks. So that is Trade the Pool. Yeah, so hey, we got to cover for Sharif a little bit. He's not feeling the hottest right now. He's back now. Yeah, he's all right. He's got his water. But continue to let me know, guys, what you are looking at just to help the show go a little bit smoother and everything will be. And look at Dogecoin. All right, let's pull up Dogecoin. Let's see, I gotta pull up my trading view. Dogecoin. Doge. Give me uno momento. Mi amigas. We don't want to see that. Yeah, take a couple seconds. Okay, well, who said Doge is going? And like in what aspect? Please let me know in what aspect Doge is going. Or did you mean the Department of Government Efficiency is going, maybe? I don't know. Because other than that, I have no idea what you're referring to, because Doge is absolutely doing diddly. So again, let's see. But I do like this print here, folks. So I wonder if we can recover off this and then maybe continue to the top side, have a definitive stop around the 26 cent level, and then we can continue to the northeast maybe on that front. I was hoping that was going to be the case on BTC, but as of today, it's not quite looking like it. We are holding those support levels, which is kind of key and something that I was looking at. So that's really important for me, especially on this type of candle print. Sharif was going over the reversal lessons. So let's see if this level holds. If it does, and then we breach this and hold this 98K level to the top side, I'm going to look to continue in that strength to the northeast there, Sharif. How
yes,
you holding
sir.
Up there, my
Crisis averted, sir.
Nice, brother.
Yes.
Let's go.
So, yeah, it's kind of a stomach thing going around all the office. Everybody's taking their turn with it. It is mine today. Well, it was mine all weekend, I'll tell you. But here we go. So we're looking at OCC right now, guys. And OCC printed a big boy HOD 685. It's back down to 6. I've put a dip trade to shadow VWAP here, a little bit above VWAP. Hence this dip trade order, looking to take it off there. But it is fighting with 6 right now. It hasn't given it up clearly. It's a little above, a little bit below. 6 is up 178%. Let it zig and zag over here and see exactly where we end up going. I'm very interested in this one because it is a trade de novo. What do I mean by that? That means the volume for OCC started coming in later in the day. The volume candles really started spiking at 20 after 11. Well, that interests me. Why? because it hasn't had its best trade behind it. Like a lot of these ones, they trade in the pre-market, they trade early on, right after the bell, and then you got to pick them up off, key areas of support in order to really, really do well with this one. So this one's giving you an opportunity for kind of like a new trade. And here we go. It's breaking out, so it doesn't come into my area. Now I've put in a dip at 6. It's not going to give me 6. There it goes again, 6.5. The strength on this one is palpable, baby, as it's going to take out the high of the day. 685 HOD, whiffling and waffling right now. Mid-30s. Was popping up into the mid-40s. Tried to break through 50. Yeah, I don't want to chase this too much, so I'd rather get something in on a dip. I've left here an order at 610, 615 or so, but it doesn't look like it's going to come back into that, at least not yet. Good strength right now on OCC. Smaller float, but not that big of a short float. Here comes closer to my entry. Let's see if it wants to hold on 6. Let's see if we get filled first and foremost. And if we do, does it hold 6? I'm still going to leave my dip trade to shadow the volume weighted average price at around 5.5. Yeah, but this one, there we go. Okay, I thought it was going to come in there. The spread opened up a little bit on that one. Thought it was going to get filled. Here we go, coming back closer to my entry. Let's pack our patience with this one and see if we do get filled. By the way, DRCT halted to the downside again, this time at $2. We're going to have to wait to see if we hold up to. All right, now we got filled here on OCC. We're long at 11s. Let's throw some profit takers to account for the volatility on this one. All right, taking some out there. Let's put some at the third of $1 as well to account for some volatility and just de-risk a little bit. I'm still going to leave my order at 5.5. I do like the dip into VWAP here. I think I like that better. That's the larger position. This is a starter position right now on OCC. There we go. Now we took out all my levels. There we go. So now let's set up north of 50 up here to account for a bigger move to the high side. Not too many outs with this one because it's a starter position, but I'm going to leave again. I'm going to keep saying this again. I'm going to leave my order at 550. In fact, I might move it up a skosh because volume weighted average price is dynamic. It's constantly moving. So if you're going to shadow VWAP, you got to move your orders with it, or you got to have some sort of automatic adjustment. So it looks like they're selling here at around the $0.50 back into 6 we go. Let's see how this one ends up resolving, Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, my guy. Let's see what PLTR is. I mean, we like this with the addition to the NAS on Friday. This thing traded absolutely beautiful, especially going into the close, guys. We like this look here. Really strong candles going into those prints. With the addition into the NASDAQ. So I like PLTR, and I like it for the foreseeable future. I thought that we were going to get a little bit deeper of a pullback.
Okay.
I'm not going to rule it out as of right now, but Sharif, it's not looking like the case because we had this massive engulfing candle when the whole market was trending on Friday. It just put in this crazy range of a day and continuing kind of, and I wouldn't say it's continuing that strength, but it's holding that strength very well. So I like that on that front. I'm not going to get involved into this thing here. I would like to see maybe a little a breach of 70s maybe for me in order for me to get involved in this stock. But I don't think that's coming anytime soon, especially on this path that it's headed. So I feel like that ship has sailed on your boy here, unfortunately. But again, there will always be another opportunity. Something will come along in order and send this thing south and the overall market as well, too, as we do know that we had that 25 basis point cut. And it just, the market just completely dumped. So again, let's take a look at the small caps because I mentioned this time and time again that they're usually the most affected by interest rate decisions. And we are slowly recovering off those lows. Didn't have quite the recovery like the overall market, but that's totally fine. Kind of expect that in the small caps here. So IWM, the Russ 2000, holding on to these key support levels. Let's see if we can continue hold on to these levels and maybe continue to the top side because market breadth is weak. Like, I mean, we have what, Amazon, Apple, and ZN, Yeah, Amazon trading half decently, Apple trading half decently as well too. And same with Tesla, kind of just dragging the market up with them, where breadth is a little bit weaker. As we went over those sectors earlier in the session, we don't have very much red. And let's see if that narrative has changed this far. And as of right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, okay. So yeah, we're up quite a bit more on the tech sector, up about 0.4. And then the comm sector slightly went green here, but we're not even up 0.1% there. But the rest of the sectors are red, guys. So keep that in mind. Looking for relative strength may be a little bit more difficult than usual, brother. What do you got going on?
Did quite well here on OCC. Joseph took out some at 69s. It did move up to 70, but we didn't take anything out there. So I've only got one more exit. I'd rather just let this go and then fill me at my next dip trade over here at 555, but it's not giving me a move down into VWAP, nor do I want to add at this 6 area because it's breaching it. It's putting in lower highs and kind of a flat bottom. Well, actually, that's not accurate. It's putting in actually higher highs if you judge the wick basis. So maybe I should be adding at 6 over here. I'm going to leave my dip trade at VWAP right now. We're long 611s. Best out I had was 69s. We could have flattened out at 7. Didn't want to. Wanted that break of 7 to fill at 711 so we could hit the dollar club. But, you know, we're only holding a small piece here. Now, if it ends up holding 6, I'm going to look to add to this position again. But I'm going to leave my order right now, which is no longer valid at 55s. Because VWAP, as I mentioned, dynamic, so now it's at almost a 2/3 of a dollar. So let's set up over here at 669 for a buy. Did I just? Oh, I got in right. Oh my goodness, bro! I'm making so many mistakes today. I added at 669 instead of 559, and now I'm out of the money. Yeah, it's just my mind isn't there, so it's okay. I'm gonna have to flatten out here as I make another mistake, guys. But we'll look to do a little bit better. Joseph, let me send it to you for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg, I know you're listening. I sent you a message there. I know you're saying the semis are moving, so check your DMs there, my guy. I sent you a quick message. But yeah, let's see what this market is doing. These semis are moving. AMD up a whopping 5%. I do think that this thing is going to start to recover. I'm going to pull up AMD, and we're just going to take a look at some of its ratios here, its PE ratios, and I'm pretty sure that they've come down drastically. So I want to take a look at this and see what the forward is. Yeah, so the trailing is still pretty high, sitting around 105 trailing, and then the forward PE is about 23 times forward earnings, 24 times. So that has come down drastically to earlier in the year when it was around 200 times, which is extremely expensive for the street. I mentioned this time and time again on AMD is like, okay, where is max pain on this thing? At what point is this stock going to stop selling? And I don't know if we've reached that level, but I think we're getting close to it. Like I mentioned this before, we're still down about 40-50% off of that all-time highs and is down year to date. So this thing is not looking good whatsoever. But again, if you can somehow catch the bottom and see where this stock is going to turn around, then you can probably look like a genius, especially if AMD decides it wants to get its things together, all right? So I'm going to keep my eye on AMD, but perfect. But guys, we're going to send it off to Adara right now. And then after that, it's Neil's lesson of the day.
What an exciting day it's been. It is a holiday shortened week, but that does not mean there has to be a shortage of excitement in this market. That is for sure. Get a little bit of economic data this morning, most notably a lower than expected CB consumer confidence print. And you should stay tuned at 1 p.m. for the 2-year note auction. But other than that, pretty light day when it comes to data. We did have some smaller auctions earlier today. The S&P 500 with this nice bottom here, basically right at 1030, up about 0.25% right now. The NASDAQ, meanwhile, up about 0.5% right now, trying to take out previous resistance here around that 520 halves level. So great look here for the Qs and the SPY. The market's trying to bounce. A lot of these Mag 7 names having a pretty good day as well. NVIDIA with the chips pushing higher. Meta near that 600 level again. And Tesla back above both 430 and VWAP. So lots of things to keep an eye on. There's also one midday catalyst to watch out for, and that is going to be Bank of America, the OCC, not this small cap OCC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, issuing a cease and desist order against Bank of America, saying that it is apparently violated or has some deficiencies when it comes to the Bank Secrecies of America Act or Bank Secrecy Act. So keep an eye here on BAC when it comes to the BSA. Then we have GME here. GameStop, one of many retail names on watch. Michael Noss this morning telling us how a lot of retail names are going to be in focus today, and that is definitely true. Rumble really strong, as is GameStop, and a lot of these small caps. Again, OCC, DRCT. So keep an eye on these smaller and heavily shorted names. But we'll have even more to keep an eye on as Neil gives us his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. That's hilarious that, like, I've never even heard of this government. The OCC, I've never even heard. I've been trading for a very long time, and usually you pick things up in finance. I've never heard of that. And then, of course, there's a stock OCC as well to make things even more compounding. But I kind of gave away when we were looking at Tesla at 420 what I was going to discuss for the lesson of the day. And that would be, it's a lot easier to buy the dip when you have a nice controlled move into your level and it just sort of gently glides in there and gives a nice consolidation. There's really nothing all that crazy about it. But it's very different when a stock is insanely bearish going into it. Like, it's cratering, it's tanking, it's flushing. It's like the best short in the morning going into the level that you want to be buying at. And the thing about it is, you can like a price level all you want, and you can say, I think the stock is along from here. That's only part of the story. You have to have an execution strategy. We'll get to Tesla in a second. I'll use Palantir as an example, the first example. And the reason, it's an incredibly bearish open for a lot of reasons on Palantir. Maybe I should start with a 15-minute there. Like, Palantir trying to break into an all-time high this morning. It's its first day in the NASDAQ 100. And so you're getting this attempt at the break. You're seeing it consolidate. It makes another run at the open, fails the break of the high, and then trends back down. Well, it's all well and good to look back in the afternoon support level, which on my note, I actually wrote down 77.5 to 78. Now I shorted into it, but that doesn't matter. Like, this is your support level. Getting into the long, if you just start trying to get long around 78, okay, well, that's a pretty big hammer down. Are you just trying to catch that falling knife? Or sometimes we're like, oh, if we don't get that snapback, there's your bottoming tail candle. We don't get that snap. I'm going to ignore it. I missed a trade because it closes up here at 78.5. So you're like, that's done. Well, you know what? Look what happens after this. Right after that initial bounce and reversal candle, all of a sudden, it just holds on to a higher low. Holds onto the higher low and then breaks out this top. Now, what's wrong with that trade? You know, ultimately, you might not be long at the bottom, but you've got it holding on to afternoon support on Friday. You have it breaking the downward trend at the open. You have it confirming some strength with a consolidation off of that trend and off of the 78 level. And then you have it breaking out this top. And I'll give a shout out to Obi, because the reason I'm opening with Palantir, even though the idea was to talk about Tesla for this, is he's like, yeah, well, you know, when you don't get that long, you can just have this one. It's 78.5 into 70, into 78. That's a 50-cent worth risk. VWAP stands $1 away, so that's 2 to 1. And then you've got continuation, I'd say at least up until right in here, which is the flat bottom that broke. And oddly enough, as I say this live, well, why not be looking at this, Neil? If Palantir breaks this trend line, I'd probably look to go short. But it's a trend since the bottom. That seems almost like a low-hanging fruit. This could happen any second now, but it needs to close underneath that trend. And so you don't need to have the absolute bottom on the way in. You can get that higher low trade because it's a better and more distinct setup. It gives you solid risk to reward. It gives you some solid entry rules. It allows you to join a move instead of just make a move. And I would say a similar thing about Tesla, only you don't get the same clean trade. On Tesla, it doesn't give you that obvious consolidation higher low. But what you can observe with the 420 in Tesla, and then the reason why this was less than the day is because of the miss at 420, is observing what happens at that price. On Friday, it's ultimately held 420 with a low of 417.5 and then got to 444. So it's worth it because there's huge upside off that level. You know it. It's done it before. It's not even the first time. Friday's just the most recent example of it. Then at the end of the day, it broke 420 and then held above. So I even said this when it was starting to come down. This should be a failed breakdown trade. Instead, I went long in front of it and then it broke down. The failed breakdown trade was almost perfect. You'll see it. It closed underneath 420, closing bar just underneath 419. It then opened the next 3-minute bar at the same price and then retook 420. So once it does one close under, holds the low, long back through, the same long that you're taking on the way back in with a tight stop because you're catching a falling knife. Well, if you take it here, it's a clean breakout with a bit of a wider stop, but more confirmation. And it just comes down to patience. Now, ultimately, the other way you can play this, you can be long, all that stuff, and just sort of hold it. But why even put yourself through all of that? You've got to, I always say this, you've got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. But the other thing you have to do is you got to be able to put on a trade that you can have a set of execution rules that will gain if it wins, not rinse you if it loses, and that you'll be able to hold relative to your risk to reward and relative to your risk tolerance. If you can't factor those things in, then forget about it. Like if you're catching the falling knife, there's always a point at which you'll stop out. There's always a point at which you'll stop averaging if you're averaging in. But if you can find your way into these trades where your execution strategy involves in finding the right time to get in, simply taking the trade, putting the stop, and then holding for the trend. That's what you're ultimately looking for. And that trade almost always requires you to wait it out as it's at the key level, not to just jump right in and take the trade immediately. And as it was, before we end this here, Palantir has done this. It's now sort of closing underneath. So this trade is actually setting up to revert back in on Palantir. I'm going to take a shot at it. This kind of happened live, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take a shot at this one breaking the trend line. But you don't have to jump in. A key level and a big level doesn't mean that you have to rush into a trade. Allow it to set up at that price level. It might involve allowing it to run the price underneath, put in a higher low with the hold, like this on Palantir. You then join the trend on a breakout. Or you could have something like Tesla, where it just closes underneath your support level, immediately holds the same level or just slightly above it, and then you get the retrace back through after it's put in that retest. Right, like this bar closes down at 419. It opens right back up at the same level. Your long is back through. Allow it to shake out and then take the trade. That's your lesson of the day, requiring patience, because that's what all traders should have.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, lesson of the day. Thank you very much. Yes. So I had a little bit of a dalliance here with OCC. We could have flattened out break even, but I was kind of insisting that we reclaim that $6 area. So now I'm stopped out of OCC, so we give back everything literally that we made on that. It's going to have to get above $6 for me to trade it again. We're going to have to slow down today in our trading because the mental, well, it's not all there, coming off a little bit of an ailment. So we're going to keep an eye out on the small cap gappers, of which we've got a few going here. So as I mentioned, OCC, get back in this one above 6. DRCT halted to the upside again, so it ends up holding the volume weighted average price. Doesn't quite make it down into that 1 2/3 area. Looked like we dipped awfully close to that $1.75, and now we're halted to the upside at 2 1/4. RUM continuing to trade, near the high end of the range, above the volume weighted average price at 12 1/3. Right now it's trying to hold $13, but still putting in lower highs and lower lows, looking like it might set up for a bit of a breakdown or at least a move back down into VWAP. We'll keep tabs on that. As well as GameStop. I'm still interested in something on GameStop. Ideally, we could get something directional here rather than trying to get it on the dips. It looks like the best entries on GameStop have been, the money fills have been a little bit lower than VWAP. So if you set up south of VWAP by, 5 or 10 pennies, it looks like you had some money fills, whether around over here or over here right at the 1205 candle on GME. So those are the ones that I'm looking at right now. Let's have a look at what the MAG are doing. So let's see which ones are strong and which ones needn't concern us on the day. Meta looks awfully strong as it works its way back into that $600 area, $599.25 HOD, currently putting in higher highs and higher lows, trying to hold the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Amazon, I mentioned Obi during the morning show, was trying to put in a V-shaped retracement. It did do well, still holding the 10 exponential as well here, AMZN, but still, not really above those pre-market highs by all that much. 226.5 looks to be like that pre-market high. In fact, we did breach it, 226.88 HOD, but have a look how quickly we retraced below that $226 half dollar on Amazon. Apple kind of in break-even land over here, right below that 255. Apple was printing all-time highs on Friday. I was watching this one overnight on Blue Ocean. It was in fact trading in 256 and change last night on Blue Ocean, but that is obviously an unofficial print. Still technically, the 255s, I think, is still all-time highs. Softy trying to curl back into the volume-weighted average price. Has been lower lows and lower highs for the majority of the morning here for MSFT. Looks like we kind of changed that tune with this 11:45-minute candle decidedly making a higher high, and then the subsequent candles now making higher lows as we work back into that $435 area where the volume-weighted average price is hanging out on Microsoft. Goggles is awfully directional, though, so you got to give the nod here to Meta, Google, and NVIDIA to say they were the strongest of the bunch. Up 1 1/3 is GOOGL. Yeah, you okay too, bro?
Yeah, I was just yawning there. Legit. Yeah. No, I wasn't like trying to hold it. No, I would have been long. I would have been long gone. Yeah.
194.25, Joseph. We're looking to work through that 194 area on Google. A nice V-shaped retracement. Looks like we closed out 191.40 on Friday, but the biggest, I believe, percentage winner for the Mag 7 today. It's a duel between Meta and NVIDIA. Right now, NVIDIA winning out about 2.5% in Greensville, trying to break through that 138.5. We're trying to hold the 10 exponential here on the 5 on NVIDIA, still putting in a 3-candle retracement still, though, above that 137.80. Yeah, let's say 84 to 75, kind of that implied balance high that we printed at 935. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to hold up at these levels. There's some direction on the Mag. I mean, you're going to have to pick and choose which ones you trade. Looks to me, Google, Meta, NVIDIA, the strongest of the bunch. Everything else, kind of whiffling and waffling right now. Tesla coming back down into view up, even though it's up 1 3/4, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Good look there, guys. I just want to point this out. I understand that we like going long SPY. All right, but we kind of got
short today, by the way.
So did I. I did too. I hit short today too. So that's why I love you all, but we got a bone to pick now. Because look where we are, and the votes are landslide to the long side. I'm only playing with you guys, but I mean, look, we have this print. Sharif just had a lesson on this print here. We do VPA lessons on this print here. Let's see. I'm not saying that it's 100% going to work, but this is a pretty good topping signal. All right, folks. This indecision candle, that gravestone doji, that shooting star doji, whatever you would like to call it, at the top of a trend after we moved higher with the Mag 7 pulling back in, it looks like we are going to head a little bit to the south side. Now, I like this trade potentially for a short because this gives us a definitive risk, right? So if we break 593.11s, then the thesis is invalid. That's totally fine. But when I see this type of signal, this says, hey, this is a short me, even though it may be a short-term short, you might not get that extended move into the volume-weighted average price. But to me, if we don't do a 3-bar play on this type of setup, we're not going to break that high immediately, okay? It may take a little while, it may pull back and then go for the break, but as of from this signal, I'm slightly bearish on the SPY. Now, why would we be bullish on this? I like this print, okay? So we have these big engulfing patterns here with this opening drive just kind of chopping within this area, in this range, totally fine. But then we have this big engulfing print, but then we have that indecision candle right down here. Now, I get it, the volume signature isn't isolated, nor is it an isolated pivot, but the fact that sellers push price all the way down and then pushed it, and buyers push it all the way up to this price to where this candle closed, right, where this prior bar closed, this can possibly signal, hey, we're looking for somewhat of a turnaround, and I get it. Hey, that's hindsight, Joseph. I get that. But guys, we point out these signals, and sure enough, as I'm talking about it, this short signal on SPY is heading to the south side. So just keep that in mind, all right? So I don't know how deep this pullback can potentially be, but this can this does signal a potential turnaround. John Von Soyers, Ramin is not in today, my guy.
Oh, he probably just, shout out to John. John's always so kind.
He's the nicest person in the chat.
Easily.
There's a lot of nice people, but John always says the nicest words for sure. And I thought you were going out to lunch, John. I thought you said you were going to take a break and go out to lunch. But yeah, guys, I like this look on SPY. I voted short. Let's see what the poll is looking like now. Still 73% to the long side. Totally justifiable because we aren't going to put that in until 1 o'clock. Don't forget that. Ooh. So we do have about 45 minutes until for that to potentially turn around. But as of right now, I think I'm going to be short, especially going into the next couple of days in this overall market, just because of the momentum on the FOMC. And I know I talk about that a lot, but again, it just totally turned the sentiment around in the overall market. All right. So sell it, raw and done. I don't know if I'm going to sell it, but I would like to. But as of our poll, I can't go against the poll there. So yeah, the poll always wins. The numbers don't lie, folks. But let's see what happens on AMD as well here too. I mean, it looks like we're putting in that possible head and shoulders pattern here, Sharif. With that shoulder here, shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2. Now, if we break the support levels and the volume weighted average price, can we go into this opening range, this 5-minute opening range? I would assume so, and I would I wouldn't assume, but I would think that would be the next potential target because this was a really, really strong opening range. So if the market can hold this, then that would be fantastic for AMD. But as of right now, kind of like the overall market and some of the tech stocks, we are looking a little bearish, folks, okay? So that's it. What do you got going on there? Oh, you got a lot going on there.
Trying to work back into Rumble, Joseph. It had a positive green candle holding at 13. It does seem to be a buyer of note holding Rumble above 13. You see sometimes it wicks below 13, but it's quickly bought up. And I'll submit to you, the majority of the closing prints are closing above that $13 area. So we're going to work our way over here. This is also the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. And how many candles over here since this candle at 11:45? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles. There we go. We're taking out some levels. Let's see if we can continue to move up on RUM. It's been big already on the day, 85%. We're well off the highs though. 14, 17 HOD. I've still got a dip trade on this one because I don't have a bigger position. I'm not going to be trading with any substantial size the rest of the day. I'm super foggy. And I see you guys in the chat like, why are you trading? Why are you trading? Because I have a job, okay? I have to trade. I can't just sit on the desk and wax poetic for 3 hours. I'm going to have to trade. Yeah, it's not like I'm sitting at home and I'm forcing trades. No, this is my job to sit here and to take trades the best I can. Now, what I'm going to do to mitigate risk is to drop the size a little bit. So we're waiting here at 45s to see if we can get printed on RUM. Looks like there's a seller of note at around 40. There we go. We took them out. Now we're showing 43s. Let's see 44s. 44s now on the ask. Look, can we ascend a little bit more over here? I'm going to front run the size, take it out there. Now we're going to move up our order to the north side of 50. We're going to sit at 54s, see if we can get something above this area crest. Now, keep in mind, we did reject 1350 last time we made it up here. So there was a seller of note at around 1350 on RUM that could prevent us from ascending above that level, at least initially. We're going to whiffle and waffle likely before we end up taking out that level. Who knows? RUM does have a bit of a bigger short float than most others. Let's double check what it is. I know Obi was looking at it this morning. I'm seeing on Trade Ideas 21.42% or thereabouts. Sometimes that data is a little old. It can be up to 2 weeks old or even sometimes a little bit longer if it's not updated. So we, I don't want to say take it with a grain of salt, but it gives us a direction to kind of give us an idea of what we're working with here in terms of a short float. So good look right now on RUM, about 50 pennies in the money, 25 pennies in the money, excuse me. See, this is kind of how slow I am today. We'll look to take out that 50 penny level, packing my patience. Doesn't look like that's going to be forthcoming, but I kind of had that suspicion since we had rejected that level last time around. So RUM, we'll keep an eye out. Now, I'm also keeping my eye out here on OCC because it's put a candle of indecision It's at around $5. It does look like there is buying coming here on OCC at around 5. Now, this is the first 5-minute candle right now on OCC to make a higher low. And it hasn't closed, obviously. We've got 4 more minutes on this current 5-minute candle. But what I'm looking for on OCC is that rounded bottom effect. Now, I've got a rule. That rule is don't take these small cap gappers long south of VWAP. VWAP on my chart for OCC is 555. Something like that, 5 high 50s. So it's going to have rounded bottom or not. It's going to have to take VWAP on a closing basis for me to get interested on this one. Back to RUM as it does reject that $half area. Unsurprised by that, quite frankly, as we mentioned that there was a seller of note at 55. So now what I'm going to do is set up for another dip trade here at 13 or to front run $13, that is. So we're going to set up a buy order in front of $13 to try to get some more if this one wants to come back in and test it. Back now again to OCC as this one did wick VWAP at around 5, looks like 5 low 60s here on OCC. It did reject and it's right back down into the 30s. So packing my patience here on OCC. Definitely want to get back involved with this one. But look at that ugly rejection. It takes VWAP. Now it's a topping tail candle into VWAP and below 5 we go. Oh baby. The volatility on OCC is fast and dang furious. But look at this. This is what I'm seeing here on my 5-minute chart, where it kind of puts in a higher low, tests VWAP, rejects, but most notably, still, this current 5-minute candle at 1220 still hasn't made a lower low below that 1489. So technically still a higher low, despite the fact that it's really ugly and it probably bamboozled a whole bunch of people trying to take out that volume weighted average price. So we'll pack our patience with this one. It's got to set up my way. Otherwise, I'm not going to trade it again. Got to be north of VWAP. Back to RUM. So here we go. Now we're about 2 pennies or so out of the money, but that's fine. I'm looking for that dip trade at 13.10, showing 11s right now. Anything below 12.88, I'm Gonzino. We've held up before on the dips below 13 at 12.90. So first we got to get filled here at 10s or 11s, and then if we do anything below that 90 print, Joseph, we're going to cancel it. It's going to have to hold up, putting in higher lows for me to stay interested with that one.
Yeah, Fugazi Berry, that's a funny. If I want to short the SPY, you should check in with Kyle to see if he will allow me to come to the party. There's no doubt about that. He already sent me the invite, so that's why I decided to go short on SPY. So I'm 2 steps ahead of you there, Fugazi Berry. He said, Joe, anytime you want to come over and party, we can do that. So that's why we decided that we were going to go short the SPY today. And now I'm short the TQs, all right? So let's see if we can continue. Let's see if this doji comes into a little bit more play. I do have a little bit of concern about this 5-minute print, but that's totally fine. I have definitive risk on this, all right? So it's about 70 cents risk, a little wider than usual. But as soon as we break that high of day, then the thesis is invalid, and that's fine. We're on to the next trade. What is the next setup is what I am thinking about on that front, all right, folks? So, steaming SPY, yeah, exactly. I don't know. I guess he's busy today in the shop because we haven't heard anything from him, but that's okay. I'm sure he'll chime in eventually at some point. But yeah, guys, continuing to hold on to this TQQ trade. We just got in a couple of minutes ago. I really want to see what's going to happen in the next couple of minutes. I think it's going to be a nice determining point. We do kind of got that head and shoulders pattern going in on the 1-minute chart. We did breach it and have now slowly started to pull back a little bit, which is totally fine. I want to see if we can come and test these, what was once resistance becomes support. We'll take a look and for a potential price target on that. But again, I'm only out of this trade once we break that high of day. Do we use cumulative volume data indicator? No.
I saw that. I never used it. No.
No, I've never used it either. No, Julie, no.
It's interesting.
No, yeah. Was it just everything all together in the session, I guess? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you could just look at or the top here. There's cumulative volume right there. So 16.4 million shares traded on the TQQs. And if we want to pull up NVDA, we'll find out that as well too. Because I'm over here looking at some of the top volume, and sure enough, NVDA is at the top of its class as usual. Okay, so again, putting in the another day, NVDA putting in the most volume after the split. So sure enough, that is the case. PLTR sitting in second place, and then Soundhound. Let's talk a little bit about Soundhound here, folks, because we mentioned about how this thing has been on such a stellar run the past little month. It is now starting to cool off a little bit, and reasonably so, okay? You can't just go parabolic all the time. I mentioned this time after time. The market just happens to have great timing and when things need to sell off. So again, look at this monster run we went on with Soundhound, over 100% in a short period of time. Now pulling back, kind of chopping around in this range. Totally fine, totally justifiable. You can't just go parabolic all the time. Nice, healthy volume stepping in on the breakout. Lower volume on the pullback, and then the volume steps in. This is picture perfect, actually. I really want you guys to take a look at this. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, so yeah, guys, I want you to take a look at this. So as we break out, as you see price start to expand, that volume starts to kick in. So the volatility is starting to kick in, all right? So we have that volume confirming that breakout. Then when we see on this pullback is that volume just drop off a cliff. Keep that in mind. This is really positive for a continuation within that trend, all right? And then sure enough, as price turns back around again, that volume steps in once again, confirming another leg higher, forming that ABCD pattern on the daily, and then making that second leg higher. So that is really good. That is something that I'm always keeping an eye on as well too. So that's almost picture perfect. Strong volume on the breakout, lower volume on the pullback, and then stronger volume on that second leg higher. So good look there on Soundhound. It is starting to chop around a little bit. Totally fine. Very light volume on SPY today. I'm losing. I used to sleep on earlier SPY put. So yeah, very leery. Yeah, I mean, it's not the easiest session. Electric Passions. Like, again, leading into the holidays, I don't expect too much of volume, even though we're having a decent day so far. I don't expect price action to be as orderly as it kind of has been, but just, again, coming around that 2 o'clock hour, expect things to chop around a little bit because people are going, Wall Street's leaving early, people are going to do their last minute Christmas shopping, and et cetera, right? So don't expect for that crazy continuation, even though it's kind of been the opposite on that front. Let's take a look at SoFi before we send it off to Sharif real quick. Yeah, SoFi putting in a real good session as well too. Beautiful breakout on the daily. This thing's been trading really well for the past couple months. So good luck to anybody who has SoFi in the long term. Let's zoom in a little bit on the 5 minute. Yeah, and it's breaking high a day. Gonna go and test this pre-market high, I think, shortly. And once it breaks that pre-market high, I think 16 is in the works on SoFi there. Sharif, what do you got?
Sounds good. We got Adair.
Yeah, send it to Adair.
Small caps, as we always do, around 12:30 p.m. Shout out to Sharif, who's trading a lot of these. But this is going to be actually a special small cap time dedicated to a lot of these meme runners, just giving you guys some background on some of these catalysts and what's moving these names. We're going to start here, though, with IWM, which is actually recovering nicely. We were down about 1%, I believe, near low of days here. Now down only 1/3% and holding on to 221s. Again, earlier today, we were below 220. So nice bounce here off that 219 halves for the Russell. Let's see if we can continue to push above that 221 and get above this, I guess, high here as of the open. That was going to be 222.30. So we're about a point away from getting above that area. Lots of these small caps to discuss. First, though, I want to talk about FTEL. This one is up 71%. It does have a market cap here of $200 million. So not a super small market cap. Float of 2.59 million shares. This is first Fitel Corporation. I could not find a catalyst on Fitel Corporation, but it's worth noting here there's not a lot of volume actually on this push. We've only traded under 500,000 shares today, and this highest volume candle was just over 100,000 shares. So be very careful with FTEL. There's also DRCT, which Sharif was involved in earlier. This one making new day's highs. It's pretty volatile. It's been halting a lot, up 400% with a float of 3.17 million shares and a market cap of $11.8 million. There's also, to go back to some of these earlier runners, Rigetti here announcing a new qubit system called Anka. This one still up about 15.79%, though definitely removed from its high of day with a short float of just over 17%. Another one that I want to remind us of here is Rumble, which is actually holding really interestingly, holding previous support here and I guess also previous resistance around that 1280 area, though with lower highs, still up about 80% here with a 21.4% short float, Tether here actually announced they're going to be doing a $775 million strategic investment into RUM. So keep an eye on those two. Rumble now with an indirect crypto connection. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and make sure to vote in the poll whether you think the SPY should be long or short in our Playmaker group trade. Back to the Bash Brothers. Take it away.
I was learning a little bit about stable coins over the weekend.
Stablecoin, yeah.
Yeah, it's because you always hear them. Excuse me. This, that, but I didn't actually know how they mechanically work. So I guess there's two main ones, right? There's Tether and USDC, right?
Yep, Tether,
so one's apparently in the Bahamas or somewhere offshore in the Caribbean, which is Tether. I'm not making a statement, but the statement, the article that I read said that they had a bit of a checkered past. USDC is actually local. It's actually in the United States. And they actually buy dollar for dollar. So say you deposit $100, they'll buy $100 worth of U.S. Treasury, something that's easily, you can liquidate in short order in case there was a run on the bank, so to speak, right? Which I find to be quite interesting. So is that gonna kind of be the case going forward? Like if we were to say, for example, adopt some sort of cryptocurrency, like a national cryptocurrency. Forget about the States for a second. Like say Canada does that. Do we go back to something where you have to make sure that there's a counterweight to the actual crypto coin that you're like the U.S. dollar before the 70s, before they delinking with the gold? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so like a one-to-one reserve is kind of what. Yeah. I was
like,
funny,
what's the next move?
Because I was reading a book on stable. Well, my book, and it was actually just touching on stable coins this week. Yeah, this weekend when I was laying in bed. To that I can't give you a straight out answer, but one thing that I found that when I was reading was really cool. So you know how it just tracks the USD essentially, right? So at one point in USDT there was a skew in it. So USDT was worth slightly more than the dollar, and you seen the spike, and people were trading it, but then sure enough, exactly. It was really cool. Yeah, so it went up to like $1, 15 or something like that. So it was skewed. So people were trading USDT, making money off that pairing. Yeah. But then sure enough, it just went back.
It went back.
But there's some. Fact check me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's like 48 billion USDT or something. 48 billion. Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's funny. I was reading on that as well too. But I mean, eventually, I think you have to. You do have to have that one-to-one reserve, though. I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Right?
I think that's why Binance got in a lot of trouble as well too, because they didn't have enough Bitcoin in the reserve on the exchange, and they were selling Bitcoin, but not having that one-to-one reserve at some point.
Interesting. Yeah. I want to know more about this. Obviously, now that I'm going to be involved in crypto, you got to understand all facets of crypto. So shout out to you guys in the chat there. If you guys have anything to explain to us as well about this, obviously it's a little. This is beyond my area of expertise, and I'd love to hear from some people who have more knowledge about this kind of stuff. And if you can give me any more nuance aside from what I just got from that very basic article, I'd love to hear it as well. So shout out to you guys. I do appreciate it. All right, I'm keeping my eye out on, as Adair said, DRCT all halted to the upside. Yet again, this one's been very volatile and has been, having a hard time staying open, but it is right at that high of the day, 278 right now. That it's closed at the high. It seems to hold here. That 20 exponential moving average on the 5, it did dip all very briefly below $2. All the way down to 181, but never got to the volume weighted average price. So yeah, if you were looking for a VWAP dip trade, you didn't get it. I personally wasn't, but I was keeping an eye for VWAP hold, and we could make an educated entry after that. I'm also keeping my eye on OCC. Does seem to be fighting with $5. I'm not going to take it long anywhere around here. That is until it gets above and holds above VWAP. But I saw yet another volume spike and a price spike, I should say, on GameStop, this time taking us above 371. It looks like we wicked into that 380 area, trading 368 right now. It's been kind of doing these peaks and troughs. It spends very little time at the peaks and more time at the troughs, from my observation. Here's what I mean. So look at this holding here below VWAP on a 5 almost 6 candle basis, and then we get to the peak, we hold up there 2 candles. Same thing over here. We hold VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 candles at VWAP, and then we shoot up to 380, and now we're coming right back down below that 70 penny level. We're giving up 60 pennies over here. So if you're going to scalp GameStop, make sure you're putting some resting orders in and around the area where you think it's going to spike up to. I personally be wetting my beak in mid 60s, low 70s, because it's not hanging out there all that much. That's 3 spikes now where GameStop has shot up and then come right back down. Let's see if it holds VWAP. If it does, maybe I'll get in this time at around 350, 3 mid 40s. GME, not doing the exact, a lot. I mean, it's up 2 3/4, 2 2/3, but giving you a predictable area. DRCT halted to the upside yet again, this time taking $3. Now the high of the day, 306, it is halted. It's up 456% now. Great strength today with DRCT, and it just occurred to me, I didn't give you any of the details on this. So here's what I'm seeing on Trade Ideas. Let me bring down the platform so I can share this info with everybody. The float, an eye-wateringly large. No, I'm kidding, of course. 3.17 million shares with a float of short float, that is, excuse me, of 2.81 million. The market cap over here. Also, where's the market cap at? Market cap, show yourself. About $13 million market cap without the latest update, or the latest update to account for the move in the stock price. So decent small float. That's kind of why we're squeezing up over here at 3 million share float. Not really much in the way of a short float, so it can't really be that. Now, you know, I think I've had my dalliance with this one. I'm already down on the day because I've traded very poorly, so I don't really want to get into these higher risk trades and then be more down on the day. So I'm going to be really selective in the stocks that I trade and the entries that I take. So keeping my eye for anything that I like over here. Genuinely, I don't see anything that I can enter at these levels. Let's have a look back at RUM. We were able to eke out some profits there on RUM, but it did breach 1288, which is where I had my stop, right back above 13. Now that I look at RUM, it looks like as if we're putting incrementally lower highs now. With a bit, we're actually putting in higher lows as well, but lower highs. So I don't want to base anything off 13 because that got me in trouble last time. So I'm unsure exactly how to trade RUM at this particular price, because we're not really holding any definable area to the low side that I can say, look, this is a good entry point right now. So gonna pack my patience before I enter into something else, but RUM definitely in focus. GameStop, okay, right back up into that 30-60 area. Didn't quite make it down back into VWAP like I was kind of guessing it would, given how it had traded prior to that. Where it kind of spiked up and then dropped right back down. So we're trading in the 30-60s, trying to hold that 30-70 area on GME. See if this one wants to continue and possibly take out that 31 level. Neil, what's that level that you were mentioning on GameStop? 32 and a quarter is the level that Neil has earmarked, and he's been telling me this for a hot minute, and you can kind of see that. When you look at the hourly over here, we've been working our way. The highest over here is 32 and a quarter. Definitely a lot of trouble taking 31 or 31 and a half in general. You can see we've kind of had a flat top. If you look at the other side of the coin, though, we have been putting in higher lows, especially if take it from where you want, whether October or whether the more recent price action here in early December. Each and every kind of area low is a little bit higher than its predecessors, with maybe a 31.50, 32 flat top break and take. So GameStop, as I've been saying, it seems like it's priming into something over here. And having a look at the daily, you can see late October, it started spiking. It hasn't given up any of the gains that it's made since late October, but nor has it been able to break and take above that low 30 area. So the higher lows is what's important to me. With kind of a bit of a flat top here on GameStop. That's obviously not something you can use intraday, but keep your mind open to a possible swing trade here on GameStop. If you're able to take out that level, it could squeeze a little bit. What's the short float as of late on GameStop? I know I checked it last week. 8.8 1/3%. Yeah. So not the biggest, certainly, but also not negligible, Joseph.
What was it during, I guess, that initial squeeze?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was high. It was high. It was really high. Yeah. Let us know what was the short flow? And that's my argument with it. I know a lot of people love GameStop and they kind of just the sentiment and the culty type action around it, but just understand the short float isn't as high as it was. So it's going to make it more difficult for those massive squeeze into that whatever price it went to at that time. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Let's have a look at some of these mag over here because some of them are moving, man. Meta continues to knock on the door of that $600 area, 599.80 high. Very respectful Meta is of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Every single wick or closing print has been above the 10 exponential. That is, of course, since we took it decisively at 10:30. That was the last time we printed anything lower on a closing basis below the 10 exponential on Meta. Seems to be very directional, but still unable to take that $600 area quite yet, which is totally normal. I mean, I don't expect any real direction in the market this week, as it is a holiday shortened week, of course. And we know the traders are, probably out there enjoying skiing in the Alps or skiing wherever. Did you see your boy Alex Karp on the weekend?
What was he doing?
Oh, okay, so I didn't peg him for what's it called? Country, what's it called?
Cross-country skiing?
Cross-country skiing, thank you. But yeah, man, the dude's smooth, eh?
He was smooth with it.
Yeah, and he was like wishing everybody a Merry Christmas, and then he's basically mentioning the haters, as he usually does, says how he loves how the haters are losing money on his stock. But yeah, he was out there doing his ski thing. A lot of, obviously, traders probably enjoying their time off as well, and as such, we get a little bit less market volatility.
Yeah, I'd be cross-country skiing too if I was Alex Karp and having the shares appreciate drastically and enjoying those lessons and saying hi to everybody.
All the insider selling? No insider buying yet on Palantir. Can you blame them though?
No,
everybody's up a zillion percent.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to take some profits, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be a good holidays for them. So yeah, but we're going to send it up to Adair here, folks.
Keep an eye here. We may have a new entry into the Trump sympathy play bucket, and that ticker may be Ford. Ford announcing here that they're going to be donating $1 million and a fleet of vehicles to the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. Not much of a move on this, but I just wanted to mention that because we know some of these Trump sympathy plays can move in tandem. F on watch. Back to you.
Forward, eh?
Dear Ollie, boy. I live 10 minutes away from the Alps. I never go skiing.
Really?
What?
My mom's went to Switzerland last year, bro. She could not stop saying good stuff about it.
Yeah, I heard. Goodness. Yeah. I mean, my grandma used to take me and my friends to Blue Mountain for March break.
Hey.
Yeah, and we would always ride there, so it was always fun. And that's like kind of the biggest ski hill you can get in Ontario.
Oh, so. God, yeah. It's either that or Mount St. Louis.
Yeah, exactly. But Mount St. Louis never had night ski, right? So for the longest time.
Good call.
When me and my boys, we would go ride park, you'd have to be there early and then leave at like 4 o'clock. But with Blue Mountain, you can.
Blue Mountain's it's a whole scene. There,
it's a whole scene, man.
It's nice. I like the village. It's chill. There's a whole bunch to do.
It's been a long time since I've been. When was the last time you were there?
Last year, and I'm probably going to go up again this week.
You go to the Scandinavian? You go to the Scandinavian?
Well, no, my sister is from Collingwood. Before she moved to California.
Oh, okay.
So like they have a whole bunch of friends up there. So anytime she's up here, I gotta schlep up there, drive her up there, and then she got to do all the rounds. She got to see all her friends all on my tab. My gas.
For sure. Yeah,
Joseph.
In the Jag though, at least.
V8.
Yeah, exactly. Being real fuel efficient.
Hey. Elon Sharif went to Africa last year, right? Yes, I did. I went to Kenya, and it was like one of the best times of my life, man. Oh yeah, I went on a safari. But it was short for a week though. Definitely like to do a little bit more. It was the best. It was the best time of my life, man.
Kenya was the best time of your life?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
All about that ecotourism thing. I want to do a lot more of that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Have you been to Thailand?
I haven't yet.
No,
I haven't been to Asia
goal.
at all.
No. It's the goal is to get over there.
I'm learning Mandarin, bro. That's the
exactly.
Next one.
So you're gonna go over there,
Way.
So with Xi Jinping himself.
Xi. All right, guys. GameStop is moving, and it is doing quite well here. So it hasn't pulled back into the volume-weighted average price like it had on every previous pop. I'm talking about these pops into that 30 and 3/4. This time it's taking that 3/4 level decisively, looking to take out 90, so it's about 4/5 right now. The high of the day is 31.07, but it was a quick wick into 31.07 at around over here, and the quick drop back down into 30.30. So we'll see if GameStop's good. What are you laughing at?
Look what the other said, man. Come on, man.
The other?
Yeah, the
so
other.
Like, oh, wow.
Yeah,
they're gonna
disrespect.
come out like that. Sharif, did you meet Mufasa there, says Kashif. Look, Kashif, I went for the gorillas, brother. So I went there to actually see the mountain gorillas, and it was like the experience of a lifetime. But getting to the gorillas was quite hard because the trackers have to track them, and it took like a few hours. So when we got there, it was like you had to be super quiet, you had to wear masks, you couldn't look at the gorillas in the face, and then they weren't that active. The best part was my lion walk. That was insane. Yeah, okay, the lions are huge. And it's almost like unusual how cool they are around people. Now these ones, they're normal around people, right? The park rangers, like they obviously knew them, they took care of them, everything like that, but you couldn't get too close to the lions, bro.
Why would you want to get too close to the lions?
I don't know, because, hold on, Neil,
like they're real cool, they're real cool
they slow down
until they're hungry.
They're not like, they're not train cars, bro. You know, they stop, they smell, they do stuff, and so you have to adjust to what they're doing because you can't get too close. So it was
I would hope so, I would think so,
It was one of the most insane experiences ever. Male lions
they're huge. Yeah, they're massive.
Huge. And I know they look a lot more inflated because their manes and stuff like that, but dude, the muscle on that it's insane.
I love silverback gorillas though. The gorillas being my favorite. I definitely
But it's kind of boring, Joseph. Like I expected a little bit more. Like I thought, some people would get pushed over and stuff like that. Because some of the silverbacks, they need to let you know that this is their territory, bro. So they come and they knock you over, this, that, and the other, and everything's fine.
I wouldn't be getting too close to the lions myself. I don't. So
why you get close? I didn't get close, guys. They get close to you. I'm being serious. You just have to adjust to them. What'd you say, Neil? Well, because like I was just explaining, like they stop, they move into close to you, like they want to come back, they hear prey, so that they like come back to where you are. So you need to like actually actively get out of their way, which is it's intense. It's an intense experience, but one of definitely my favorite experiences ever. No question about it. Yeah, of course. No, the park rangers, man, let me tell you guys, these guys were the best people ever. They care so much about their country, and for people out there that think that you're exploiting these animals, I just want to let you know one quick thing, that the government wants to turn their habitat into farmland. The only way not to turn that habitat into farmland is by actually generating revenue from that land itself through ecotourism, and so that's kind of why they do that whole thing. So before I get any hate, what's up, Neil?
I'm not going to drop any hate right now. However, and I truly think it's amazing. You had a great experience. Everyone has to have like things that you're passionate about, and they're a lot of fun. But I think what you've just made a strong case for, Sharif, is why everyone should be long Metastock. Because you can have a pretty incredible experience in VR, where I'm not close to any lions and gorillas, but I'll certainly feel like I'm walking amongst them without the actual threat of death, which is amazing. Because as far as I'm concerned, if I can get the same thrill of it without having to face down, like my life flashing between my eyes, last time I checked, there's a reason why amusement rides are popular and Six Flags does well and Canada's Wonderland is fantastic, because I don't have to jump out of an airplane, I can go on a roller coaster. And now I can get a Meta VR headset. I'm not even making an advertisement. By the way, Meta's right under 600, potential breakout happening. That's not here or there. But I really think you've made a strong case for VR, because that is, I would love to walk with the gorillas too, but I just don't want to actually walk with them, Sharif. So I'll get a headset and do it the right way. And then you'll see me. You're never going to see me in some headline, a Canadian tourist was eaten by a live lion. Like, no, it's just not going to be me. I promise you guys that much. VR all the way. I'm out.
You guys, man. Guys, I already told you, if there was a sign up sheet to be the first to go to Mars, I'd put my name.
It was already, wasn't there?
Like a real one, not like,
what happened?
an Elon one. If there was a sign-up sheet, Joseph, to be the first to own
It's
a
a
fully
one. It's a,
functional
hold on, time out.
eVTOL,
Let's go back here. A one-way.
gotta get to that.
Okay, a one-way ticket to Mars. You're going. That's
Not
it. There's no.
one way,
Okay,
bro. Are you
bro.
kidding?
All right. See you later.
Come on now.
All right, we're gonna send it to Dara.
Basically, I'm seeing some speculation here, and again, this is not confirmed. This is pure speculation. Some people saying that they believe they're seeing LiDAR testing happening at Giga Texas, but regardless, speculation here that Tesla is testing some LiDAR here, which is light detection and ranging on a model in their Gigafactory in Texas. So keep an eye on TSLA. I would like to clarify that story, pure speculation, but it is circulating around X, though the stock is not reacting too much. And we are brought to you by Trade the Pool. Start Christmas early with Trade the Pool's ultimate gift for traders. Buy one, get one free. Buy an 80K, 160K, or 260K buying power evaluation. You get a free $20,000 evaluation, plus enjoy 7 extra days on both plans. And don't forget that once you meet the profit target, you'll become a funded trader and start trading with Trade the Pool's capital. You'll trade real shares, not CFDs, and you'll access over 12,000 symbols. You can even short penny stocks with no extra brokerage fees. Scan the QR code to trade now, but don't wait. This offer ends January 1st. It could be your best trading move yet. Back to you.
Yeah, I love what you guys are throwing there in the chat, man. Everybody has completely different opinions. I'm more respectful of everybody's opinions. I could not be more respectful of everyone's preferences. I could not be. I just happen. I don't even peg myself as a big risk taker IRL, Joseph. But there's some technology that I'm just willing to throw my weight behind. And come what may, bro. If I get like, look. You know how they want to do Mars, right? They want to send everything ahead.
I swear there was people that signed up for that, like a couple
bro.
years
I mean,
ago.
like an Elon,
Elon, okay,
kind of
SpaceX.
instigate thing.
All
So
right.
they want to send everything to Mars first, using spaceship or Starship, obviously. So you have all your whatever the enclosures that you're going to be able to stay in, your rovers, your food, everything's going to be there ahead of you, right? And so then you would go there when everything's already kind of set, and then you'd be able to kind of use everything and kind of live off, I don't want to say live off the land, but you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah. And if that was organized in that way and there was a trip back where I could see my family, come on May, bro. I make it back, I don't make it back, you know, I'm one of the only people in like the history of the universe that can say I went there. It's a good way to go in my opinion, right? That's just the way it is. Obviously I don't want to be eaten by a lion, don't extend that whole principle into getting eaten by wild animals, but.
So you'd be Matt Damon then, pretty much, is what you're getting at.
Ooh, yeah, that was
on the Martian
there, bro.
On The Martian or Interstellar? Matt Damon, Interstellar.
Yeah, Interstellar. He's sinister in Interstellar, bro.
Yeah.
What's it called? His planet again? Something's planet?
Yeah,
it's like his planet.
I can't even remember.
Yeah, I don't want to be Matt Damon, Interstellar. I'll be more Martian, though, for sure.
Martian.
The guy's creative. He uses his own, whatever
ways.
He had to
do what he had to do, man. He had to do what he had to do. So, hey, but that means I won't be taking any 6-month trip. We can't even get this. There's astronauts that have been stuck in orbit in like orbit for almost a year now. They can't even get them home. Yeah, and you think you're gonna come home from Mars?
You know who you're gonna thank for that, right?
Who we thank?
The good people at Boeing, bro.
Oh,
they got fantastic engineering there. They don't use dish soap or anything like lubricant. Everything is fine. Wow. They send people to space. They bring them back. Elon doesn't have to help out or intervene or anything like that.
What do you think the mental toll is on those individuals that's been stuck up there for?
Well, they're with people in the space station. There's other people there.
Yeah, there's other people there, but even so, you're in space and you've been trapped, and everybody's prolonging your return home. It's been month after month. How long have they been up there? How long have they been up there?
I don't know.
A long time. Yeah, a long time, dude. That's scary. Yeah, but that's scary in a long time. So what if your rover on Mars was like, hey man, we can't make this trip back for another 2.5 years?
Yeah, that sucks.
You know what I mean?
That sucks.
Yeah, that would totally suck. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, guys, so let's talk a little bit about the TQs here. I punched out and then I got back in as we rejected to make any new high a day. With Meta trending to the top side, this might be a little bit of a dangerous trade, but I'm going to hold on to this for a little bit longer. Again, I like the RVR significantly more now compared to what it was. I punched out at the highs, unfortunately, but then we just got back in. So let's see if we can go and test. But it's a much better RVR front on this trade now, because look at what I had to risk to the high a day before compared to now. So that's just something I'm always keeping an eye on. I would rather realize the small loss, get back in, opposed to just hold and it not work in my favor. So again, I like this RVR significantly more. I do think that we can turn around, excuse me, and go and test these lows here and this support and resistance zone. So I am liking that. The chat's fired up about all the space stuff there. Yeah, liking it, guys. I watched a really good anthology yesterday as well too.
Hear it.
Yeah. It was literally that. It was about one of the episodes was about space travel, and it was kind of like that interstellar aspect where like 60 seconds on one planet is like 15 years on another one, which is just absolutely insane. Yeah.
Do you understand that when you get closer to the speed of light, distance between two objects gets closer? How the hell does that work? So you have to think about space-time as like a graph that bends. So you can like, it's hard to explain without having like an animation. Maybe I'll find one quickly. But basically, as you get closer to the speed of light, Joseph, the distance, so say Andromeda Galaxy is about 2.5 million light years away, that could actually be a lot closer IRL. But the point is, even if you were to get to that speed, one sec, Fabian, even if you were to get to that speed, and came back to tell everybody about it, it'd be like 5 million years later.
Exactly.
So there was like nobody that you could actually share that with, and probably be a whole different species of people.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Fabian? Time slows down, yeah. No, I get that time slows down, Fabian, but what I didn't understand was why distance actually gets closer when you're going at the speed of light, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It was really good stuff, so I like anthologies, big anthology guy. But yeah, this TQQ's trade isn't working out necessarily how I would like. We'll do that in a second for the second poll, because in a matter of a couple minutes here, Sharif, we're going to have to document our Playmaker poll shortly here. Yeah, don't think we forgot about that, folks. We said that we're going long on the SPY. It seems to be the winning vote, but let's get a couple more votes in here, guys. Let's get that to 1,000. We got 3 minutes left. Let's get that up. We only need 65 more votes. That's not asking too much. 3,800 of you watching.
Easy.
Let's get those votes in. Let's see if we can kind of close that gap in. Speaking about time gaps, let's see if we can close let's get this gap in here with some shorts. Let's get some shorts maybe to vote on there, or those longs, guys, but let's get that to 1,000. Time is only for humans. Yeah, apparently. Well, it's for everybody, but yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Forex AU. Oh, my guy, haven't seen you in the chat today, so thanks for chiming in. But yeah, let's get those votes in. We're still holding on to this TQ short. If we have the inability to break that high a day, then I think this thesis may be intact. But again, when we have stocks like Meta and some of the other mega cap stocks continuing to trade higher, that's going to be a little bit of a tougher look there. So I would need these guys to start pulling back in and selling in order for that thesis to play out. So let's take a look at NVDA as well, too. Okay, yeah. Still crawling higher, still kind of going testing those highs of days. If this continues to move, then yeah, that thesis is in absolute trouble. Up about 2.74% on the session. And look at this thing from a daily perspective. We'll pull it up on, on a different chart. And we'll look at NVDA from a daily perspective. And here we go. Yeah, and I mentioned once we held these levels, I thought that we were going to continue to hold and potentially bounce. I did like this pivot. I was talking about this one before. Created a bull put and then got stopped out. Totally fine. I'm not going to create another credit spread for the year. We'll wait until next year. But again, yeah, holding these levels really well. We had that head and shoulders pattern now starting to continue. Now we're mid-range here. I do think in a matter of time that we do and go test these all-time highs. Sharif, let me see.
Yes, sir. I want to let you guys know there's another small cap gapper that is making its way onto the scene here. CHEK. Check Cap is the name of the company. Very small market cap, 7 million shares traded, about 4.5 million shares today with a float of 4.3 million shares. We've had 2 up halts right now, 1 down halt, currently caught. I'm not caught, but we're in a $120 down halt right now. Let's find out what the theoretical auction price is on this one. It's going to have to stay above $1 for me to stay interested. Currently, the tap is 118, so 2 pennies below the halt level. It's also going to have to reclaim that $1.30. That's where the volume weighted average price is. I'm not going to trade any of these small cap. Gapper is south of VWAP. Every time I do that, I end up, which is a breach of my rule, I end up losing on it. So I'm really going to try to stick to my rules today, already being down on the day. So this one looks like it's got another minute before it unhalts if we are to be a 5-minute halt right now. So CHEK up 103%. Good look right now, about 4.5 million shares, which is nothing. I mean, this one really only started getting going at 12:30. Is there a news headline on this? None that I see. What does this company do? Are they LiDAR? Israeli-based clinical stage medical diagnostics company? No. So they're an Israeli company. According to Luis, these Israeli companies have been moving wild lately. Luis Barbado was on last Thursday, small cap gap trader in Barcelona, Spain. What brought that to my attention. So we're going to keep an eye out on CHEK. It's going to find its way onto the side chart, and it's going to replace TRAW. So we're going to throw that on. And I also want to talk about RUM. Rumble coming back down off that 13 3/4 touch, and it looks like as if it's holding right now the 10 exponential moving average. I've traded RUM poorly today. Initially some good entries on it, but just a bunch of mistakes led me to kind of not trading it very well. So what I'll look to do here to see, do we retrace down into that 20 exponential? The last time we actually breached it. So I want to see a possible hold at 13. Rumble, I mean, everything's setting up properly on Rumble. It's above VWAP. It's above the 10. Just going to have to figure out the right entry. Okay, so CHEK open over here, dropping down below that $1.22 that it was halted at. Now we're at a $1.10, $1.12. It's going to have to hold $1 for me to even keep it on the side chart, but it's going to have to be above a $1.30 for me to trade it. And here we go, back into 123. Can it reclaim the volume weighted average price, which is on my chart right now at a $1.29? This is up 100%. It's got a small float. I don't think it has a bigger short float. Let's check quickly. CHEK. No, negligible short float here on CHEK, which is saying 0.21% for the short float there. Adara, though, is at the big desk.
We're going to take a look here at crypto, as we always do around 1 p.m. during the midday. Make sure if you did or did not participate in the Playmaker poll or our previous poll for the rundown, you have the opportunity to vote in a brand new poll. It will be dropping soon. There'll be 4 tickers to choose from. 4 tickers, there you go. 4 tickers to choose from. And then the top 4 tickers between that poll and our first rundown poll that started at 11 a.m. will be gone over by Neil and Obi during the rundown at 2 p.m. Sharif will be on the green screen gesticulating wildly. So let's take a look here at some crypto. I want to talk about MSTR. This graphic was published by CNBC early this morning, showing MSTR's Bitcoin holdings. Now, as of the time this graphic was made, 439,000. Then this morning around 8 a.m., MicroStrategy revealed they have now acquired another 5,262 Bitcoin. So now this is actually not an accurate number anymore. Currently, as of this morning, holding 444,262 Bitcoin. So that is quite the number of Bitcoin. They are by far the largest corporate holder. But what's interesting, too, is the extent to which they are the largest corporate holder. So here is BitBo. This is just a look at Bitcoin treasuries. The next largest amount of Bitcoin held by a public company is going to be Marathon Digital with 40,435 Bitcoin. So MicroStrategy is roughly 10 times the amount of Bitcoin that Mara has, which is pretty significant. MicroStrategy also is the only public company that has more than 1% of the total 21 million Bitcoin available, holding about 2.116%. So I thought that was kind of interesting look there in terms of public companies holding Bitcoin. MicroStrategy certainly runs the roost there. Let's take a look at Bitcoin itself, which is continuing to crater towards that 92,000. As mentioned earlier, 92,000 certainly serving a support level on the daily chart for BTC USD. Let's take a look at Ethereum as well. Ethereum, interestingly, holding up pretty decently despite this pretty nasty double top on the daily chart around that key 4,000 level. We topped it once there, December 6th. Then again, we hit this level December 17th, heading up to the FOMC meeting. So keep an eye here on ETH and BTC USD having very different trajectories today. Let's see all these crypto names and all these tickers shape up, and make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying our stream. Thank you.
Huh. That's interesting. Huh?
Are you seeing what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, maybe we'll see if it got updated, possibly, yeah.
Because when I was looking at Adara, if you can send me that, Adara, can you send me that Bitcoin chart of the largest holders? Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, but anyways, guys, we'll get back to that shortly, but you know what time it is. Shreve, what time is it?
It is 1:05, so we got to do the playmaker poll.
Okay, yeah, there we go, yeah. That's it. I didn't mean literally, time, that's what I was looking for. Not a literal time, yeah.
So what do you need from me
All
right
right,
now?
brother, okay, let's get on to the playmaker poll, guys. As you can see, half decent looking equity curve here, Shreve, but we need our entry price here on that front.
593.06.
593.06.
Stop out. 592.06 stop out.
592.06. 592.06 is our stop out price.
595.06 beak wetter.
595.06 is that beak wetter. We're going to look to be taking some profits, guys. 105 is the time that we are in. Orders are set. Stop losses are placed. We got a stop out on that one, folks. Totally fine. But let's see what's going to bring the rest of the day. I think, again, it's kind of similar to our Friday scenario. I think it's going to be a tough one to hit our 595 target. I'm not going to rule it out, especially as the market looks like it wants to break that pivot high that I was mentioning not too long ago. So it's definitely possible to continue to the northeast, especially if the mags are going to start to continue. So yeah, I like this right now. We're in a little bit of a tight spot, but only time will tell, my friends, on how we do on the playmaker poll of the day.
Joseph,
Yes,
what
sir.
4 did you put on the first poll? You remember?
Which part of me?
Which 4 tickers did you put on the first poll?
Oh yeah, Tesla, NVDA, IBIT, or actually no, that's a fib. It was RGTI.
You can just go into the
ROM. Yeah, I'm trying to. We got a lot of things up here. Here we go. The first ones I put up Tesla, RGTI, RUM, and IBIT.
All right,
the first
cool.
ones,
I'm
all right?
sending him the poll right
Yeah.
now. All right, so we're gonna just hold on.
Yeah,
for 1
I'll
sec.
take it. You want me to? Yeah, I got it all under control here, folks. Continue to let us know what's going on. Dara sent me the message here, which I am really curious to see, because what I thought I was missing on here is like, why wasn't by categories, ETFs, countries, public companies. Yeah, let's go to public companies here. Okay, so I thought that Grayscale and BlackRock were going to be on here, but why are they not on here? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah, I think those are just the public. It's interesting,
okay,
right? We're gonna throw Meta on here.
Yeah, we're gonna throw Meta on there. Okay, so this is really interesting here, folks. 444,000 Bitcoin. Wow, this stuff has to add up real quick, because I know that about 95% of all Bitcoin are currently mined, and a lot of people are already hoarding these already. So I think we might be getting up there and close to, like, I don't think there's much more. I mean, 2140 is when the last Bitcoin, I think, is going to be mined, and then the rest of that is just, everything else is going to be in circulation from that point. But guys, I'm out of this TQQ trade. We broke that high, so thesis invalid. Market is really strong, recovering well. I guess that the statistic that I brought up not too long ago, the other day, when the VIX spikes more than 60% in a session, that the market within less than a month continues to push higher and potentially makes all-time highs. As of right now, this is the scenario that seems to be taking place right now. So, okay, yep. But other than that, I'm not going to complain about it. That's totally fine with me. We took 2 stop outs. We're not going to sit here and whine, that's for sure. We're going to look to participate in the strength. I'm not going to buy the high day break. The volume isn't really stepping in. So we'll just sit here and wait, Sharif. What do you got?
I'm just answering Chef too. I believe we did have the 2-year note auction, guys, for whoever was asking there.
But we're going to send it to Adara real quick, yeah.
Sharif, I was just going to cover this. We did have the 2-year note auction. Some of the market's pushing higher here. Q is up about almost 1% at this point. 2-year note auction at 1 p.m. came in at 4.335% for the high yield versus 4.274% expected, slightly higher than expected. Also of note, Meta briefly breaking above 600 as of right now we're back below. So some of these markets getting a little bit of push to the upside, but this was noticed, I'd say a couple minutes after the 2-year story, so it could be a bit of a delayed auction reaction either way. Worth noting, slightly higher than expected, or previous anyway. 2-year note yield auction. Back to you guys.
I hear on Rumble now. It's it's been consistent in staying above that 13, 13 and a quarter. It, the last little dip below 13 did hold up a bit of a trend line. Now it looks like it's working its way back into that $0.75 area. Nice higher highs and higher lows. We're going to get involved over here. Very small position. We're going to work in. I like the next ad at around or a dip trade around that 13 and a third. So we're going to set that up right now. We're going to throw in that dip trade to account for the 20 exponential moving average. We'll see what we get, and then hopefully we won't get too upset today, but it's been a rough trading day for me today. DRCT halted again. This one looks like it's going to be a little bit of a longer halt, guys. I've got 2 dashes now on the 5-minute chart, which usually means it's going to be a 10-minute halt, if not more. Halted at 305. Let's have a look and see where the theoretical auction price is on DRCT. So it's higher. We're halted at 1305 with the tap. The theoretical auction price showing 322. Sorry, I hope I wasn't saying 13. I meant 3. That's just how out of it I am today. So 322 theoretical auction price tap up 454%. Good look right now for DRCT holding, the 10 exponential moving average on all the halts. Ever since it bounced off the 20 over here at 12 o'clock, that seems like a really long time ago. It's been above the 10. Even when it did halt down over here, it bounced off the 10 exponential, holding that 290 right back above 3. So good strength for this one. You're going to have to trade it in a different way, though, and be ready to be locked into it for 5, 10 more minutes, because it's been really kind of having trouble staying open at the moment. So we're working our way into Rumble, looking at building a bit of a position over here. So we're going to take really small share size to build up the position on Rumble. It's been putting in higher lows. That keeps me confident that the trend is still intact to the high side. So we'll pack our patience, see what we're able to get there. CHEK still zigging and zagging, guys, below that $1.20, below the volume weighted average price. So I'm not going to trade this whether it's up 100% or not. And it is. It's going to really need to stay above that $1.25 where VWAP is right now. CHEK is the one I'm talking about. It showed up there just midday at 12:35, so a bit of a newer one showing up on the scene. But the poll is now live. You've got Uber up there. I had to throw up Uber, even though it's only up 2.25%. How come? Because it seems to be holding that $60 level. And if I can, allow me a moment here, indulge me for a second. I was showing this to Joseph earlier before we got on. Let's have a look at the weekly, because this $60 level on Uber is important. Look at this area crest that we put in. This is the weekly, guys, by the way, on Uber, that we got into. Let's just say initially we got into it January of 2021. We kind of held that level as a level of resistance till we gave it up in about April of 2021. Then we all know what happened, late in 2021, early 22. We had a bit of a sell on the market in general. Uber was not spared. It went all the way down to $20. And then here we go again. We ended up taking 60 decisively back in the earlier part of this year, January. And then don't look too much over here. This is Black Monday, okay? So these 2 candle dips over here. This is Black Monday from back in August when the yen carry trade unwinded. We did dip below there, but as you can see, we quickly reclaimed 60. This is the more operative part to me right over here, this 62 and change. So I want to see what I've been waiting for, and I changed Uber's positioning on my watch list so that I can see it every day, because if Uber's going to hold 60, then I'm going to build a position into Uber, and Uber has been now 3 weeks straight holding above that $60 level. So, it could be worth a look over here now. Whether it's going to go in your long-term investment account, it's going to be a swing, whatever it's going to be. I'm going to keep my eye on Uber at $60, seeing if it holds that level. And today, it's giving you that 2% pump. So not a bad look right now. So we'll keep an eye out on that. So Uber, AMD, DRCT, the one that's up 450% I threw there. And then Meta, breaking through that $600 area. 629 is the high of the day. NVIDIA I was obviously going to throw on there, but Joseph had already thrown it on the first poll. NVIDIA leading the Mag 7 today, up over 3%. It's kind of been a little bit of Tesla, a little bit of NVIDIA, a little bit of Meta, switching places as to who was more up on the day. So get your votes in now, and then we'll have the afternoon rundown for you. I'm going to vote Uber. I know Uber's not going to get that much love. AMD, number 1 right now, with a big day on AMD, and I don't think it could come any sooner because AMD's been getting clobbered lately. It's been a tough little while for AMD, up now 5 1/5. AVGO likewise been the same look, 5 1/2. The semis are really in vogue today. Taiwan Semi, 5 1/4. That is, of course, unless your name is ARM or Micron, they're negative on the day. They're the only two negative names in my microchip semiconductor watch list on the day that are actually negative. So we'll keep an eye on that. But this is the chart right now on AMD. Very respectful of the volume weighted average price at 124.5 dip was money. And you would have printed $1 off that because we're about 125 1/3, 125.5 right now. So decent look today for AMD, and not a moment too soon. Shout out to Yannick, PLTR looking to make local highs. Let's have a look at Palantir. Shout out to the carped one. Him and his hair were skiing on the weekend. Yeah. Let's have a look. PLTR. What do we got over here? So PLTR break even on the day, marginally negative actually, Joseph, 0.09% negative. The closing print on PLTR on Friday, 80.54. We've been only above it a couple of times, and both have been failed breaks. That 11.55, 12 o'clock pop, you rejected, dipped off VWAP, held VWAP, and then you had pop again over here at 105, 110. And now we're below it again. What I could say, though, is even though we're not parabolic or anything on Palantir, we've been putting in higher lows. So it's a good look if you're able to buy the dips on PLTR, possible continuation maybe through 81. We're still well below the pre-market highs. Like, look where we're printing at 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. We were basically at $83, 82.90 and change. Still below that level, and obviously at Friday's close right now. So we just took a bit of a print right now on Rumble as it broke through that $0.75 area. So we'll set up at 77s for another beak wetter, and then we'll also set up at 88s for another beak wetter over here. Didn't get the dip trade, sadly, so we're only holding a small position right now on Rumble, but we are in the money, which is more than I can say for most of my trades on the day. So we'll see if we can break through that $14 area. HOD on Rumble, 14.17. We didn't spend too much time above that $14 level, though. So maybe we take it a bit more decisively today. So I've set up, yeah, there we go. We got the prints at 77s. So let's see if we can get some at 88s there.
Yep, good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just about to chuckle here about Garrett Huggins' little quip there. You kicked my dog. I'm sure, I don't know if he's talking about that old prank call, but if you haven't heard the kicked my dog prank call, a quick YouTube search is all you need to do. It's a good chuckle. It's very old. It's very old. Neil, you know that's actually from Brampton, right? Of course, Neil knows it's from Brampton. Bro, yeah. The most, man. You know what I'm talking about, right? Of course you know what I'm talking about.
Really old, man.
Yeah, Jameson knows. He knows what's up. What are you looking at?
Yeah, no, I find this. So I'm looking at what Adara sent me here.
What does she got?
And just like that Bitcoin, all the holders of Bitcoin here. Hey. And there's a miner in the UK that has 11 Bitcoin. I don't want to belittle them or anything, but like I have a buddy that has 12 Bitcoin. So yeah, you know what I mean? So like, what is this 11 here?
I love it.
Yeah,
just throw bear shade on who is this?
It's Argo Blockchain. Sorry, ADL. Over there, our guy Adam Deluce in the UK. It's not, but I mean, hey, it's better than what I have. There's no doubt about that. So I shouldn't really show shade on that. But I didn't know you could be a miner with 11 Bitcoin. But whatever. It is. Yep.
Muy cansado. You're my man. I know you don't want to watch videos of dogs getting kicked. Neither do I.
Muy cansado.
But I promise you, no, I don't.
Very tired.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why he's not getting the joke. But no, seriously, there's no dogs getting kicked, brother. It's a prank. It's a prank call. I wouldn't want to see any dogs getting kicked either. I mean, if you've got time and if you're not trading, have a listen, guys. It's really fun.
Andre Fabian, that's what that means, right? Come on, the boy knows a little bit. Yeah.
Joseph, we're gonna weasel into GameStop as well over here because it's worked its way down into the volume weighted average price, and I could be certainly persuaded to get a dip trade off here. But now the spread is quite wide, or it's about 9 pennies right now on GameStop, a little unusual. So I'm going to set up a couple of dip trades here, just like I did with Rumble. So if this one dips down a little bit more, I can eke out some profitability. We're long 59s. You know where we're going to set up. If we're in the 60s, you know where I'm going to set up. So we're going to set up here for a beak wetter at 69s, but I will be putting some dip trades into the 40s because as I mentioned earlier, I believe the money fills are a little bit below the volume weighted average price on GameStop. At least that's been my observation on the day. So we'll set up with a couple over here and see what we get. Michael's going to kick your cat, so watch out there. I don't know, Michael. That might not be a good idea. Cats hold grudges. Honestly, guys, thank you for all your insights. Shout out to you, Garrett. I like the vibes, my man. K Hodel. K, hold on for dear life. Kicked my dog by the Jerky Boys. No, I don't know anything about that, but no dogs were harmed in the prank, Garrett. You are absolutely accurate. I promise you, no dogs were harmed in the prank. The guy who, I'm not going to burn it for you guys. You guys got to go listen to it.
Yeah, I don't know if the humor is going to be as, because I was like a young teenager, you know what I mean?
Oh, bro, I can still get a chuckle listening to that stuff right now, man.
Stuff.
And we would imitate these calls. Like, we had like a whole thing where we tried recording them. And dude, let me tell you, to record phone calls on analog things back in the day was a lot harder of an endeavor than it is now. It's like a quick app. You can record a call.
I know Neil likes the John Cena one. That John Cena prank call. Yeah, that one is actually hilarious. Because when I first heard it, it actually gets you a couple times. And it's like, oh, John Cena. All right, but yeah, anyways, guys. Yeah, it's actually funny stuff. Yeah, guys. I don't know. Tough look for me on the session as well, too, there, Sharif. Yeah, it's a tough one here. We're gonna punch out of this trade. Just flipping biases. So yeah, we're just kind of just jumping around here. Let me see if I can pop out of this. Yeah, here we go. Now I'm out. Yeah, just getting chopped up here on this lovely Monday. Totally fine. We're not gonna get too worried about it. So again, we'll be looking forward to the new year when everything starts to get rolling again. But as of right now, just gonna continue to monitor these mega cap stocks, whatever I'm trying to say there, and see what Meta is up to. Because it is one of the stronger ones, up 2.3% on the session. So again, just gonna look to participate in some of this strength. Let's see what Google is up to as well. Because again, as I just mentioned, I'm kind of just fighting some of these trends here, and I'm fighting things that aren't really relatively strong. So again, just gonna want to look to participate in what's strong and avoid what's not, because clearly we found what has not been overly strong thus far. All right, so again, we'll keep in mind, keep risk relatively tight here too. So you just scale down on size, especially when you're leading into the new year and around those holiday seasons. So again, I'm not going to push too much. Just looking to take a couple trades here and see what's going on. And again, sure enough, Google is now rejecting these hive days as well too. So looks like we might get stopped out of Google, and then that might be it from a risk standpoint on the session. Yeah, so if we break this 193.50 level, I'm going to pop out of this trade as well too. So guys, let me know what you're looking at in the chat. Let's go over some of the top volume stocks here on the session. So again, NVDA sitting on the top spot there, PLTR in second, SoundHound in third, Stocks L in fourth place there, and then Tesla and QUBT hovering around that 50 million shares traded on the session thus far. Now let's go take a look at the overall market and see what sectors are continuing to perform. I'm sure enough the tech sector has picked up a little bit of steam. We now have 3 total green sectors on the session. We only had 1 at the beginning of the session. So now we have 3, with tech sector up about 0.5%, just a little bit over, closer to 0.6, that is. And then the communications sector up about 0.1, about 1.4% on that day. And then the healthcare sector, 0.02%. So just slightly green. And then we have consumer discretionary, negative 0.01%, all right? So those are the top 4 sectors performing this far, with one of them being green, and then we'll go from the bottom up, all right? So consumer staples is really weak today. Let's take a look at Walmart, actually, and see what's going on with Walmart. Oh, really starting to recover now on the session, so that's a good look for Walmart. A nice rounded bottom. The inability to create any new lows here. put in a nice base, and then now we're trading above the volume-weighted average price. But again, consumer staples is in last place, down 1.68% on the session, with utilities in second last, down about 1%, and then materials around the same thing, 0.95% on the session. Now, let's take a look at XLP and just run through some of the sector ETFs to see what's going on. So yeah, XLP kind of mimicking what Walmart is up to. Then we'll take a look at XLU, see what XLU is up to. Slowly recovering off that base, but it's that gap down that really hurt XLU, the utility sector. So yeah, tough look there, but nice recovery off the bottom. Now let's take a look at XLK and see what the overall tech sector is. That probably would have been a better play for me. We are now coming off the tops on this one. So again, leading into that 2 o'clock hour, things might slow down. The volume is starting to step off as well too. So just keep that in mind. People are getting ready for the holidays now. XLC, let's take a look at what XLC is up to. Yeah, trading really nice as well too. Again, had a really weak opening session, traded below VWAP, but then we since punched through VWAP as well. Decided to hold it really strong, put in this consolidation phase, and then put in that second leg higher. Are we going to go and test this opening drive high? I don't know, but it's definitely possible. There's no doubt about that. So that is XLC. And then let's take a look at XOV, healthcare sector. All right, yeah, so again, trading relatively nice here as well too. So again, just going to all the sectors that are positive and taking a look at them and seeing how they're trading, all right? So they're trading half decently, you can't overly complain. So we're in some Google, which would be under XLC, guys, communication services on Google. We are punching in at the high a day, so it's not the best look. Really tough RVR here from that aspect. 193.5 is where we're going to get out, but let's see if we can continue and punch this high a day, and then we'll hold on to that one. But other than that, guys, we went 0 for 2 on TQQ, which is totally fine. 0 for on that one, and then 0 for on IBIT as well too. So yeah, a little bit of a tougher look happens on some days, so I'm not going to get too worked up about that. Not going to let that ruin my week or anything like that, because there's always going to be another trading day and a better trading day. There's
Absolutely.
no doubt.
You don't watch Saturday Night Live, do you?
I don't know.
Yeah, neither do I. But it was an interesting thing. They were doing a little bit there. You know the two guys that do the news, one the black guy and the white guy?
Yeah.
Hilarious. That's like the bit that I like. So your boy Mangione, I mean he's not your boy. But he dude got screaming ovations from the crowd. Look, I'm not trying to pontificate one way or another, but yeah, that movement online supporting that, which I find to be really, really interesting. Obviously, it's you never want to. That's never really the solution, but just to me, it's more indicative of the hatred for that entire industry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, no one should be losing their life.
No.
Like he was getting screams from the crowd. Yeah, and you guys can Google it all you want, but
I mean, yeah, I
found that to be super interesting. The only reason I even thought about that is I was seeing UNH on my side chart there, kind of reminded me about that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but hey.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
It is.
So right now, guys, we're looking for that move into 80s on GameStop. Good trade right now. We're at 59s. Let's see if we can get that print at 82s over here. That's the next area I'm waiting at. I'm looking at.
That was for you, Adara.
Eh?
Not for Adara. Coughing a lung up.
Oh yeah, that's Adara. Yeah, she's under the weather too, bro. We're all struggling in this office right now. Trust me. Yeah, I'm waiting for that print on GameStop. I'm also looking at adding here. I added a little bit over here in the low 50s on rum, but I'm still waiting for that bigger add at the third of $1. That's kind of the base that we've set up there. If we get that print, great. We'll see if we can get up a little bit more. We've already taken out a couple of prints there on RUM. Yuval Reina, the healthcare system here is absolute trash. Canada does it right, man. Brother, I know you hear good things, or maybe you don't. I don't know what you hear down there, but the healthcare system is not perfect up here. It's fantastic to have, especially if you've got a longer-term illness and a more serious illness. You're definitely well taken care of. But I'm sure you heard about the individual who went to the emergency room and ended up dying of an aneurysm because they sent him home, or he just had to wait there in the lobby. And there's also something we have here called hallway healthcare, because a lot of people there's no rooms, so that they put the stretchers and the beds in the hall.
But we pay all this tax towards it, so yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher look, guys. We'll keep an eye out on Keep an eye out on that. Here we go. Nice. We got the print on GameStop to the high side over here through 82s. Let's see. What are we doing here on GameStop? All right. Now we're going to set up high 80s. Let's set up at 88s. And for another test, possibly the high of the day and that $31 area here on GME. Good bounce off VWAP. The money entry on GameStop there was the $0.50. I ended up getting 59, so I didn't quite get the money filled, but we're awfully close. And the reason I entered there was a VWAP bounce on GME. So try to have a predictable entry, showing 85s right now on the ask, waiting at 88s here. Let's see if this one wants to pump back up. Back to RUM. This one back in the 70s. We're long 59s. I'm waiting next at the lofty price of 88s. You guys know if I'm waiting in the 80s, I'm waiting at 82 or 88s. If I'm waiting in the 60s, I'm waiting at 69s, and I won't change my mind. That's just the way it is there. So let's see if this one at RUM wants to continue to test that $14 area. I added a little bit here into the $0.50. So initially we got in at 59s. I added at 51s. So a bit of a better cost basis right now on RUM. Back to GameStop. Here we go. Now showing 88s on the ask, 89s on the ask. However, the bid is 85. So it crosses, we don't get filled. GameStop, a bit of a wider spread right now. The level 1 showing me 7 pennies, the level 2 showing me 6. So a bit of a conflict there. We'll see what we get when we get back from Adair.
We're going to take a look here at the US dollar, which is trying, as of right now, interestingly enough, have a little bit of rejection of this high on November 22nd, which was a Friday. We're around that 108 area, just holding on to that level. Again, we did open quite a bit lower here around that 107.8. Still, though, pretty removed from our most recent high there of that 108.50, which was the area we kind of reached on the FOMC. Then we fell from that level on the Thursday following the FOMC. This looks like this range, though, was kind of the highest we've been at since we go back here. We are basically at this is multi-year highs. This is about the highest level we've been around since November 2022. So nice look here, DXY, pretty strong. Let's also take a look at the CAD to the USD because I'm just seeing it here. Apparently, the Bank of Canada minutes from their most recent meeting are floating in as of right now. The Canadian dollar is still continuing to base out here with the USD. This is our third green day, saying amongst other things that members agreed that they would likely consider further reductions at the policy rate at future meetings. So looks like Bank of Canada is going to continue lowering rates going forward. Let's also, though, back to the U.S. for a moment. Let's take a look at these probabilities for the FOMC for the next meeting, January 29th, if you can believe it, 2025. New year just upon us here. So we are expecting 91.4% of participants here pricing in no rate cuts, which is not super surprising. Fed Chair Jerome Powell made it seem pretty bleak that there would be a rate cut. And pretty much all of the many Feds we had on Friday, with the exception of Feds Goolsbee, gave the vibe that we're not really going to have many rate cuts this year at all. So this really being reflected here, especially if you see compared to 1 week ago, December 16th. So this would be before the last meeting. 83.8% of participants thought no cut. Now almost everyone is expecting there will not be a cut at this most recent meeting. We're going to have to wait and see what that happens. In case you're wondering, the last 8.6%, no one is expecting a hike as of right now, but this 8.6% thinks there could be a 25 basis point cut. As of right now, literally, it seems like pretty much the whole market is pricing in no cut at the January meeting. But there's lots more data to look through in that month between then and now. Back to you guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, so we're doing quite well finally here on RUM. We just took out some there at 82s. Appreciate you guys. We took out nice, almost the HOD right now on GameStop. We're dancing with 31. I'm waiting at 05s, Joseph. 07 is the high of the day, so I'm looking to front run the size. Now, if we can break above that $31 area on GameStop, can we squeeze a little bit here? We've had trouble. As Niels mentioned many times, this high 30s area has been trouble. We showed it to you on the daily chart earlier. There has been a higher low kind of situation with GameStop, but not necessarily that higher high. You're getting a bit of a flat top. We usually know what that means. There's going to be probably a squeeze through that level sometime, soon on GameStop. When? Who knows? But that's kind of how it the axe. It kind of accumulates slowly, you know, every day up 2-3%. Today it's up almost 4%. And then we get some sort of a bigger catalyst right now with GameStop. So packing my patience over here, waiting for that 31.05 break and take on GME, showing 31s again here on the ask, but not forthcoming quite yet. Rum, we took out some there. Now we're waiting on the north side of 14. Well, 14, 17 is the HOD. So I'd like to take out some in front of the whole dollar level. We know how the whole dollar level can act as an area of psychological resistance, even if you don't really have a rejection there from a previous ascension. So we're going to keep my eyes on Rum and GameStop. Those are the two we're involved in right now. I'm keeping my eye obviously on CHEK. It's been obviously strong, up 105%, but it is still trading below the volume weighted average price. And DRCT continues to make higher highs and higher lows, but also continues to halt to no end. So right now, HOD 395, now currently down halted at 370. I said 13 again. 395 halted at 370. It's up 572%. But, you know, even though it's been halting to no end, look at how respectful it is of the moving averages. And it's also respectful of the trend, putting in higher lows and lower highs. So if you're able to get into this one at a good level when it is open, you probably have done well. So let me know how you've traded today, DRCY, because I tried to trade it earlier and I had a bit of a mixed result with that. So here we go. Again, here with GameStop now showing 31.04s on the ask, 30.99 on the bid. I'm waiting at 05, so very close to getting filled. We'll have to pack our patience and see if we can get that fill. Carl Gruen, wetting my beaks in Rum. Shout out to you, my man. Looks like we're both doing the same thing over here. Rum, knocking the door, 14, 13.93, 14 incoming, my man. So hope you're taking some profits there. I'm waiting at the north side of 14 because I don't have too many outs left. Sadly, we didn't get the dip trade at 13 1/3 like I had planned. In fact, I had moved it up to 13.40, but wasn't able to get printed on the way down. So we're holding a smaller position here on RUM. So I got to wait for that print north of 14. Otherwise, don't want to take anything out there. Yeah, absolutely. We'll do you're going to do it?
I don't got it, my guy. You got it.
Oh, I'll take it over. No worries over here. So we're doing e-signal, Joseph. Okay, let's have a look at the amazing platform of e-signal, guys. This is a platform that helps you trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite trading experience. You can do a bunch of stuff with this one. You can analyze, you can strategize, and hopefully after all that, you'll be able to capitalize by foreseeing those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. You get a bunch of stuff. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. And a lot of people really compliment their charts. Some would say they have charts that change the game by customizing and analyzing the markets faster and in your way. And we all know a sound trading strategy requires sound back testing, and that's what you get here. You get better back testing, you get better scanning. You can predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets. It's everything you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or click the link, Joseph. In the description.
Beautiful stuff there.
Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Here we go. Rum on the way to 14, knocking on the door. There is size here of note at 14. There's about maybe a bit more than 1,000 lots. We'll have to see if that's enough to prevent us from ascending. I'm going to submit to you that in addition to what we're seeing here on the book, waiting at 14, there is likely a plethora of hidden orders at that level as well. And boom, and we take it out. And boom, we take out that high of the day now on, or no, we're not at the high of the day yet, but we take out that 14, 14.07. Here comes 10s on Rumble. Good breakout there off the 20 exponential dip on RUM. Let's see if we can take out that 17s, 14.17 HOD, Joseph.
Beautiful stuff. Okay, so my good buddy in the chat, Darius Golden, had a really good question about me about these. He said he bought some MU puts at 88 strike price. Okay, Darius, and you're looking for 83. So I just want you to keep in mind for when you constructed this trade, right? For you to get that 83 price target, we need to break these key support levels, all right? I know you only have 3 days until that options expire, so by the end of the week. I want you to just keep in mind, so after we had that gap down day here, just keep in mind, you're buying that put at an extended premium, at a heightened premium, right? Because of the volatility that stepped in. Now, you might lose a little bit of value from a volatility standpoint because the volatility is starting to compress now. It's not as vast as it was. It is now starting to pull back in. So you're not going to get the larger price movements, okay? So in order for this to work in the next couple of days, in the next 3 days, you really need that volatility to step in, especially if you're aiming for that $83 price target, all right? So you may as well, I don't want to predict this, but it's going to be a tough look because you need it to move 6 points or so with very limited amount of time. And it was paid at a heightened premium because of that volatility step in, all right? So just keep that in mind for your thesis. If it doesn't work out in the next couple of days or so, maybe just cut the trade. I don't know, just have your risk management implemented. I'm glad that you just outright bought the put because that risk is already somewhat defined, so good luck on that front. But just also keep in mind, with that volatility skew coming into the downside here, just keep in mind you're paying a heightened premium, and then with price not moving as much, that ATR starting to cool off a little bit, it's going to be harder for you to exceed that 83 price target and or reach it unless volatility steps in. So just keep that in mind. I don't dislike the 83 puts, but if only you had a little bit more time, all right? So I was just trying to be a straight shooter, man. Just trying to tell you how I see it. I may not be right. I may be wrong. And hopefully in this case, I am wrong, especially because I know you're holding those 88 puts. But just be aware, when you have that massive volatility spike, it's always best again, this is just for me, what I would do. You want to sell options with higher volatility, right, opposed to buying them at heightened volatility. It wants to be the inverse. So that's when we were talking about the VIX the other day. Before the FOMC is when you wanted to be buying puts or calls, right? You want to buy puts or calls leading into potential higher volatility spikes, okay? And then that's when you flip that. When you have that heightened volatility is when you want to start writing options or selling options, okay? So when you write or sell an option at heightened volatility, you have the anticipation that that volatility or the average true range of that stock is going to start dwindling day after day because you had that massive 10% move. The stock or the underlying isn't going to move 10% every day for the foreseeable future. That volatility skew is going to start to tighten, opposed to, again, when you are buying something, you want that volatility to expand, okay? So kind of the inverse of what's going in. You bought that put with volatility going to start to tighten when you kind of want to do the inverse on that. I hope that you print on this MU put. Again, you're a little time constrained, totally fine. I still like your thesis. I like how you're going for it. You're taking a shooter shot there on this one because anything can happen. It can gap down. It can do it. Anything along those lines, but just remind, you paid a little bit more than what you would do on a day-to-day basis opposed to having that massive gap down day. So hopefully that helped you and gave you a just general idea of what I would personally do. But again, it's totally your position and you can do what you want. Just my 2 cents there, brother. So I do hope you get that 83 target on MU. Now, let's go back to Google, which I am in. All right, and take a look at what Google is up to. We did get a little bit of a spike there, and I thought, okay, are we going to go and test that high a day? Because then I would have started taking out some around the 194.50 level. But sure enough, we're coming back down into that range and looking like we're going to continue to consolidate. I was hoping that we got out of our SPY trade roughly up here as well, too, because that would have been a nice gain for us. But again, we got about 17 minutes or less than. We mark at 55. So about 12 minutes or so before we were to document that trade. But again, we're starting to come back in. The mega caps are starting to pull in as well too. So with that, the SPY is moving. So Meta was pulling in there. NVDA still hovering around those higher days, up about 3.17% on the session. So again, I'm not going to try to fight these mega cap tech stocks. I was looking to participate in them, but I kind of just got caught in that consolidative phase, which is totally fine, and we're not going to complain about it today. That is for sure. But guys, continue to let me know what you are looking at in the chat, and then we will go over those. But Darius, hopefully you print on that MU. Again, you bought that out at the money strike and have a definitive price target. Again, you know you have some time restraints. Totally fine. I know you know what you're getting into, but just my sense. Next time, just wait for volatility. You don't want to be buying options premium at heightened volatility. You more or less want to sell them if you're familiar with that. And then look to buy those contracts when we're at low volatility, when that options premium is significantly low, and then you have the anticipation of that volatility to step in on that underlying asset, all right? So hopefully that helped you, Darius, and I hope that you have a beautiful trade on that, because now that you mentioned it, I'll be monitoring it as well too. But I want to look at BAC because I know it had that catalyst earlier in the session, and sure enough, it's starting to recover, it seems to be, on the day. So let's pull it up and zoom in here from a time frame. Yeah, it had that massive volatility spike in here as well too, guys. Massive engulfing candles, selling pressure to the full, and then slowly starting to recover, heading back into that range that it was created in. So not a trade that I'm going to be looking to partake in there. Again, we only got 15 minutes left here. I'm not going to put on any more positions other than the ones that I currently have going on. So yeah, guys, continue to let me know. NVDA broke up. NVDA continuing to move higher. Yeah. Okay. Is it going to hit 140 here?
It's 139.07, but like it's just continuously higher highs and higher lows.
Yeah, and we got some volume in on it as well too, Sharif. So good luck. This thing is strong, man. So we're not going to try to fight this trend, especially on a day like this, up about 3.2% on the session.
All right, we took a dip trade here on, well, there we go. We got stopped out as quickly as we said it. So tried to take a dip trade off the 10 exponential on RUM for the breakdown trade. I was looking for this one to hold higher highs and higher lows. Maybe I should have been basing it off the 20 exponential. Oh, looks like we took out that too quickly. Too tight of a stop there. Up we go again. So maybe I'll get right back into this one. There we go. We're going to get right back in. Going to base my trade off that. There we go. Now we're doing okay. Let's set up over here at 77s for a beak wetter. There we go. Now we're going to set up at 88s as well. So yeah, I got shaken out of that, but it looks like we are moving back a little bit here on RUM. I was looking for that dip trade. Too tight of a stop, gets you in trouble. Well, we're right back in at 68s now, waiting for 88s on RUM. Looking for it to hold above the 20 exponential and have another attempt at 14. It's been doing well. It's been putting higher lows and higher highs, but just bamboozling me at times. Here comes 88s. 87s now showing up on the ass. So we don't cross, showed 88s, but the spread a little bit too wide, right back up into that level though. Let's see if we can get the fill. I'm going to actually set up with a couple of more beak wetters in case 88s gets printed. We'll set up in the 90s, see if we can take out that 86s again here. Let's go, bro. All right, so we'll pack our patience here. Not get too excited about that. Looking for RUM to continue up to the upside. There we go. Now we get the print at 88s. We're long at 68s. Let's see if we can get that print above 90. I'm waiting at 95s for the next one. So RUM did dip back aggressively, which did have me trying to buy it off the 10. The 10 was the wrong one. I should have been basing it off the 20. Sucks to be me. Now, back to GME over here. We're still waiting for the print at 31.05. Not forthcoming. It did move up into 4s, but now it's below 31 again. Still not coming back down into VWAP though. In fact, actually holding the 10 exponential moving average. I'm talking about GME. So I don't have any more to add right now. So that's why I'm waiting at 31.05s. We'll see if that level is forthcoming. And bang, we take it out in front of 14 here on RUM. Nice. Okay, I'm happy that I was able to be a bit more aggressive with this one. We'll take out more there on the break of 14. We're long. 68s just took out 14.05s. Let's see if this one wants to break out 14.20. That is technically now the high of the day on RUM. Let's see how many outs I have left on this one. Yeah, we have got a couple of more outs, so I'm going to wait right in front of that high of the day. I'm going to wait at 17s, and then I'm going to wait at the breach of the high. I'm going to wait a third of a dollar. Here we go again, showing 10s now. Yep, here come 10s. Good strength on the way up here on RUM. Let's see if it's able to take out that 10 penny level. No, not yet. There seems to be a bit of an iceberg at 9, in fact, not even 10. So Packer patience up 95% here on RUM. Guys, CHEK is going. It's going to take that $1.50. This one I traded very poorly, but look, when you look at it after the fact, it looks very bull flaggish. $1.50 involved right now. That is where we're trading at the high of the day on CHEK. Is it going to halt up here or what? Looks like it's really pausing up here, so I'm expecting to see a halt come in awfully soon. Not quite yet. 148. So we're zigging and zagging right now on CHEK. Good strength on this one. It's up 152%, but it has been halting, and it was below VWAP for the majority of the time, so I didn't want to base any trades off it. There we go. We take out the high of the day. 152 now on CHEK, up 157% as I look. So good look right now on CHEK, but we're going to have to focus right now. Boom, as we take out the high of the day on RU1. We're long 68s. Now I'm waiting at 33s. The volume is really picking up here, and the tape movement, the book movement is really picking up here on RUM. We're at the $0.25. Let's see if we can take out the $0.25 and move into the $0.33 here on RUM. So packing my patience on this one, trying to make back for the dumb trades I had before, and yeah, feeling a little bit better. It's funny how good trades make you feel better, huh?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know about that today. I wouldn't know about that today.
Aw, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Where's that $0.33 at, Joseph? I've been waiting. What's up?
You guys trading rum or what?
We're trading Rumble. He is a bang. There it is, Joseph.
Obi,
we take out the high of the day on RUM. Okay, Obi brought the good juju with him.
Yeah, he brought the red sweater with him too. Yeah, and
he brought the red sweater. Who would have known?
Got the fresh.
Who would have known?
My guy. This guy.
Good times today. All right, man.
I have a question from Darius Golden here, if you don't mind.
Go for it. Of course, brother.
So Darius, he says my delta is negative 0.47 with a theta of negative 0.2. So your theta will always be negative, Darius. But mind you, your delta can vary from your puts to your calls. So on the put side, you're going to see that negative delta always. All right. So when you have a negative delta of 0.47, so that means in every point to the downside, you'll see in MNU, that contract value will increase by $47 or 47 cents in options term, but also keep in mind in gamma, so once you get that 1 point move, the gamma will change and then the delta will change again too. But as of right now, from what it stands, for every point to the downside, you'll see a $47 increase in that options contract. But now with a theta of negative 0.12, that means that every day that goes by sitting at that current price, that options contract will lose $12 of value every single day, Darius. So just keep that in mind, all right? That's that. Sorry, you can continue because I know we were talking
absolutely,
about that.
Man. That's really good information, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you.
CHE case coming back down into VWAP here. Even though it just printed the high of the day, I'm hesitant to base anything off VWAP because I've already made the point that I don't think it was respecting the volume weighted average price. So I'm really interested in getting in 152 bump and drop, and it comes back into $1.30. It's met with a lot of buying at that $0.33. It's just about whether I want to nurse this trade going into the show with only 8 minutes left, and whether or not I'm likely to get the high of the day break before that time is up. I really don't think so. So I'm just gonna hold off on this one, but I do like a dip trade off that $1.30, and I should have taken it. Here we go into buck mid 40s. Can we take out that $1.52? It feels like there was a lot of selling at that $1.52 last time. I wasn't watching the tape or the book when we were at there, but the price action shows me that there was quite a bit of selling in front of the $0.50. Adair's at the big desk.
Keep an eye on Microsoft here. Reuters reporting that the company is trying to reduce its reliance on OpenAI by integrating some models that are either internal models or models from third parties into their 365 Copilot. This is apparently due to greater efficiency and cost savings. So Microsoft may be trying to spread its wings a little bit away from OpenAI using non-OpenAI models in its 365 Copilot. Keep an eye on MSFT, guys. Back to you.
It's actually quite interesting because if you watch the book deal conference, if you watch the Altman's interview with Sorkin,
Sammy A.
Yeah, he makes it clear that they don't always see eye to eye on most things actually with Microsoft. And there's been points of tension where Microsoft's want them to go a certain way, and you know how Altman is, he's quite stubborn and he wants to do his own thing. So it's interesting to see Microsoft kind of not rely as much on OpenAI. By the way, I can't believe I didn't even talk about this.
Oh, wow.
Do you know that 3.0 or
Oh, yes.
03
is out. Yeah.
03.
He said.
So we just got
Double
01,
testing.
Joseph, like what, 2 months ago, a month ago, something like that. Now we're 03, but we don't have the full 03. It's 03 preview, and apparently this thing is bonkers.
I heard
how good it is.
Yeah, I heard that like if someone with a math PhD, it would take them like a week or a couple of weeks to solve this math equation. It can do it like in a split
It's nuts,
second.
bro, and it's like the level of the thinking. Say that again. Yeah, he's like humans.
Yeah.
So old school.
Yeah,
humans.
Yeah.
Who uses humans, right? Shout out to SP Williams, $5.
Dude, you gotta watch Ex Machina, man. It's like the ultimate AI movie.
Joseph, I barely
Sorry,
watch
man.
movies, man.
I call it Ex Machina. You guys all make fun of me how I said it. It's Machina, whatever you would like to call it. Tomato.
Leave the guy alone today, bro. We're all coming off.
What's the actual? Here, say it in my ear. What's the actual pronunciation? Even Neil's laughing at me. What's that? Machina.
Machina.
All right. Macaroni and cheese, man.
Yeah. All right, let's get to SP Williams' super chat. Thank you again, SP, for the $5. If we can go to the chart, boys, because we're looking at LAES. It's called Seals Q Corp. They have a $454 million market cap with 112 million shares traded on the day, and the float is a nice 13.5 million shares or thereabouts. And it's one that we've traded before, but I just want to refresh myself on the short float. 10.75%. Shout out to SP. This is a beautiful looking chart. And the fact that I didn't have eyes on this makes me feel like one of the worst small cap gappers traders ever, because I wasn't looking at my scanner. I need to be constantly apprising myself of the latest movers. And this is definitely one of them. Beautiful look for LAES. This is the 5-minute look right now. Look, I like it possibly off that 10 exponential, which right now at 443. Perhaps start building your position at 4.5. There's also this area, previous area of resistance at around 4 1/3, 4 1/4. You had a couple of areas reject off that 4 1/3, 10.05. We got up there, we rejected. Then you had a 2-candle rejection at 10.50, 10.55. So I could definitely see a 4.30 dip and bounce into that area, but I personally start building my position at around the $0.50, knowing that area sometimes with these small cap gappers is a bit of an area of psychological support. As you dip into the $0.50, people like to place orders in and around there. So good look there for LAES. I think you're asking me about the intraday look, but let's look at the daily. It's a beautiful look daily, man. I mean, look at this thing. It's a dang rocket ship, and it hasn't been giving it back since earlier in December. December 10th, essentially, was the big boy volume day. Since that time, it's been a symphony of higher highs and higher lows. Another great day for LAES. What does this company do, Joseph? They're a Switzerland-based holding company operating primarily in the semiconductor industry. They focus on developing and selling tamper-resistant semiconductor chips, processors, and post-quantum technology products. Don't know what the hell post-quantum means, but anything that uses quantum seems to be in vogue these days, as Obi said. So good look right there. I mean, I like it. I'm very disappointed with myself for not having seen this one. I build my position, SP, at around that 4.5 entry-level position, and I'd be looking for a dip into about 4 1/3, either the 10 exponential or that 4 1/3. On LAES. Let me know how it goes. I'd love to know how you traded this after the fact. Keep me or Joseph apprised. I've been waiting here for a hot minute at 31.05 on GameStop. GameStop's having a lot of trouble breaking through 31. There's really no size here on the book to prevent us from ascending above 31. So by default, you can tell it's a hidden seller, an iceberg order at the whole dollar, preventing us from ascending. You know, what kind of size the iceberg's got over here, hard to know. Keep your eye on the time and sales if you're trying to gauge how much selling is coming in at the $31 area, because you're not going to see it posted there. So good look right now for GameStop, looking for that 31.05 break and take, but Joseph, it's not forthcoming right now.
No, it's not, Sharif. I documented the trade once we got out at 155 there, guys. So a nice W, a quick $59 winner right there for us, bringing us on that positive trajectory. So again, having a bunch of fun with this. Nice work, guys. Sharif and I went short. Hey, We were wrong, man. This market is strong. So you went short, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we went short. I voted short. I don't even know if Obi voted. Obi, did you vote? I don't know. Did you vote on the Playmaker poll? On the Playmaker poll. Oh, man. All right. So we got to talk to Obi after this here. We have to have a one-on-one with him because we need to get him to vote on this. I'm curious to what Neil voted as well, too. So you voted long. Neil voted long. Adara, what did you vote on the Playmaker poll? She didn't vote. Oh my God! So we have now. Yeah. So now we have a double meeting. We got to talk to Obi and Adara after this here. Have a little talk in the green room there and see what's going on. But yeah, guys, nice look there on the Playmaker poll. Congratulations to everybody. Another victorious day. Hey, let's actually see. Let me pull this back up here real quick before we send it off to the big boys, and let's see what our accuracy is here. I think we're still hovering around that 50%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so okay, yeah, 50% win rate. That's absolutely fantastic. 50% win rate. Buying SPY at 1 o'clock, Sharif, and selling it at 1:55 out of 12 trades seems to be a positive system thus far. I was talking to Jose on Friday. He's like, yeah, I was telling him about it. He's like, yeah, we need to collect a lot of data on this. So I'm looking forward to doing that. But as of right now, 50% on 12 trades. Good stuff there. Leave them with some final thoughts there.
We've got all the time in the world. Every day we do the show, we're going to do the Playmaker poll. We've named it so nicely. By the way, I wanted to mention before we go to the big boys over here, and we're going to send it to them. An individual was doing research for us. They're finding out exactly what post-quantum meant. Shout out to Water Lover. Post-quantum is the development of cryptographic algorithms that are designed to be secure against attacks from quantum computers. Adara and I were talking about that at the big desk this morning. We were talking about the likes of PanW, CrowdStrike, and all the other cybersecurity names and how they're going to have to change their modus operandi, their technology to account obviously for quantum computing because, the encryption technology right now, I don't think it's up to snuff for quantums. GameStop is above 31. Whether it can break above that 30.05 or not, bang, we're going to take it to end the show there. We get the big top off 31, guys. Keep your eye on GameStop and keep your eye on Rum. They're running right now. We're sending you over to the big boys. Joseph and I back on tomorrow for half.
Ex Machina.
Great job, boys. And look, I can't believe you all didn't vote on everyone's got to vote on the poll. Like, come on. Like, it's one thing, hey, you're not sure which direction. It's a coin flip. You can just go with the trend or you can, buck the trend. That said, the market is powering to the highs. Let's check it out here across the board. Oh, no, not that chart. I'll just go right over the NASDAQ. I was about to do NVIDIA, and I was on the NASDAQ, a New York stock. Look. The Qs are about to get to, let me just zoom it out so you can see. We're about to get to Friday's top. Last I checked, that seems like a pretty good thing. So you get overall strength in the Qs. NVIDIA is at the highs of the day. You've got Tesla. NVIDIA's breaking the highs of the day. I'll go black chart with that one as well. NVIDIA's breaking highs of the day. I'm a little bit regretful because I did cover my NVIDIA. Should be able to refresh now and show you. So I got out in front of 139. I was in a couple longs. Why am I biased alongside? Okay, well, I longed NVIDIA in the afternoon, 138 to 139. We still have our Intel trade. Tesla has not broken the top, but I also had Tesla during lunchtime off VWAP, 430 to 434, but you're still seeing the same resistance. But by the way, just for Tesla in particular here, where it dumped at the end of the day on Friday, this 434 area, look at the resistance here today. So it's having a lot of trouble getting through this wall, but it's still relatively strong. I mean, you had some strength overall, a lot of the Mag 7 names. I will point out, Apple is red today and underneath VWAP. So it's been very different from the rest of the cohorts. Pretty overall strong day. The chips have been leading the way. I'm still in Intel. Never really got out of that one. I thought we'd get a VWAP retracement at some point that just hasn't really materialized. So we're still long that one off the 19.8 level. But yeah, bullish day today. Great start to a holiday shortened week, Obi. Can't complain. Oh, and Rumble's ridiculous.
I was just about to ask you, Neil, where's all the rum gone?
The rum?
I'll tell you where the rum's gone. Went all the way to 14 halves. Oh boy. All right, we talk about some of some of the top ideas, some of the top ideas on the day, and yeah, continuation. It is having rum to the upside. You can see that it never really got back to its anchored. I have anchored here. The red line is the anchored, and then the blue is the intraday VWAP. Relatively similar, but not the same. On the pullbacks, doesn't even quite get to VWAP, and currently making some fresh highs, 14.61, currently trading at $14. So interestingly enough, we did hold that VWAP for a bit of an uptrend as of right now. So let's continue to see where this can potentially take us. That's what I'm looking for. Didn't really take too many other trades there. Had that Rigetti when it started to come down into some of these lows here. I did get out. It happened to be one of the low pivots there. I was looking for a push above and past this 1220s there. Did get involved a little early. Pretty much bought the whole first 30-minute range. I liked all the prices in the first 30 minutes, and then when it doesn't really continue, I'm willing to give it back down. But looking for the next trade. Hopefully, you guys have been banking on some of these other names as well. This market is hella strong currently. We were talking about that 21.5 hold on the NASDAQ in the morning with a little bit of a downtrend, but oh boy, that downtrend breaks, when is this, in and around 11:30, and then now we're printing some fresh highs here on the NASDAQ with some of these tickers. I just came back from a walk, guys, and yeah, I was checking my phone while I was out there in the wild, in the snow. The snow's actually beautiful today. It's not that windy. It's just coming down pretty nicely.
Get a nice white Christmas, hopefully. We'll see.
I mean, that's the best kind of snow, man. Yeah. Honestly, like when there's no wind and then you have a large fluffy snow just coming straight down, it is absolutely beautiful. So
if it's not packing snow, it's just not as fun. You know, if I can't,
we turn into slush out there.
Well, that's the problem with downtown. Is it gets slushy and then it's just
slippery,
nasty, man. Yeah. All dirty and ugh. But I'll take any kind of a white Christmas that we're able to get. And the market's up today, so how can you be upset? Like I said, the only disappointment right now is having covered some things. I want to quickly, I know we're going to talk about the symbols you guys want to, but obviously Rumble's making moves. I was just taking a shot at it above the high. Then I remembered where our trend, usually draw a trend line from VWAP. So I got in and out there at the 25 level, but the trend is back into 13. If you look at where it held, like this channel that got made off of VWAP, where I got out too early as usual, if you look at that, like it's held higher highs, higher lows, it can get back into 13.25 and still be on point with this trend here on Rumble. So I think there's definitely a chance that it could dip further, although at this point it doesn't seem like it even wants to, as it just held on to 14. Like this thing is absolutely ridiculous. Is this thing still going?
Wow.
Yeah, so
would you look at that?
DRCT, I mean, for anybody following, obviously the rationality of this move is gone. There's just nothing rational about it. The number of halts on DRCT is now up to 35, and no, I didn't count them. I just have a halt scanner that tells me how many times it halted. So that's 35 halts now. It is now up 800%. While somehow only being at $5. That's because it was a penny stock before. So be careful. This thing doesn't really stay open for more than a few minutes, 10 minutes tops, and then it's going directly into halts. On the daily chart, worth noting, you're only now getting into like resistance on the daily between $5 and $6 if it breaks out this 5. So congratulations to anyone that has this. This flies right in the no trade zone, because unless you're trying to get it in here, reasonable risk to reward, there is no chance I would chase this thing. It's going to halt probably another dozen times this afternoon, and that's at minimum. So just be careful trading it. It's one thing when you're in the money on one of these and holding because you got it early, but you never want to. Sometimes, like every time we say, oh, you never want to be that person caught, then it doubles up from there. Like, oh, you said don't get long. I'm just saying the risk to reward makes no sense to me up here. This could close at $2.50. This could close at $10, and managing risk through halts is incredibly difficult for a day trader. It's pretty much near impossible to do when a stock halts this much.
Yeah, I think again, crazy name. Nothing like I'll usually get involved with, but it seems like Like we said, holidays, there's sometimes volume gets really focused on things that are going crazy and euphoric. Clearly euphoric price action there, halting up and down back to back, but you know, it is what it is. Let's see what Sharif has for us with the rundown right now, and what other names you guys might be interested in.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil's locked in, Obi's in for Sean, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. Make sure to join Joe and I during the How to Trade, during the midday, and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to get into the chat, so make sure you like and subscribe. Here's a look at the triple Qs initially. Yeah, I was going to load up NVIDIA, guys, if I can just send it back to you because I don't have my remote.
Yeah, no worries. So we're talking about Tesla first. Just a note, NVIDIA is continuing to push fresh highs there. We were just talking about SMH. As soon as I sat down, I told Neil, I was like, oh boy, look at SMH. There's definitely a bid on these chips here, and it seems like that bid is continuing to go. You can see the market rip to the upside as well. So let's pull in some Tesla here, and we can talk about some Tesla while we let this rumble work out as of right now. So I did kind of dabble. I don't think the position board is updated right there. I did dabble on top of that 14 hold. You can see what I'm looking at right here. Bit of a trend hold since that VWAP hold. So if you're going to accelerate and not get back to VWAP and hold a trend, let's take a look at where that trend is and kind of use that as a bit of a guide. So that's the idea there. But Tesla. Oh boy, right off of the open, we saw that continuation come in again at the close. Absolutely wild, kind of an imbalance on Friday. We had the S&P rebalance as well, so a little bit of confluence. We talked about this black anchored line that we had coming in off of this aggressive sell at the end of the day on Wednesday. We were talking about that on Thursday and Friday there, and that continuation happened today with a little bit of selling coming in at the same prices there. End of day consolidation highs. Can't really get through there in the pre-market. Off of the open, continuation to the downside, breaking through that pre-market low. Never could get to pre-market highs, but finds a base in and around, where is that? 415.44. So you can see bit of a base happening here. You can see this bid coming in not only last Thursday in and around that 420 area. Sure, we get a little bit of a wash down to 417s, but picks up on the bid once again. And then that end of day flush as well on Friday pops into that 420s, and then we get that gap up coming into the pre-market today off of the open, and look at where we find that bid once again today in and around that 420 area, give or take a few points. And now we're consolidating near day highs going into the last couple of hours. Interesting action here on Tesla, but I think that this anchored is definitely a little interesting here, as we cannot really get above into some of these prices. We're making lower highs relative to this quadrunk that we did have here. So maybe are we poised for a bit of a support breakdown in and around that 420? I don't know, but I think it's well within range with the amount that Tesla's extended over the past few weeks.
It feels like it might be possible. For the lesson of the day today, it had to be around getting the better of the 420 next time. And what you kind of need to look for, just because obviously it ran the bottom on Friday a couple of times while eventually holding on, and it was a pretty hefty pull through, unfortunately, for Tesla. So I didn't get it. I had it on the front end. You can see on the back end of the trade is where you need to get in when it failed underneath. They're at holds, closed bar underneath 420. Open the next one at the same price and get back through 420. You want to have the long somewhere in here, ideally, with your stop underneath that prior closing bar, and then the run into VWAP. The VWAP trade was good, but I think, as Obi was mentioning, now you've got this resistance, and it's right where it dumped at Friday. So I feel like if it loses trend here, you could be back at VWAP almost right quick. So be careful, because when you look at this, you're still in the midst of a pullback off of that high. And it's been lower highs every single day since making that 480 test, right? So you keep supporting 420, but every day it's a lower high that we're doing it. And if that trend continues, ultimately you end up testing that breakdown, which I think a lot of people are going to be looking short it. Probably needs to break 17, 18 to go short that move, but Tesla could make a breakdown from here The 50-period moving average is at $320. The prior breakout high is at $365. There is so much.
A lot of room.
There's a lot of room if it decides to pull back when you start thinking about how parabolic it's been since the election.
Rumble, next on the list here, guys. Shares trading higher after the company announced it entered into a definitive strategic agreement with Tether for $775 million. It's been a great day. I was trading this on the midday above 14, guys, looking to go 100% up on the day.
Yeah.
Stock is ridiculous.
Well, have you taken a? I see that you have taken some tumbles with the Rumble there on the day today. So.
Well, we try to tackle and grapple with this one the best that we could, and I think it's so much easier for stocks like this if you can get in early. Like when you have a monster gap up like this, the second it shows this kind of a rejection of the low, like everyone's got to be thinking, okay, it's doing nothing pre-market volume-wise, super low volume, and slightly putting in lower highs. Then it breaks 10 right off the bat at the open, tries to take out 11, fails that. Now it's right back underneath 10. So it's hard to be, if you got this back through 10, great. The only other opportunity, I think, early would have been just taking the $11 breakout at about $9.50 or so. Once that happened, it's just like first available dip is the way I like to say it. So when it starts going trend up, first actual pullback, just play the reversal. And then once you get into the middle of the day, we tend to think buy VWAP. So you buy VWAP. Now it's got another trend going here. So I look at it from VWAP. Most times I'll look at it from the middle of the day if it's got a nice little VWAP trend to see if it can hold on to that trend line or pull back into VWAP. Buying the highs is going to be tricky. But clearly this has gone squeezing today. It's a 21% short float. Yeah. It's a blue sky setup from any stretch of the imagination here. So this is like a day one of a squeeze type play. And it's really done nothing but continue the trend all day long. Outside of the 14 pullback into VWAP, like there's no actual short trades that have been any good. Like that's the only one. And you know what, if you took that, great. It to me seems like it wants to get to your $15 level, Obi. I don't know if you just threw that one out there for fun, but yeah, Rumble seems to really want to get it.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just making a bit of a guess. I was just like, if this continues to move the way it is and continues to give us this squeezing action and holds higher highs, then yeah, that 15 could definitely come in, especially if we hold 12 halves like that on a pullback on these pullbacks here. Kind of the first little pullback that we got after the shake and bake was at that 12 halves, pulls into VWAP right here above VWAP, and then continues to push up to 14s right there. So currently we're consolidating above that morning session high. As of right now, you can see when that trend did break, the selling did come in aggressively with some expanding volume, but catches a bid back on in and around that $12 mark. So what is that? $12.25 I have as the low right there, and then continues to kind of hold trend, bit of an acceleration to the upside here. Let's see where Rumble will take us, but the market tailwind is definitely on our side as of right now, with both the ES and the NASDAQ printing some fresh highs there. You can see some of these market leaders near their high of day as well. So the tailwind is definitely there, and it would seem like, Neil, the Santa Claus rally has sustained.
It has.
It has.
And it only sustains because we are nice instead of naughty.
Oh boy. Until proven.
Well, until proven naughty.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, guys, AMD with a great day, 4 3/4 in the green today. Most of these semiconductor names are quite strong. Keep your eye out for ARM, notably weak. Shares of semiconductor names are trading higher after the United States announced it is opening an investigation into China's policies for the semiconductor industry. Chinese Foreign Ministry, or the Ministry of Commerce, responding and saying the investigation will disrupt the chips industry and the supply chain out of China, guys. It mattered very little to some of these semi names today. Most of them green on the day.
That was the one.
So, okay, I know we're going to talk AMD in a quick second. However, I have to pivot to currently mention NVIDIA is at the high and continuing trend higher. So this has gone, it's gone parabolic. Not parabolic is not the right word, but it's gone ham a little bit here. And I just want to quickly show, since holding above VWAP, you've got a very nice distinct trend. So from here at 11:30, I bought the first dip that held a support on that trend line and played it for $1, and now it's like, now it wants 140 bucks. So as long as it holds onto this trend line, I'd be looking for the 140 for sure. Elon, I will get to the answer to this question. Rationale for still holding on to Intel. I'll get there in a second after we talk about AMD. I just wanted to make sure, like, NVIDIA's on the trend right now. That bottom trend line would be about 139.20. Obviously, it's going to be a moving target. AMD was interesting in that I pivoted away from AMD to trade Intel at the moment. In the moment, Intel was setting up better. Obviously, both of them would have worked out quite nicely. And what it comes down to for AMD, it's up 5% today. I think it's all technical because look at the channel down here on AMD. It basically bounced off the August low and the bottom of a channel on the daily, and now wants to press to the top of the channel. So I think this afternoon, if it had been strong, I'd have been looking for shorts into 128. Instead, it's already pulling back and putting in lower highs. And before we, like I said, before we go to Obi, just very quickly, the rationale for still holding Intel is it hasn't given me a reason to cover. It broke out. I bought the dip. It stayed on trend. It is still on trend. And I just, there's not a reason to get out. I said I'd offer in front of 20s, in front of 30s, and then play it into the 2040 level. It's a couple of percentage points in the money and is still holding the trend. So there hasn't been a reason to cover the last 10% of the trade yet. But I would get out of it if it loses this trend. So yeah, it's just one I'm holding from earlier. It took one dip. You could have done the same thing in AMD, but I got out of AMD and said, you know what, Intel's it's a lot cleaner. At least at the time, it was a lot cleaner. So I made sure that I traded that one instead, Obi.
Yeah, Neil, I think the trade on AMD was straight up off of the open there. We saw it catch a little bit of a bid on Friday, give back a decent chunk of the move there. So just looking at that, kind of trickling back up towards prior day's highs in the pre-market right there. It's a 4 a.m. print all the way at 121. So we got a lower high there after some volume comes in after the 7 a.m. kind of volume right there at 121s. Again, prior day highs sitting just shy of that 122. And take a look at this opening drive breakout. Absolutely beautiful. A couple of different ways. I mean, I'm seeing right off the bat holding pre-market highs, breaking out of holding pre-market lows, breaking out of pre-market highs, reclaiming and holding VWAP on a micro time frame as well for the straight push through 22s and then 23, 24. Oh boy, 26.33s is the high by the time it holds on VWAP and then make some higher highs there for a pullback down into VWAP. And you can see that as of right now, we've held VWAP a few times, coming in for the third hold as of right now, going into the last couple of hours of the day here. 125s trading on AMD. The chips, man, the chips are pretty strong. You can see the NASDAQ. The tailwind was maybe not there on your side right off of the open, but it definitely is now on for these chips. Let's see how AMD fares going into the end of the day.
And everybody, this Christmas, Trade the Pool has the ultimate gift for traders. Here's the deal. Buy an 80K, 160K, or 260,000 buying power valuation, and we'll give you a free 20K buying power valuation. Yes, free. But that's not all. Both plans have 7 extra days to hit your target. That's more time, more buying power, and more opportunities to trade. This exclusive offer ends on January 1st. It's the perfect way to kickstart your trading journey into the new year. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description of this video. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Always like a nice holiday gift. And hey, Uber giving everybody a holiday gift, reversing some of its downward trend.
And holding a key level, Neil, specifically. This is the weekly chart today on Uber. There's really no catalyst to speak of today, but up nicely 2 1/3. This is the initial rejection area back in 21 that we got to $60. Obviously, you can see we dropped all the way down to that $20 area, but this is Black Monday in early August when the yen carry trade unwind, and we did dip right above 60, back into 60 now, but it's 3 weeks, guys. We've been holding the 60 level. Does it hold?
I mean, yeah, right now it is. So, I think we always talk about key price levels as let's see some confirmation. Like, does it matter? Like, it's easy to look at a line on a chart or an area on a chart and say to yourself, okay, well, there's a support level. People were buying it before. But there's no automatic, hey, it's going to bounce. That said, you have now seen this have one close. Like, you have one close that was at 60 and then 2 days of trading beneath it to end up recovering. Like, you did it here on the 17th to recover above, and then you did it on Friday to end up closing at 60.60. At this point, I think it's fair to say that it's holding $60. If you were looking at it from a trend basis, the downward trend since losing the 200 period moving average already broke. Like, I could draw it in for you. I like trend lines. I'm Neil. My birthday is this week. I like the Buffalo Bills. I love my Toronto Blue Jays, and I like trend lines on charts. So since you had this trend broken from the loss of the 200 period moving average, first day, that was that first day testing underneath it held. You've now held pretty much support every single time. What you need to do now is have a close above one of these local highs, like a 62.30 technically is what it looks like. So you want to have a close above this area here, and then you can get a test of 64. This looks great for a continuation trade tomorrow. Like, if it were to close up near the top, like maybe a breakout from here into the 64 certainly looks good to me on Uber. If you're looking at it in that long term, I think you'd already be in it if you were playing this as a dip buy on the long term. I didn't buy, I know Sean did, I didn't buy this one on the long term, but for a day trade, it's certainly looking like a good local breakout potentially in the next couple of days. Well, I can't say couple of days because obviously tomorrow's a half day and then it's a holiday after, but in some point in the near future, it's looking good for a little bit of a break and then a play back to the 200 period moving average. The issue then becomes, hey, you have the 200 and the 50 converging. Yeah, good chance there's going to be resistance when it gets to $70. I think you're just looking for like a momentum trade in the short term into that price area more than anything.
Yeah, I think something to note here is that even though we've been pulling back pretty decently, I guess with some increasing volume as well, which could potentially be a little concerning there as we sell off with increased volume. But you can see this dip right here. This is a 3-hour chart, by the way. This dip right here is from August 5th. You can see that a lot of tickers have held in their August 5th lows, but Uber coming back into these levels with a low of 58.95 again. I think that was printed prior day there on Friday. That prior low was on Friday there, and you can see right here, pretty clean downtrend. We get some strong selling off of earnings as well, and since then we've been making a little bit of a downtrend. Nice little triple top here underneath that 75 mark, in and around 73s. We break this shelf as well. You can see how aggressive the selling becomes when we do that, and then now we're kind of coasting a little sideways here as of right now. But intraday, the trend is definitely very strong on the intraday today. You can see, I don't even need to throw up a line on here, but I'm pretty sure right here you can see that the trend has been pretty clean to the upside here, especially after reclaiming some of this VWAP as well, which makes it even better in my opinion. But nice little trend on Uber going into the holiday or the shortened week here. So curious to know, some of you guys were mentioning it in the chat earlier today. Did you guys trade it? How did you guys trade it? Did you guys get long, get short? I have a little bit of a level here at 61, but I wasn't necessarily looking at it. There's no alert here, just a line on the chart, but it seems like that line held quite well with a little bit of a double test in the morning session for sustain of VWAP and a continuation to the upside. 62.21s are the high a day currently, and still taking a pullback well within range to the upside.
Meta with a good day, up 2 1/3, still below that $600 level though. It tried to test it a little bit earlier. A couple of headlines. Looks like Donald Trump still in favor, for at least for the moment, of keeping TikTok active in the United States as that deadline looms. January 19th is the day set there. Separately, the Financial Times reported that Meta is planning to add displays to its Ray-Ban smart glasses as soon as next year. These were a hit, guys, but they didn't have the augmented reality feature. They did have, though, the recording feature. It looks like we're going to get augmented reality going to the new year.
It'll use that for both a reversion and a stop.
We got a
good reason.
We'll get to rum after this because like it's the price action on that one is in some ways beautiful.
Yeah.
Meta. It would be nice to tell you that Meta was breaking out at $600, but no, it's not happening. There was just a pullback and a reversion on a few names here. I just saw Nvidia pull back from the highs. Tesla can't break its highs, but Meta just did another fail at 600. For like the umpteenth time today, Meta attempts to break 600 all lunchtime. Well, okay, most of lunchtime, because technically it was underneath 600 at the beginning of the noon hour. But for the rest of the time, it's just been attempting to break away from 600 and having no chance whatsoever. So I'd say it's a bit of a disappointment. It is breaking trend underneath 600 right now. I'm still bullish on it. And one of the reasons why, like I'm biased bullish to Meta, at least for a couple of days while it holds on to this. Like it dipped into the 50-period moving average, right? So you got the high of the day, the all-time high push, and then a pullback into the 50-period moving average. You get a clean bounce on Friday off the 50-period. Like it bounces in the morning, it bounces off the 50-period on the daily. When it dumps at the close, it bounces off the 50-period average on the daily. It then holds that off the open and runs right into $600. So yeah, temporarily up here, it looks like resistance for a short, but I'm still thinking long bias in a general sense on Meta. This one probably, if not for all the chips running today and things like Rumble, I feel as if Meta would have been a long for me, but the chips were also good. You could have just pinballed from one to the other and not had to worry about Meta. But yeah, I maintain being long on it. I think probably the next time I trade this, I'll be looking for the breakaway above 600. And that could, if we close anywhere here, 98 to 600, and tomorrow you'll have like an 03 potential break. That'll have room to 7.8. But I love the fact that this bounced off that 50 period, at least for a couple of days. I want to see how far it can try to continue.
Yeah, Rumble's kind of coming to the downside here. I'm kind of watching it.
Oh, really?
I'm glad I was talking to.
Oh, yeah.
Talking to Neil. That was I used usually where I would like to get short for a reversion on the bid as a reason to sell, because regardless of whether you're long or short, I think that reasons to buy, reasons to sell still stand in terms of price action, but we can talk about that in a bit. Meta, though, a little aggressive to the upside here. What a reversion. Oh, boy. Talk about a V shape on a large cap. Meta is definitely, you don't need to look any further than that. Strong push off of the open, reject just underneath that 600 with, what is that high? 599.10, nice little discount there, and pushes all the way down to 586 is low a day. Grabs this pre-market double bottom here, and then look at the rip to the upside. Absolutely beautiful. So again, a little bit of a downtrend here coming in. On that, you can see it kind of pulls back, holds that, consolidates above, gets to VWAP, holds VWAP, and now we are trekking to the upside here. Now, pretty much consolidating in and around that opening range high is Meta, chopping up that 600 mark as of right now. So yeah, one to watch out for sure. Meta to the upside there, 600 test incoming. Oh boy. There goes Rumble, man. Then this is what I'm talking about. We can talk about this now because I was like, well, maybe I should get with the trend, but guess what? You got to consider time of day as well. You can see I'm getting long here on the hold of trend. I'm usually looking for a break. And I'm like, all right, well, let me just try to get with the trend today. And you know what? It doesn't work. That's fine. But it's absolutely beautiful how some of this price action comes in. You can see the accelerated trend. When it does break, it kind of times out almost with a sideways consolidation, and it breaks below that 14. So not only is it that dollar break, I like the consolidation above this high as well. And I was like, if it's not going to hold that, then I don't want it either. Stop out right there. You can see my arrow right there, stopping out of the trade as we break back below this 14 and this consolidation. And oh boy, that consolidation break, I think I stopped out 94s, a bit of a stall, and then slams into 85s instantly. Like I look over and it's like one flush that takes it down another 10 pennies down to 80s, and then we pull back into this prior trend as well. Now I don't know. I'm thinking about getting with this trend as well, because this was when it held a hover above that VWAP. But you know what, if we're finally going to start to break down, I really like it for the reversion, but maybe I should be looking elsewhere. The market is hella strong right now, very, very aggressive to the upside. But guess who's breaking a little bit of trend right now, Neil? And I do definitely want to get involved with that one. And that is our friend SMH. So instead of getting involved with the choppy tickers like Nvidia or the other, I think an SMH or an ETF might be a little bit cleaner on the day today. But what do I know? I don't really trade these too often, but I'm more than willing to give it a shot and a try as of right now. So let's see how this SMH stands up to this bit of a trend break that we're getting right now. We've been bidding up since about 11 o'clock. So I'm curious to know how much further are we going to continue bidding up into the close? We're kind of rejecting 21,780 as of right now. So keeping that in mind, I do want to kind of get involved here, a little bit of a dabble for a potential SMH pullback. If the bid is going to step off a little bit, I'm more than willing to kind of participate in the break of that trend here. Let's see if the markets give us a bit of confluence as well. AMD consolidating sideways. Intel still holding quite well. And again, this is not necessarily a significant break of trend. I'm looking for it to come in still, looking for that confirmation to maybe get a little bit more aggressive here. But let's see if this pullback can give us a little bit of that of some healthy price action back to the downside here. Maybe we catch a little bit higher.
Certainly could happen, Obi. And I see Chris L in the chat asking, what do I think of Apple struggling today? I think Apple, like it's been doing. The thing about Apple, it's the least volatile of these Mag 7 names. So it's been plugging along in an upward trend. It has the lack of parabolic moves when it makes fresh highs. When it challenges a high, it tends to hang around for a bit and pull back. And when you get a big long trend, it's had a little bit of a pullback. It's trying to break out another top here. The 255 has just been a lot of resistance. So it tried going there on Friday. It's going to be tough to do that on a witching day. And then obviously today, all it was is an attempt to break out 255, which has failed. But if the worst it can do is get to 253 day out, that's not so bad. It just feels like it's a little top heavy, and it's not getting through that fresh high. And oftentimes, the days where Nvidia has been really strong, Apple tends to not be, and sometimes vice versa. So you could be getting a little bit of that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's in a consolidation off an all-time high, which is fine. I mean, Meta's doing a similar thing at a lower high. Meta did some things like this off of its tops. I saw you were mentioning that, you just got into SMH.
Yep.
What's interesting for me is like AMD's been strong, but like when I see this on AMD, like I'm seeing lower highs into a potential flat bottom on AMD. Like this one, if it loses the shelf, like why not be back at 123.40? Like that looks a little bit juicy to me. And oh yeah, all right. Intel just broke the trend on the 15-minute. So that's me. I was about to put in a trail, but no, I can just punch out of that one. It just broke this support here. So underneath the trend, but broke its support there underneath 2014. So I just punched out at 13. That's an exit for me almost every single time. If it can break out the top, I can always get back into it, but that'll end the trade on that. I don't want to ignore Rumble, by the way. Like I'm not convinced this thing is done. You know, it's still putting on that 15-minute. It's putting in higher lows, and it just pulled right back into the trend from VWAP and put in a bottoming tail candle and is now heading sideways. So the volume can hold on and still look pretty decent here. As long as it holds on a 1350 here, I'm still kind of liking this Rumble for a little bit of a continuation. Maybe it can't get to $15. It might not be that parabolic, but it's still looking okay. Last I could tell. Oh, Tesla just gave it up too. That can't hurt any shorts. Tesla just lost 433 as well. But right now I'm looking at Rumble in front of this 13.5. Usually you have to wait for it to do a good dip all day long, and maybe this is the last one. If it loses 1350, I don't know if I'd try it again for the day, but I'll give it one last shot.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of watching this SMH. We did pull back a little bit there on a few names, but this name not really giving it up too much just yet. But again, going to be a little patient with this one. The trend did kind of just break. I'm looking at the 15-minute, the 30-minute as well. So we're holding some of these trends on the higher time frames for now. But once, if and when they start breaking as well, again, I'm more than willing to kind of hold on to this a little bit longer. There, VWAP on SMH, where might that be? That's at 246.80. So about a couple points below. But again, you throw up your moving averages. We've been holding those very well for about a few hours there. So if we can kind of start to crack those, maybe some selling coming in. Again, very similar kind of push here on the NASDAQ, but got to be careful. Look at these wicks. Sometimes when we did get these aggressive sells, like look here, boom, 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 boom to the upside, and now this is the ES. Flushes down, gives us a solid red, and then picks it right back up for a continuation right there. So that's what I have to kind of be careful with here. Similar with the NASDAQ right here. So we pull back aggressively off of this 21.720 and some change push, and then pulls in, but continues to kind of bid up and make a fresh high there. So let's see if this pullback is the one. If not, then that's perfectly fine as well. If we're going to continue on a day like today, all the way from 21 halves all the way to 21 eighths, that's about a 300-point run on the NASDAQ there. I definitely don't want to stand in the way of that one there. So got to stay nimble. Again, we talk about it being holiday season, maybe not putting too much risk on unless and until something playbook, something with all the confluence doesn't show up. But let's see if some of these levels can come in here. Okay, it's starting to crack some of the eight moving averages. There's definitely people risking off of the 8 moving average. So maybe hopefully looking for those stops to come in as SMH takes a little bit of a pullback here. But again, gonna stay on my toes here. Oh boy, the spider as well. Okay, I like that. Lots of confluence, Neil.
Yeah, even there, like Rumble just lost 13 and a half.
Rumble just got knocked.
You know what? Like I said, I was going to take a last shot at it at this level, but it just lost 13 and a half. I have to keep zooming out and back in. Like it broke 13 and a half. It hasn't really closed underneath trend line. I was giving it to the half dollar. I wouldn't look for a reversion unless it was underneath the trend. But AMD was about to break that flat. Well, I guess it didn't. So close. 124.40. It came really close breaking that flat bottom, and as a matter of fact, it's barely even holding on to VWAP. I still think that can be a breakdown trade. I've got to stop to go short underneath the 40 level, but of course, I'm going to leave it on AMD just in case that breaks. I just got out of Intel. It even broke the 50 period there, and it's right back above. So I trail out of it, and this one's still going higher. Is what it is. Like you got to take profit somewhere, but even AMD, underneath VWAP, looked like it was breaking down, and all of a sudden, bit of a recovery here off that 50 period. NVIDIA just held on to 139, so it dipped into 39, now going back higher. Dude, that might have been an opportunity there. We'll see if AMD can close this candle above VWAP. Maybe I should be trading this as a VWAP long like usual instead of waiting for a flat bottom break. Let's see it close. If it can close this 3-minute candle above VWAP, I'll like it a bit better. Rumble is now formality. It's now underneath that 13.5. I'm not really thinking short here, but tried it now a couple of times with tight stops for longs. Not working like it was earlier, so I want to back away from it. And we'll see what happens. I see Coffee Trader. Just be careful. You're saying anyone having any problems with TOS. You know, I've said this before. Whoops,
What, on our platform?
No. I think if you're ever having issues with whether it's your quote or whether it's your executions with your broker, my personal rule is, generally speaking, hey, figure out what's going on, and if you don't get an update, don't try to trade. I've been in situations before where like you have like a minor hiccup or somebody reports something and you're like, oh, you know what, my last order was fine, or it seems like it's okay, but there's like reports of it being bad or you were having issues before. Sometimes just taking a breath is probably the better thing to do. I know the worst that can happen is you try it, you get into a trade that maybe you can't get out of, or vice. It's not a heck of a lot of fun, so just be careful out there. And then when you have a holiday shortened week or just lighter volume, volatility can be a little bit higher because you have maybe less liquidity at key price levels, so things can start to run further. All right, AMD's now consolidating under VWAP, so this is looking a little bit better for the short trade. If it breaks, it's only a few cents away. If it breaks 124.40, then I want the entry into the short here. So that's the plan of action. Looks like it's trying to go. JR says Palantir is ridiculous. Talk about overvalued. People have said this about growth names from the beginning, the dawn of the markets. Well, it's true. Like everything is overvalued until it's not. Yeah. Yes, considering how much revenue they bring in, there is zero question that it is overvalued. But you could have said that for a very long time about Amazon until they eventually grew into it. So I'm not saying I wouldn't buy it up here. And quite frankly, I had one trade on it today, and it was a short through 80 into 78. And I am just as surprised at anybody that it did a V-shaped recovery from there. But it has. So I don't know what I'd do with this up here, because I actually drew this trend from the high to the lower high with the intention of, hey, I should just go long when it holds this trend to play back into 82. And then I just couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger on it because I'm like, I cannot believe this thing is back up at $81. So I probably should be long at 80.5 here, because usually it's an easy mean reversion trade. I just couldn't bring myself to pull that trigger. AMD will not break this low. What's going on with your SMH? Because I can tell you right now,
picked up a little bit again.
AMD just holds on to that 124.40 again, and now seems to want to close above VWAP. I'm letting AMD figure out which way it wants to go, and either it breaks that local bottom or closes above VWAP. Breaks local bottom, I'm short. Closes above VWAP, I go long with a stop at that level. It's one or the other. Do something, AMD. Pick a lane, my friend. Pick a lane.
Yeah, so I did stop out there. So like I said, I'm more than willing to kind of let it come back if this is not going to be the low there. We did kind of crack that, but if it's going to come back and trade above 249, and like I said, if the market kind of dips down and then picks right back up, more than willing to get out and reassess here. So we did kind of reclaim some of those averages. The trend break doesn't really follow through, and that's perfectly fine. And I'm looking for the next trade. Again, this bid is aggressively strong. I know that getting short like this is definitely part of the front side there, and that 250 is right on the horizon on SMH. So I don't know if we're poised to push into that going into the close there. Again, only about an hour and 15 minutes left, Neil. So got to be patient with this one. But that was the first kind of attempt at a crack of trend. But if we catch another bid off of this, then maybe we do kind of push into the close. But I'll closely be watching this, and the constituents as well. Kind of what are all the chips up to? AMD kind of definitely cracking as of right now. So I do want to keep that in mind and kind of stick around and continue watching this tape for any sort of a continued breakdown there. Not really expecting it to be clean, but if we're going to continue on the futures themselves as well, I do want to still participate with this. I'm willing to give it a couple of tries there before I let it go on SMH.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful. I don't want to overtrade this in pretty much anything. I see some questions about Natin asking about Tesla. It's a bit range bound. I want Tesla to break away from 434. I think with this level up here, either you want to join the sellers or you want the sellers to get beaten and go long. So if you're, like I came in sort of bullish, and then, bullish at 420, it then held to 420, so long off VWAP. I feel like the next trade for me is like, okay, well, if it's just going to hold this range, play a dip to the level I like, which would be down at VWAP and 429, or let it just take out this top. Maybe it's 434 half is the top. 435 certainly would be a breakout I'm willing to grab, but it's been selling this since the close on Friday, and that was right here at 434. There is some choppiness and overhead resistance, but for an afternoon trade, if it breaks out this top, you only need it to go a couple of dollars into this 438 level and then another one at 440. So yes, there's overhead resistance. I just don't mind where I think it can go. All right, AMD. AMD just now holding VWAP. It still has yet to close the bar above VWAP, but it looks like it's going to happen here. So I'll probably be in it to the long side in just a couple minutes. Sean Dunn saying SOUN. Soundhound. Stock is impressive. Anyone that... Whoa, that's way too loud. And the funny, literally as I hit that, I was like, well, that effect was way too, because I can hear it in my ear as well. Sorry about that. I had no idea that was going to be too loud. What I was trying to get at was, I mean, everyone's like, this stock is insane. It's going to pull back, blah, blah, blah. and then it just does like a pretty reasonable dip. It looked like if you go rewind a week ago, when this came back underneath $20, it felt like this thing was headed right back into 13. If you think about the way that things looked before Friday, a pretty hefty secondary push, and then on Friday, boom. Today, everything looked terrible again, and it held 20 like an absolute champion. Now, it's not that far away from 20, but somebody on Friday was accumulating shares at the top there at 20, and somebody today was accumulating and holding above 20. So yeah, it's down 5 points, but the way it's reacting to these like monster dips, monster dip, accumulation, same price next day, accumulate and break away, accumulate and not really break away. I think you have now all of a sudden some local support that you can play off of. Like if it loses 19.6, I think you can jump out there. You can jump out of it if you want. As I said, I want AMD to do something, Tesla to break 435 if it could. Need something to make a move right quick. If you guys see anything that's making any moves, let us know. I'll tell you this right now, like this is exactly the kind of week that I would rather not trade if it doesn't set up. You know, if you don't see something that is amazing or that is a regular setup that works for you, you definitely don't want to overtrade. Certainly willing to answer questions, but something needs to set up soon. AMD just broke 124.40. I just asked, someone just said, take a look at Rumble. It's still in the same zone. I'm kind of looking for it to get back into VWAP for the next trade because I've already taken a couple of swings off of the prior high when it pulled back. When it pulled back into this level, I took a shot at it. Neither one of those holding and the volume starting to dwindle. So I'll take if it breaks back above 14, that gives you a rounded bottom. I think that's one way to play it. If it pulls into VWAP, then I like that as well. So VWAP just tried to hold on AMD. Instead, it broke the local bottom. So either this thing was going to close and hold above VWAP, or I was going to take the breakdown, which is exactly what we're getting here on Advanced Micro Devices. You have 123.30 was morning support. So I think that would be an ultimate target. So about $1, I think, would be like the perfect target here. So we'll scalp some to the even dollar and then see how far it can go. AMD starting to come down, so I imagine SMH has got to be starting to work again.
Yeah, so I did get stopped out above that 49, and when I saw it hold a little bit and continue to trade a little sideways, watching the ES and the NQ as well, I got right back in. Like I said, I'm willing to give it a couple of tries there, not expecting it to be perfect, not expecting it to be clean, and allocating the right kind of risk to let myself comfortably try it a couple of times. For me to, I got to give myself at least a chance to see if and when it does come in. I do want to stay involved, but it's holding some of these prior bars on the 15-minute prior bar low is at 48 halves. We're trading 48.60s here. Let me pull up the tape for you guys as well, so you guys can follow along. SMH right there, so 248.70s as of right now. Still holding some moving averages, holding consolidation near highs. You can see the Nasdaq pulling back a little bit here with the now third red candle in a row here on the Nasdaq, with only about 8.5 minutes left to trade. Let's see if we can break down below that 48 halves here on SMH. Let's take a quick look. AMD breaking down as well. NVIDIA with a bit of a pullback. Intel with a bit of a pullback as well. TSM still holding on TSM there, interestingly enough. But let's see. All I'm looking for is VWAP. I don't know. I might have, I should write to Santa and just be like, Santa, can you please give me VWAP when I'm looking for it? What do you think about that?
That's a good thing to ask Santa Claus. Yeah. Now, I don't know if Santa Claus is going to be able to give that one to you. Mother Market. You know, so the thing about it is...
Fabian's asking, what are the coal futures looking like? I like that
one. The coal futures, oh my goodness. The thing about the market, what's interesting is everyone just wants the stock to go, I like it from point A to point B. You're like, I want to go long at this price and I want it to go to this price. Or I want to go short at this price and I want to go to that price. When really, it's like there's probably 100 different ways which it can get from those 2 points. And not all of them are going to be clean. Your job as a trader is to find an execution strategy that covers as many of those probabilities in a positive fashion as possible. I know that sounds a little bit convoluted, but if you have to think of it in that term. Like, it's almost never I'm going to punch long here, and it's going to go straight to there. The only time where that works at a reasonable rate are A+ breakouts, right? Like an A+, AAA breakout trade, like it'll bust through something and then it just goes clean. Every now and then,
right away.
Yeah, like every now and then you'll get that on like a Tesla or an Nvidia. Like it just sometimes, but those are rare, and you kind of know them when you see them. But those every other time, do not expect it to be clean. Be willing to have to give it some room. Be willing to have to find confirmation. Be willing to hold it a little bit against you and have your stops according to that. So a couple of things here. Guys, watch Tesla. Yeah, it's pulling back into VWAP.
Yeah, the whole market taking a
Everything is taking a bit of a pullback here. Like if you just look at the Qs, like here's the Qs, it's breaking. I don't have to draw a trend line for you to be able to see. It's breaking and looking like it might want to pull back at least another 600, 700 points back into the afternoon. Like that would make a little bit of sense for the Qs. And VWAP here makes some sense here on Tesla, but it already started to pick up a little bit of a bit. I did get one fill there on AMD on the way down after that break, and I'll take some more. If it wants to retest VWAP, I'll take another shot, giving it to that local high. But I've seen a few people now say, what, DJT? Why are we looking at DJT? Okay, I'll oblige that. I was going to go look at Rigetti, because I know that's in play. But why are we looking at DJT? What is DJT doing? Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, bull flag that could flat bottom break, but volume's not special. There's nothing special about the volume today on DJT. Traded over others. I kind of like the fail at 36 more than anything. I don't remember when I drew that line, but I still think 36. Yeah, 36 is obviously still a pretty good level. Kind of an over/under type level for a DJT. No, Rigetti gets interesting. Remember this one, Obi?
Oh yeah, I remember.
I know. I'm being facetious. It's like it does the move, goes right into that 1250 high, then gives you to 12, and it's just lower highs into a flat bottom. But these can be deceiving. The reason it's deceiving is if it can hold on to $10, and it could still give you a consolidation for a breakout later this week. I mean, as long as it holds on to the prior high, it's still actually green on the day. But yeah, the trend is certainly heading into the downside here on Rigetti, and this probably was a good little VWAP. This is a great VWAP short. I didn't trade this stock today, but look at it. Well, second it puts in that lower high, VWAP, that's 60 pennies on a $10, $11 stock. It's nothing to sneeze at, and it's trying to break out the lows. I feel like if it consolidates from here to here, like underneath that 1060, like if it can hold in this range, you can maybe jump into a short off the 1080 level, but it's not going to be my cup of tea. I got eyeballs on some of these chip names that might be a little bit stronger as AMD tries to bounce here.
Yeah, some of these chips are attempting to bounce here. Like I said, it might be in confluence with that 21.7 level on the NASDAQ. We didn't quite get there. Excuse me, we didn't quite get there. There's about 3 minutes and 50 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to print. And catching a little bit of a bottom wick here as we take a bit of a pullback. And if you kind of notice on a higher time frame, if you like using power bar high or low, to kind of observe, I guess, the charts. We haven't really broken a prior bar low on the SMH on the 30-minute chart until now, since since before the open, since about I'd say 8:30. So since 8:30 to about 3 p.m., we've only held a bid overall on the SMH. So it is pretty strong, but this is the first time we kind of start to break down a little bit here. Let's see if the selling will follow through is the question that I'm asking. I'm looking for that price action to kind of confluence with the idea, and we're getting a little bit of that. The chart is starting to work as well, but is there going to be continuation? Are we going to bid right back up? I have no idea. Again, I don't know what the markets are going to do, but I'm just trying to participate in some of these moves. But yeah, rumble back down to the downside. We kind of talk about some of those trend breaks as well, and look at that. We kind of break the accelerated trend and get a strong flush. You can see this accelerated trend as well. Maybe not as accelerated as this run up here, but this hold that we had, aggressive selling coming in when that breaks down, and then you kind of catch a bid and then continue for another acceleration here, and when that breaks down, you start to kind of fall apart. There are 1239s as VWAP. I don't know if we're going to get to VWAP, Neil, because look, we've attempted responded with aggressive selling and expanding volume in the morning session to get to VWAP, and we got nowhere close the first few times we tried. So let's see if end of day will finally bring that in on Rumble. But definitely, it has been paying off for the longs.
Yeah, don't bet against that thing.
Yeah. And would you check that?
Are you kidding me? Oh, man, dude, I had a pun lined up.
I'm sorry, I didn't even know. You gotta tell me about these things. I saw that and I was like, damn, check that out. Would you look at that? Would you look at it?
I had it all lined up.
I haven't sent you that.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I was gonna be like, yo, check this out, Obi.
Yeah.
And then you guys would have all groaned, and then I could have been like, yeah, well, you might think that's not entertaining, but it's certainly entertaining to see a stock up 400%. Look, I'm gonna put this one in the bucket of oddly liquid, yet can't stop halting. It's done 30 million, so it's done 30 million shares. That's a lot of volume. That's good volume for a stock like this. Yet it's in a halt phase that makes it a little bit untradeable up here. So because the volume was good, you could be all over this in the consolidation. I was not looking, look at the Obi, look at this. Look at the break, look at the clean break from 150. That is that is super clean. That is Mr. Clean, as far as I'm concerned. That is his clean, you got to be kidding me. That's about as clean as a Josh Allen pass over the middle. Just a perfect spiral.
So highly liquid, but holds. Is it a Newtonian fluid?
I like that. That's what I'm talking about right there. I'm down with that. But I'm not chasing this one up here off all these halts. I just feel like if it can do some kind of let's not halt every 2 seconds and then do a consolidation, something resembling this, you might get an afternoon trade, but it's already power hour. And as I was saying to everyone in the chat, you got a lot of, oh no, did I get it all? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've now shrieked myself twice today. And I'm only saying that because a lot of people have been under the weather today. And yeah, I just accidentally bid out of all of AMD, which will look genius if it bounces off 124 even and then comes back up to VWAP to get me back in. So I'll just pretend that, no, I'm not going to pretend that, I'll just maybe say it, and then maybe I get fortune and then it bounces back into VWAP and gets me another fill. But anyways, we took the breakdown. I'm not going to chase it down here. The volume's already really dwindling on the market, so either I get the prices that I want, you just take the win and move on to the next one. But I probably meant to hold on to a little bit more there. Yeah, DRCT is also halted, or okay, check that. It just reopened and was about to halt. This thing is ridiculous. This one's distinctly different because check at least has had periods with which you could trade it. They get no point today. This is a 3-minute chart. I should throw up a 1-minute chart.
Boom.
Okay, I don't know if it even.
Oh.
So this is a 1-minute chart. This makes the point a little bit better because in a 3-minute you're like, yeah, but you don't know. On a 1-minute chart, how many times does it have more than 2 bars? On the entire day. Once, twice, 3, 4. So from the first halt, only 4 times all day does it have more than 2 bars on a 2-minute before halting again. That's not trade. And the reason why that's not tradable, you cannot, I shouldn't say you cannot, because maybe you've got some sort of strategy that works for you. And I've seen traders that have good halt strategies. Even one that was on this floor. But for most trading strategies that we talk about, and we utilize, there is no way you can structure one that doesn't involve you holding through halts. And if that's the case, there's nothing saying that it only has to gap these amounts. Well, what about this gap that went from $4.80 to $4? When it halts down, it could open up at $2.60. Just because it hasn't done it doesn't mean it couldn't do it. So you got to be really careful with these. That's why I will take an opportunity on a check when it does. When this is halts a couple of times, then gives you consolidations here. You can start trading into this because if you go long off VWAP, you can reasonably stop out here without worrying about a halt. You can take a breakout trade here and stop out there without worrying about a halt. There are actual trades that you can make when it comes to those. So I'm out of AMD, although hopefully it's going to pop back into VWAP and get me back into this short in here. So I'm looking for, I don't have to get 124.40, although I'm sitting at the exact price that we got in before. Daniel's asking me what I think about Pepsi. That's weird. We never talk about Pepsi, And
Pepsi's
Obi, did we not talk
we
about?
We talked about it this morning.
This morning in the pre-market.
I keep an eye on Tesla. Nice. Tesla Pepsi.
Tesla
Pepsi. Okay. No, I do keep an eye on Pepsi because it's a staple name.
Elon to buy Pepsi?
Maybe. I don't know. I wonder what Elon likes, Coke or Pepsi? Or Dr. Pepper? I'm a Dr. Pepper person.
I'm going to go with
Put
Elon.
all three in front of me.
I'm going to go with Elon doesn't, probably like Mountain Dew.
Really?
I guess. I don't know.
I'll ask him next time I see him.
Yeah, you should just message him on X.
Yeah.
Shoot, he might answer that question.
I mean, yeah. He's been pretty active.
No, Pepsi doesn't look good.
No. It's actually breaking down some significant range.
It doesn't look good at all. And the conversation we were having is I've owned this one in my long-term account, and I currently own like Walmart and Amazon, and this has been like sort of a staple for me. And I don't think it's that good anymore. And you should buy Coke is a better one if you're looking at it. And the conclusion I came is any money that I had intended on buying a dip in Costco or maybe going back into Pepsi or adding back into Pepsi, because I still probably have some shares of this thing, I just bought Walmart instead off the 50 period. And this is what it looks like on the daily. But what's bad about it is what it's doing off of the weekly chart. So this is what's really bad for Pepsi. Like this is the 200 period on the weekly. Now everyone on a weekly chart, if something consolidates and loses under the 200 period on a weekly, generally speaking, I have to really love that stock not to want out of it. And it just becomes not a buy for me. Unless it's like, if this happened to like Apple, I'd be like, I'd probably still like Apple. But this, no. I think you'll let it get back into where the buying was good, like 130, 100. Like it's got to start testing levels like that. Like the 20, if it gets back into pandemic bottoms, sure. But this is very unhealthy. What just happened in Pepsi. You really got to let things settle down when they go into that type of a range. You don't want to be jumping the gun, trying to catch some kind of a bottom. I mean, it doesn't look very good on that stock. I think you can find better places to be. Darth Buddha, we're going to get a COVID low test. Yeah, and I think...
You think that's where it's trying to wash?
I'll just go... Yeah, I mean, really? That's what it looks like to me. Like so it just broke this consolidation here. The bounce from that low was 155 into 183. That's $28. So if it just does that same range, you're pulling back into I guess the COVID higher low. So just even technically, this move should take you to the 2021 support level, which is about $130. And if that breaks, all you have left is the COVID low. So yeah, I think that's very possible. Or Pepsi. It's an unhealthy stock right now. And their products aren't that healthy either.
No. Yeah, definitely.
True.
No, almost wow, there goes Rumble back down into 13. So yeah, the trend break is coming in now. Again, market tailwind as well. We're getting that push back down through that 21,700 on the NASDAQ as well. So market's taking a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a pullback. Like I said, we've been holding this bid for quite the while here. Again, the NASDAQ bid, you can see this aggressive candle, the sell candle that gets bought up on top of, we'll call it 21 halves. Sure, you wash it about 20 points there, going down to 21,480s, and then picks up, holds above that 21 half for a push up, break of trend as well coming in on that as well. But yeah, a little bit of a reversion of the reversion currently happening going into the last hour of the day. I don't know if we're going to get VWAP here, Neil, but we're starting to make our way towards it. So I'm just going to...
Oh, no way.
Shout out to Sharif. Going to pack my patience. No way, what? What's going on there?
Soul Glow is halting to the upside. Although it's not technically Soul Glow. I'm a huge fan of Coming to America. And I've told this story before live on the show. SLGL, it's not actually Soul Glow. The name of this company is... Soul Gel Technologies, which...
Are they into like...
I mean, it kind of makes it sound like they've got some ridiculously high-tech jerry curl or something. Like, that's where my brain's going with this thing. But anyways, it's trying to break $1, and it's going to the upside. And if you've never seen Coming to America, which you probably have not seen Coming to America, Soul Glow is the name of like a fictional jerry curl like activator.
I think I've
thing.
seen
and
the...
that's like the family-owned Soul Glow. And they had this whole, like, they got the theme song. It's this ridiculously cheesy saxophone playing. And
I've seen the cover. It's on my to-watch list. Because
You've got to
obviously
watch
Eddie
it.
Murphy.
That music, the Soul Glow music and that theme song, I had one dream for my wedding, as was shot down mercilessly by my wife. I wanted us to walk in to the Soul Glow music. And
I gotta hear this song now.
you've got to play it. It's so great. I thought it would be the most epic thing of all time.
And what did she say about that?
She just
give you
looked
that
me
look?
dead in the eye and she rolled her eyes. I was like, okay, well, probably
So did you guys do it?
let's not. What do you mean, did we do it? Come on, son. No. No, we did not do it.
All right.
Did we do it? Like, we're still, yeah, exactly. We're still married. That's how you know we didn't do it.
Sometimes
but Soul Glow is now halted.
You gotta give it a pretty please, you know?
Pretty please.
Yeah. You're like, I really love this song. No? All right. Well, market's coming to the
You're not
downside.
married, are you?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Married to these markets, Neil.
Hey,
Oh,
true
boy.
that.
I'm,
True
yeah.
that.
So for 427.8s is coming in, flushing to the downside a little bit here for the continuation. Let's see. Last place we sold off and found a little bit of a bid was over here at 21,660s on the NASDAQ. So let's see. We're kind of raging into that level as of right now. Let's see if we can find a bid. That's where the bid was when we pulled back and took a little bit of a break last time. Do we get a higher low? That was the question I was asking earlier. So I'm kind of watching both the tape and the chart in and around some of these prior areas to see if we do catch a bid. But oh boy, Rumble back below 13, Neil.
It's really giving it up.
I'm seeing these flushes come in on the tape. You can see incrementally. Like, man, I really, again, I haven't touched small to mid caps in a long while. A bit of a chase on this, but yeah, I don't really, I guess, tend to do too well with them, but it seems like certain times when a certain type of play does set up, it doesn't matter, right? If it's a certain type of breakout, certain type of reversion, it doesn't really matter too much, other than like what is if the price action is telling you and the chart is good, then yeah, the trade is potentially on, and I should definitely be taking attempts at that. But let's see what happens here. So we're getting a little bit of a bid up here. I got to keep an eye on some of these chips at
Tesla
the same time
VWAP
as well. We were talking about that Softy breakout. Softy did break out of that, that noon kind of consolidation, but we didn't really get that far. We got up to we got up to 436s and then pull right back down towards the day lows there. Apple poised for a little bit of a low day test. S&P, again, we're watching the ES as well. A little bit of a pullback here, break of trend happening. Bitcoin 92 sixes.
If 92 goes, we got.
I like 80s. You know what I like more than 80s? I like 70s. And I like 50s even more, Neil.
Well, that tells me that you will be buying Bitcoin on the way down. I too will be. I
love reversions. I showed the break of trend on.
But you're not shorting Bitcoin.
Man.
Dollar
Maybe
says
not Bitcoin, but like
I got a dollar says you
things
don't
like Coinbase. Things like Mara Riot.
Coinbase,
things like
Mara.
MSTR, right? Where they're not really directly correlated, like something like an IBIT, but there might be some interesting opportunities.
I know for a lot of crypto, it's like for crypto heads, they're generally like you don't short it. Like we'll day trade Mara short, we'll day trade Coinbase short. Anyone around here actually holding long-term short, like you're not short. Well, maybe you would short the ETF. I know I would in my personal account. It is what it is. But I do think it is. I think if 92 goes, you do have to watch out because there we go. Like if you lose this support level here, like why wouldn't you make the test of 90? I like this. It's like Sean and I had this discussion because I was weird because I had a bid at like 84 something for some reason, thinking that was the stink bid buy off here, but no, it's like it's above 85, so I've moved it. Like I'm trying to get 86s, and I think if 86 goes, I'm all over it, back out in front of the prior double top high, which is 74,000. I think that's the next place I would buy it. I tend to only ever want to buy, like I'll buy that local dip, give it a shot there. If it makes a bigger one, back into that trend, the long trend that it held, I'd want to be buying back out in front of that. So I'm going to leave this trend line in and don't know why it stopped going. I'll extend that at some point. And then if it can hold on to that on the way back. And Bitcoin does this, man. Like it does big time pullbacks. It's only pulled back 16 thou off 1008. When it makes an all-time high, we've seen 50%. So I mean, if you
That's
don't
what
think
I'm
it can do
looking
a crazy move, like it can absolutely do it.
No.
Check for everyone that's still looking at it. And this is why we say be careful. The tap is $2.32. So I just saw it was Nate in the chat asking about the tap value on check. Yeah, it's indicating a 231 open, 231, 232. It's kind of going back and forth. But you got to be careful. When a stock is consolidating, great, tradable. When it's halt to halt, good luck, unless you're already in it. So they can pull back. And if you're trying to work a stop, like if you had a stop here, then what good is it when it gaps down to there? There's not much you can do about it. Soul Glow still wants to go. Oh, no, it's SLGL. And no, I will not. Whoops, SLGL. And no, I will not sing the song. There are almost no males that could pull off singing of the Soul Glow music. Once you hear the song, you'll understand it. Like, there's probably like 5 dudes alive that could possibly pull off singing that song. Now I have to wait because I typed the wrong symbol there. How is Rumble looking? Not that great, to be honest with you. I can pull up the black chart for you in a quick little second here on Rumble while I wait for that one to sort of come back. Like, Rumble held on to VWAP, but it's still in the downward channel since the high. So there's VWAP, it's held it, but it's still working lower highs on the way through. Like, it probably needs to maybe break back above the 50s or bounce off VWAP in there. Try not to overtrade, because I think it's so easy to just say, let me buy the dip in front of VWAP and guess that it's going to go. Whereas I kind of want to give things a real chance. Ooh, all right, Tesla's holding VWAP. Right, Tesla, there's a break underneath VWAP. There's the hold of VWAP. This is one. Tesla's up a couple of points today. Obviously, the 434 is a problem. When it did this same setup, this is the only trade we had that worked on Tesla today, was dip under VWAP, consolidate above VWAP, break away from the consolidation. So if it breaks away from 430, that would be the trade. So looking at Tesla here, and then you have room. Like even if it goes a couple of dollars and can't break 434, who cares? You still get yourself a nice win here. So eyeballs on Tesla. Need to see it break and hold above this 430, and then we'd take a similar trade here. Took the break, then added a bit of an accumulation at that higher level. Hopefully this can get a bit bullish on Tesla.
Yeah, hopefully. We're catching a strong bid here, Neil. We were talking about exactly kind of this kind of a push back towards those highs. You can see that 15-minute candle, that prior 15-minute candle pretty much wiping right back up aggressively here. And yeah, SMH goes all the way from 47.80s all the way up to 40 or 48.50s here. So I do want to kind of continue to get a little bit more involved if we're going to continue to if we're making lower highs here. But at this point, I think that if we're going to bid back up through those highs, I'm more than willing to give it back. And yeah, apparently the bid is pretty aggressive here on the whole market, as that you can see that 15-minute candle on both the ES and the Nasdaq, pretty aggressive. But here's the thing: we've seen this. I've been observing this quite a bit, where you get that strong candle where people might be like, oh, this is people call it like a topping tail or whatever. Like, oh, is the bid finally in because the 15 is so aggressive? And then it wipes that right after making the wick, and then it's like, all right, well, if technical trading is going to be targeted like that in a market like this, I definitely want to kind of, be nimble and kind of try to sidestep that
nimble
as best as I can. Be quick.
Jump over the candlestick.
The candy stick. Oh.
The candy stick? It's a candlestick.
Candlestick. Oh.
Speaking of which.
Candlestick.
Well, on that note, yeah. Like, it looked like AMD was going to hold, and then AMD did something similar. Like, it pulled into VWAP, rejected, did miss it by a skosh there, but then it broke the prior bar low, so we're just going to work the trade into the low. One more time on AMD. I'm bearish on this bad boy. Maybe should be bearish on Tesla too. Like, it doesn't want to break out the top. It's actually taking out the bottom. So instead of holding VWAP and taking out the top, now all of a sudden this trade has a chance to break down underneath VWAP. There's room to prior support at 427. There's room for it to hold underneath the 430 as well. So yeah, I'm kind of looking the other way. It would have been nice if it could have closed above VWAP, broken the 430. That's great, but it didn't happen. So what difference does it make? We're back in AMD short and probably need to look for something else. There's only 40 minutes to go, and it feels like we're breaking down here. Tesla, break 427.40, or before you do so, do a minor bounce to get a short off of VWAP here. So AMD starting to work. I just got to fill in AMD, but there goes Tesla. It just broke 47.40. Hold beneath, give it a chance to close. I want it closing underneath or pulling back into VWAP for an entry on Tesla. I don't want to chase it too far. AMD just lost 124, so we are back into it. 123 is the target on AMD. I'll take some out 123.5. But I don't want to chase this move in Tesla. I'd like to see it maybe consolidate here or play back in to VWAP. Hamza saying, how about Rum for a short? Rumble? That's like the one stock. Yeah, let's not short Rumble.
Rumble.
It gets above VWAP.
Wow, look at that sell on Intel. Holy,
I don't know, man.
slam into 20.
Yeah, I don't know about that one on Rumble. There's weaker stocks today. You know what I mean? I would just be inclined to think you can find a better short than Rumble today. It's not that it couldn't go down from here, and obviously you could have shorted it at $14, but it's not at 14 anymore. So I think you got to find something else. Why? What do you know, sometimes you get out of a long, and that's just a great short.
Yeah.
When Intel broke the trend, it was an easy short to VWAP. Yeah, well, it is what it is.
This is what I was saying earlier, like strong reasons to sell and strong reasons to buy.
Look at it on the 15.
It's like irregardless of whether you're long or short.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the question I always ask myself is, if I was flat on the stock, what would I be doing?
Yeah.
And if the answer is I would be going short, then I should be covering at least a portion of a long if I'm in it, if not getting out of the long. So I always lean into that. Like if you weren't trading in the stock already, what would you do? And if the answer when it does this is I would go short, get out of a long or go short, then at least take an action, like make a decision, because it's obviously at an inflection point. Man, this is looking weak. Yeah, we could be pulling back for the rest of the afternoon.
A little bit, like I said, like literally when I was like, oh, I've seen these wicks kind of wipe back down. That's exactly what this market's kind of attempting to do as of right now. We pull back in, but again, lots of fugazi action here.
Can't even get into Tesla.
Pretty crazy, but I'm trying to do my best to kind of dance with these candles, dance with these wicks. As the market kind of chops around here, but yeah, a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see, only about 3 more candles, 15-minute candles left to print on the day, Neil, with 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes on this current candle. Let's see what we do with 21.7. Do we trade below? Do we close in and around here? Do we consolidate? Do we drop down to VWAP? Where is the VWAP on the futures here? I usually don't use VWAP on the NASDAQ, but let's take a quick look at where that currently is, and maybe we can get a little bit of an idea as well as to how far back of a pullback we're really looking for. Nope, that's volume profile. Okay, so 21.640s-ish. 21.640s-ish I have here. We're trading at 21.690. So, okay, it's not that far away. Nothing too crazy just yet. Let's see if we can get down there by the end of the day here. Or do we just consolidate sideways and do nothing else? Softy's certainly been doing that on the day. If you look at Apple, yeah, Apple's been making lower highs, but relative to its opening range, it's been pretty much flat. Amazon's been pretty much flat. Alphabet looked like it did a V-shaped recovery, so there's definitely opportunities that happen in the morning session, but we're coming right back into the opening range there as well. Tesla, yeah, sure, there was that continuation flush off of the open, and then a bid back up towards the highs. We couldn't really break through the highs, and we're pulling back in now, Neil. So pretty much a flat day is going to show up on the daily chart here if we close in and around some of these ranges here. So a bit of a doji to start off, a doji day to start off on the week, it would seem, on some of these large cap names. Yeah, maybe what if Softy? I mean, I don't know if Softy's going to crack that low as of right now, but it has been kind of selling off there going into the close. So going to continue watching that one. But oh boy, the strongest of the chip bunch. Definitely some NVIDIA. NVIDIA is very, very directional.
Oh, that's on my charts.
Hasn't really. Sorry.
I just realized it's been on my charts while you were talking.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not looking at the NVIDIA chart on these screens, but I am looking at the Nasdaq here as well and watching this SMH kind of just chop around on top of this 248 as of right now, 248, 249, bit of a chop in between these levels here. Again, I don't know what's going to happen, Neil, but I'm looking for that VWAP. If the VWAP will come in, then yeah, maybe. But this rally going into Christmas, definitely holding up to its
Santa
name
Claus
right now.
All right.
Oh boy. Price action's nice.
Well, I was about to say something about Apple, but then Tesla just broke down. So there's a consolidation underneath that prior low, which then broke down the bottom. So I'm like, okay, if it breaks out the bottom, I'll take it and give it back to the prior high. Thinking there's a lot of room on this trade, although there's not a lot of time, which is the other factor. Yeah, it's not that much time. So I went in min risk here because I wanted to be able to give it the entirety of the range and think that there's room to 420, but also room to 423. That's the idea there with Tesla. If it breaks out this local high, I can always jump out of it. In fact, that's exactly where I'm going to throw my stop. So let me get that in there. And then I will talk about Apple. Because I did see in the chat, someone's like, you guys never talk about Apple. You're not talking about Apple. Okay, so here's the problem with Apple. It's not doing anything today. Now, it's great. I love the stock. 52-week high again, and then tested a breakout today, failed to break out. But look at the afternoon range on Friday on the strong day in Apple. There's your bottom at 252.7, and then there is your top. It spent the entire day just trading inside of this range here on Apple. There's not much you're going to do with that unless you're absolute bottom long or absolute top long. Like, I'd rather take a shot. Like, I mean, Tesla may not work here, obviously. Yeah, so I took the break. Give me a break. I just shrieked it again, which means I meant to put a stop at 4. I'd swear I put 427.70, not 426.70. So I will get back in and I will have the stop above here because that was the intention the entire way. But my point is, like, I would rather trade a Tesla, which when it's traded away from VWAP has traded $5, $6 from VWAP, where if this consolidation breaks down, it could easily test 420. Like, we've seen it do those moves. It's been moving like that today. The volatility at the close on Friday, Tesla dropped $15 off these same price levels, like starting at the same price levels. So it's just that it's more tradable, I think, off these levels here on Tesla in terms of giving us some opportunities. So that's what it's more about here. You just want to look for shots that can give you good risk reward, give you something to sink your teeth into. Whether it wins or loses, you want there to at least been potential upside on the trade there. So if there's something else that, hey, always let us know what's working or what you're trading, no issues with that. And we're never trying to ignore anything. It's just, I find there's always something that we're not giving enough attention to. And I get it that Apple, while an important stock, it's in almost everyone's portfolio, isn't always something that as a day trader we're going to get on into. Rumble is, now Rumble's putting in a higher low.
Oh boy.
See?
Yeah, held that 13 quite well.
Yeah, it's bouncing off VWAP and putting in a higher low off that. It feels like it wants to go again. Watch this go in the aftermarket. Like, Darren and I'll be doing the aftermarket show, and then you guys will be screaming at us that Rumble's at $15. It feels like that's what's coming here.
Maybe, potentially. We'll see. I mean, we talk about the short float, right? We talk about how it's been holding up pretty well. We have that catalyst that came out in the morning session, and we got that strong continuation with a hold of trend and a nice little action to the upside. Pulls back into that VWAP, showing us some more strength as that VWAP holds and consolidates a little bit higher. We attempt to break through the day highs there at 14 and some change. 1420s, I think it was, and then we only get to 1460s before taking a pullback all the way down into VWAP there on Rumble. So it's held VWAP. I think that's definitely pretty decent. Let's see if that continuation happens going into the next day there on Rumble. But remember, tomorrow's a half day, So again. Maybe not as much time to trade, but I don't know if that comes with a shorter range either. We'll have to wait and find out. But
I find volatility isn't as affected by the half day as you would think.
Yeah.
But part of that should be obvious. Like, if you look at, have a look at when stocks run at the point at which they make their highs. Like, even Rumble, Rumble's high at 11 o'clock was 1420. Okay, so just after 1, it was able to break that high, but it only went another 40 cents. Like, if you get an early move on something tomorrow, there's nothing wrong. You can still get just as big of a move volatility-wise as you normally would. So I wouldn't sleep on that aspect of it. It's just a matter of that continuation. What you have to worry about is the continuation play. You're not, tomorrow, you're not looking for that, hey, let's let it bounce off VWAP and get back to the high of the day notion. Not as much. Not so much. It could happen, but I'm not as bullish on that type of a thing usually. You want to get that first move, and then after that, you want to chill out, have a little bit of eggnog and, you know, whatever else you might want to put into it with that eggnog is up to you. Because I wouldn't, like, I'm not saying, I would never tell anybody, hey, like, you got to do this or you got to do that. But, you know, I know for myself, I like to have a little bit of fun with my eggnog and make sure that you spice it up a little bit, spruce it up a little bit there. So everyone do you, but I think you don't want to overtrade, especially in the second half of the day tomorrow. That's what the half day means. Sometimes you will get continuations on longs, like NVIDIA. If you look at the opening range, like halfway through the day, it did make another press up. Great. But a lot of times when you look at these big runners, how often do we see how much further did it go past noon? And not a heck of a lot. There's always opportunities out there. Like I said, we're short Tesla. AMD starting to push back a little bit into VWAP. So I got a reload, and then it came right back into 124 again. And so I'm going to take one more reload, although it's 3:30. All right, I just got filled in. I was actually contemplating canceling that order. And one of the reasons was, like, Tesla just broke its local bottom. So I took the consolidation on Tesla. It ends up breaking the consolidation, so I'm out of that. And I was about to consider canceling the reload on AMD, because now it's held that 124 a couple of times. So this is the third time we've had AMD, and we'll see if the third time's a charm. But if it gets out and about above VWAP, I'm going to get out of it. I plan on not fighting anything or holding it too far against me on any of these stocks. Not in the afternoon. You don't want to give back too much here. And it's also a sloppy reload. Like, I'm shorting the level, not the move. Like, there's no reversion yet on this thing. It's going into resistance, but I'd rather have a bad price with trend than a good price getting run over. But we've taken it. If we break VWAP, I'm going to jump out of that trade. SLGL, our good friend Soul Glow, continues to go. Now at $1.40. This thing amuses me because it's got no liquidity, yet it's done 7 million shares. Doing absolutely nothing until 3 o'clock. And all of a sudden it came to life. And now it's done 7.5 million shares and continues to go higher. That's insane.
Yeah, absolutely kind of wild action here. So we did pull back all the way in, and then take a look at where this candle is about to close here, Neil. So a bit of a double bid up into this, back into these, what is this, 21.7. So we're holding 21.7s well going into the close here. So yeah, this SMH, I did kind of add into it a little bit underneath this 249, but we kind of come right back up to break even there. So a little bit of a miss on my part. I was looking for a little much there going into the close, looking for that VWAP to come in. We don't really get there. We got about a point down below that 249, but hold, sustain 248s, and then catching a little bit of a bid going into the close here. So yeah, selling it kind of attempting to push back below that 21.7, but if that's going to be strong here, I do want to look to piece out of this trade soon enough if we're going to continue to close strong into the end of the day. Oh boy, Neil, this action chopping everybody up left, right, and center. But it seems like the longs on the chips off of the morning session kind of hold was the way to go here. And we're continuing to bid up into the close as of right now. So aggressive bid. It'll be interesting tomorrow to see if that bid kind of continues, or maybe we get that pullback tomorrow. But oh boy, the Santa Claus rally, Neil, is definitely coming into fruition as of right now.
I was so close. Like, I was actually canceling this third short in AMD, but we took it. I'm now out of it. I'm not going to, like I said, I do not want to fight it. But you can see the difference just before we go over to Adara. There's it breaking down on momentum. Okay, so that short makes sense. There's it coming back into resistance and breaking down there. That short makes sense. There's it holding 124 multiple times and breaking back to the upside. You can like a price level, but there's still, and again, you don't have to have it. It's not like it's huge or anything. It's a tight stop, but there's no need to have it. Like, it's not showing you selling at that price. This one's clean. It's just a breakdown. It's obvious to see a rejection of the same level and then get in short. You can get a better price, but who cares? So unless it gives you an entry point, it's not just about the levels as far as I'm concerned. Like, you've got to have an entry strategy as well. And another thing that we always care about is what's going on in sectors other than tech. So let's do that at the screen.
You might be out of luck here, Neil, because two of the three names here are going to be covered on the Sector Watch are actually in the tech space. But as we always do here, as we finish Power Hour and the session, take a look at some of these larger movers to the upside and the downside, names that are moving different sectors. We're going to look at some names that are leading their respective sectors, starting here with the electronic technology sector, because there are a couple different semiconductor catalysts to be aware of. Starting here with Broadcom, one of the leaders here that semis pushed to the upside. It's still up more than 5%. This morning, we did have the U.S. announcing it's going to be opening an investigation looking into China's policies for the semiconductor industry, specifically with regards to its legacy chips. The Chinese Ministry of Commerce already responded to this, basically saying that they would urge the U.S. to consider facts. So interesting look there. Does not seem to approve of this investigation. And then AMD was already strong, but then I also found that this actually came out a little bit later. That wouldn't explain the amount of interest we had pre-market or necessarily this push at the open. But we did have Rosenblatt around 6 hours ago saying that AMD and Micron are some of their top analyst picks for AI and tech into 2025. AMD, they did maintain a $250 price target, which is well above where we're currently trading. So AMD, great look there from Rosenblatt. Last but not least, LLY, Eli Lilly, trying to make days high here, just shy of $800, getting FDA approval on Friday evening for their Zepbound treatment, which is already being used there for obesity, now also being approved for use in moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea. So keep an eye here for LLY. Lots of tickers to keep an eye on, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yes, sir. And shout out to Amin Rahman in the chat here, because 2 out of these 3 things are incredibly on point. I'll let you guys decide which 2. Die Hard and with popcorn are best Christmas day ever. I'm down with you right there. But see this, and if you're watching the chat, this is me circling it and not acknowledging because it's not pizza if it has this on it. So therefore, Die Hard and popcorn is great. Get a pie, but get a good one. You put that on pizza, and it's disgusting, and that makes it not pizza in my humble estimation. That said, Die Hard is 100% part of my Christmas routine in our household. Maybe not getting my daughter involved with that just yet, but at some point, she'll get on board with it. Oh no, Soul Glow's halted down. Well, that's what happens on these. So again, it doesn't really stay open for very long. It's not one of those that was very liquid in terms of giving you opportunities to trade. There's a second time down halt. I don't see how you trade things like this unless they can open for a greater amount of time. Like you've seen this, we've seen check. Check finally opens for more than 1 minute or 2 on the way back, but it goes right back in. This is the problem. You can have a long in here, but even if you have a stop order, it does this. Look at the gap. It opens back up at 220. Like if you're long this breakout, like you could be long at, okay, there's your consolidation, there's the break of a high. Like I guess you could have 160. Maybe you're long at 150. You're at a double up. And if you had a trailing stop when you got a double up, like a trailing stop, say a stop to here, instead of being at 270, you're at 220. That's a lot of profit that you lost. And you can say, but I still made money on it. But then you got to think about if my long was from here to here, well, then you were risking 20%, hopefully to make 70, 80, 90, 100%, not make 50%. Like it skews your entire risk to reward over the whole duration of the amount of times you would take that trade. So yeah, you still would have made money on it, but the fact that you couldn't have a reasonable trailing stop on it makes it an incredibly dangerous strategy to be playing with and ever scaling up on, because good luck scaling up on something which you can't reasonably project what your downside is or where you would get an execution out. So I'll give one more chance for AMD. Look at the difference here. It's now trying to fail underneath VWAP one more time. It is past 330, so we should look at the early look imbalances. Remember, on Friday, it was a witching day. It was also NASDAQ rebalancing, year-end rebalancing on the S&P 500. So you usually see big, massive imbalances. Anything that had a big one on Friday, if I see it there again, I probably want to respect it, though the early looks have QBTS, that's from the morning. Kenview, that tends to always have stuff. Like Merck and Pfizer, not very interesting at all. So right now, Walmart would be interesting if it was a few million shares. So nothing on the early look imbalances to worry about, but you got to keep an eye out for 350 when they come in earnest.
Yeah, so eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, and foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data and instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning-fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data, up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global markets, everything that you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat and execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. eSignal.
Great platform. Shout out to eSignal, but shout out to the Bulls.
Oh boy.
Running again. Sorry, I was just looking at SLGL. I was kind of curious. The tap is flat on this thing, so I guess it's not going to do much of anything. Be careful with anything that's halts like this, like late in the day, because after 350, any halt doesn't reopen again. They won't open in 5 minutes on the volatility halt. It'll open at 4 o'clock, like at the close. But probably a good idea to have gotten away from Tesla in that consolidation. Man, I kind of thought Tesla, after the long working, was going to give us one of these, like it did on Friday, which is a sell-off from this level. But Tesla looking pretty bullish. This would be a really good sign for Tesla to hold the 420, hold some higher lows, and maybe retest the highs. A bit of a difference. I still say overall, you're in this pullback phase since the 480 level, and you've made lower highs since. But the 420 break held the top and then lost it. Well, it could still get to this top and lose it again tomorrow. So it's still lower highs into the 420 level, but it's at least looking a little bit better than it was 5-10 minutes ago. Not really too much that I'm looking at. I still have AMD's now gone. Any chance to trade it off the same entry we had before? I think that ship has sailed. You're now holding above VWAP, looking a little bit too strong. So we're just scalping this one after a VWAP break, figuring, hey, you don't want to overtrade. Let's trade something that makes a lot of sense. So keep it relatively simple. Now it's holding above VWAP. I don't really see a trade. I don't want to go long AMD here. With only 10 minutes to go until the imbalances come out, I might be waiting till the back end unless something really catches my eye.
Yeah, I think we definitely have to wait for some of these imbalances to come out here. The bid is continuing pretty strong here on both the ES and the NASDAQ. You can see ES very strong as well, coming back up into its highs as of right now. And yeah, SMH as well. I'm kind of, like I said, involved in SMH here. Came all the way back to 249s. As of right now. So yeah, that bid definitely coming in with only about 20 minutes left in the trading day before the bell. And oh boy, we're getting a little bit of selling here. But with only about 20 minutes left into the end of the day and 10 minutes for those imbalances, let's take a quick look at what some of these large caps have been up to. So yeah, nothing is, we've kind of covered this a few minutes ago. We're talking about everything kind of closing within its range. The only thing that isn't necessarily anywhere near its opening range is NVIDIA. Even some of the other chips, not really as strong, other than TSM, of course. Again, AMD still strong, but taking a bit of a pullback here. Intel a little strong. SMCI, nothing too crazy. Flat action on that one, Neil. Micron, nothing too crazy. ARM, again, strong drive off of the open to the downside. Reverts a good chunk of the move and then kind of chops sideways as well. I'm curious to know whether we open or we close above or below this 21.7 on the NASDAQ here. There goes Rumble coming back down into 13s here. So we kind of talk about trend breaks happening on, if I can fit this in here. All right, so trend breaks happening here on that. Again, failure to follow through, day highs, consolidation, breaks down, and continues to the downside here. VWAP sitting at 1243s, so we're kind of consolidating on top of that as of right now. So maybe coming into those levels, going into the close here. Again, less than 20 minutes now. What have you guys been trading? Let us know in the chat. We're more than willing to kind of take a look at some of those names. Yeah, after it's looking like I'm going to get stopped out of this SMH trade, and when I do, again, more than willing to take a look at some of these other tickers here. What's happening?
Rumble's falling.
Rumble's cracked.
Luis saying Rigetti in the chat. You'd short Rigetti. I don't even think I paid for locates. I don't remember if I paid for locates on Rigetti. I'm guessing I did not. I think it was something else. But Rigetti's been good at VWAP for a short, so I don't disagree with that. But it is Rumble for the first time looking a little bit, yeah, it's looking weak. Like this one could break down underneath VWAP. Like you want something that has room, in general, the general sense is, like you want to trade something that has room to go from the point that you enter. And like this has got decent room on a VWAP break. I mean, support's at 25, so that gives you like 40 cents there. And then another support level was 1150. so if you're looking at some charts from earlier in the morning, there's a lot of these crazy dark pool wicks. What I can tell you is the dip from this high did hold at $11.50. You just have a bunch of dark pool wicks down here underneath $11, but really it held here. So if this were to break down, you'd still have a little bit of room for it to go, but it's only 7 minutes till the imbalances are going to come through, and this market is kind of screaming higher in here, and it's dragging a lot of things up with it. The Qs pretty much right back into the tops. Early Santa Claus rally.
Oh yeah.
I mean, why not? Like, the Qs are trending right into the top. What I would say is you obviously have a double top here at the lower high from Friday. So there's your resistance in about 40 cents on the Qs. Hence, I wouldn't necessarily want to chase anything up here. Just be careful with it. SPY is a very similar look, whether you track the Q or the SPYs. The only difference is the SPY is actually taking it out. Still overhead resistance at the actual highs from Friday, but a little bit more strength here on the SPY. That is an interesting take there. Damien, and that's about as bullish as you can get. 600 by end of the day on the SPY.
Oh boy.
That is a tall ask in 15 minutes. Now, if you had told me we're going to get to like Friday's high, 96, I don't have an issue there. But that's a bit of a tall tale. What I would tell you about the SPY, I thought I had a trend. Okay, whatever. I thought I had this drawn on the SPY. Well, I think you'll get the idea here. Like, this is the SPY. So if you go from the August low, the SPY broke the trend underneath the August low. And we were talking about this with Brian Shannon. It's like, be careful about that initial bounce, because if it simply fails back in here, then it's going to trap some longs when it's still underneath the trend and it's kind of trying to break that 50 period moving average. So if it closes above the 50, puts in some higher lows, and gets out and about above 600, great. But if we never take that out, you got to be very, very careful. Like, from a technical standpoint, those levels, like that, anything trending off that August bottom, those are trends you don't want to break, and you want to be careful about some continuation. So it looks like a good bottoming tail candle and a reversal on the SPY, but as long as it holds a higher low after doing that, it's not out of the water yet, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, you've lost the trend, and you have yet to break out after your recovery day. When you make a bottom, great. The next thing you always want to do after a bottom is made in a slight downward trend or a reversal is you need to hold a higher low, and then you need to break out the top. So there's your higher low. It's more of an area than anything else, but you have yet to break out the top, which means a break back down very much in play. Oh, it's a little bit. Now AMD is setting up, but it's like 345. Yeah, topping tail, like it could get back underneath VWAP, but it's a little bit late in the day. I probably don't pull the trigger on this. Ari Pages in the chat. Shout out to you, Ari. Thank you for the support and thank you for the question. Thoughts on Kelsey Grammer being one of the greatest actors of all time? The joke? Are you trolling me?
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, you're trolling. Look, man. I grew up watching. Like, Cheers was a good show. I certainly watched it. I thought Woody Harrelson was hilarious in that. My pops was into like some shows like that, so I used to like all the shows that I would watch with my dad. Like, I just love them because, it was stuff that I was doing with my dad, so it was automatically good for me. But the idea that Kelsey Grammer is one of the greatest actors of all time he's had an incredibly successful career, but I'm sure we can think of some better people. Walmart had a decent day. CFAB 23. Well, I'd argue that Walmart didn't have a very good day, but it made a pretty good bottom. Remember what I said, Omi?
Yeah.
So I was like, today, when I talked about, hey, you know what? Sometimes I want to buy a stock when it bounces into the 200 period moving average and a pullback. But you have to ask yourself, are you trading it or are you holding it forever? And if the answer is I'm holding it forever, then when it makes a bottom like this, why am I waiting for it to drop another day? Like, why don't I just buy it today? That's a pullback I was waiting for. So when I saw it down here and we ended the morning show, I went to my PA and just bought. So I own Walmart already. I was just adding to the position. I wanted to buy more on pullbacks because I don't feel like buying Costco anymore. I want to just stick with Walmart. So that's the only reason I was looking to add, is money I was going to put into Costco or something else. I decided I should just add to the Walmart position, which I did do today. I had to double check, but I got something in and around here, like 89.30 or so. And I like you, Walmart. Hopefully you can give us more of the goods. But I think good stocks, I like it to 50-period moving average, and it got pretty close to it as far as I'm concerned. So like, to me, it's always like start dollar cost averaging when everyone's freaking out that it's going into a downtrend, if I like the stock.
Yeah,
It's been an approach that works for me. It's like, it doesn't mean that I get it all right now. I wouldn't, but I'd certainly start there, and I certainly would add to it in the 80s. And as I said, I'm basically looking to never sell in Walmart. Only 2 minutes to go to the imbalances. I'm not putting on any trades until we get to them.
Yeah, so you know what? I think I know what I want to do here. Kind of pushing into high day, going into the close. So I definitely want to be a little ready for that one here, as that potentially comes in on this SMH here on the day. Very aggressive bid, right? Kind of pushing up into these imbalances again. Bid has been here all day, Neil, and the Santa Claus rally, it's here as well. So yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that Walmart trade idea. It's like, yeah, if you like the ticker and it's been going up on a higher time frame, you can take a look at the Walmart's chart since inception, and it's one of the prime examples of stonks only go up. Right, that's what I call those charts, which is like, you know, all these staples that just have these incremental runs, and yeah, sure, they take pullbacks during outlier times like COVID or 08 crashes, whatnot, and those are some of the best times to buy when you have that unusual VIX spikes into some of those events, and yeah, prime examples of very strong stocks. So.
You know what? And another prime example of something amazing, not just Walmart stock, but we ready for it, Fabian? Yes. Oh, we'll give it a second. Yes. We are ready for it. Trade ideas this Christmas. Give yourself the gift of smarter trading with Trade Ideas. Don't miss out on 25% off all subscriptions, including upgrades to premium. Unlock powerful trading tools and insights to take your strategies to the next level. But hurry, the special offer ends December 26th. Use code TraderTV25 at checkout to save big. Visit TradeIdeas.com today and make this holiday season your most profitable yet. Shout out to Trade Ideas and the fact that we just finished that to be able to give you the imbalances.
Oh boy.
We got Alphabet, 1.7 million to the buy side, penny stock to the sell side, who cares? FXI, interestingly enough, with a 1.8 million buy on FXI, the ETF. SLV, a buy of one. Where'd it go? Okay, SLV was there and it just disappeared. So Google's a big one at 1.7. You've got AAL at 1.4 million. Apple, 1.2 million to the buy side. Nvidia's a sell of 1 million though. So you have a couple of buys there with Alphabet and Apple, but Nvidia sell of 1 million. Walmart didn't do anything. So it looks like those are the big ones here. We got Google, we got Apple, Nvidia to the sell side, and Sol Glow's halted upside again. So if you enjoy this one, congratulations if you kept the long in Sol Glow. Just let it shine through.
I wish I could listen to this.
I wish I could sing it. Trust me, man. Like, you can hear the bass in my voice. Like, there's just no way in hell I could pull that off. And someone told me to look up who does sing it. I've never heard of them, but like you wouldn't think a dude sings it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's just like it's impossible.
But it is. Is yeah. what you're hinting at there. Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously, but I couldn't.
Yeah. All right. So, stopped out of the SMH as it kind of continues to hold above 249. So, all right, that was definitely my miss. I didn't take a point in the money, but I was looking for that VWAP. Never really got that to come in. I think this ad right here, I could be doing a little bit better, getting out on the break of this trend. So we talk about the reversion of the reversion here. I'm actually adding when it breaks this prior high. When I guess it makes a little bit more sense just to stop out there and reassess below this 249. But yeah, look at that aggressive bid. So it seems like this SMH poised for a break of highs there. There goes the ES as well, printing fresh highs, Neil. So the longs are definitely strong, and the Santa Claus rally, like we said, is coming into fruition. Oh boy, look at this. You remember HMC from this morning? Honda Motor Company, look at the bid that this thing has been catching. Very grinding kind of bid all the way back up. V-shaped reversion happening here on Honda Motor Company. Now, again, they had news in the morning as they are looking to merge with, I didn't quite read the specifics, but with Nissan. So interestingly enough, strong gap up off of prior days lows there. Prior days lows coming in at 23s, 24s. We open up in and around 27s on the day today. But yeah, take a look at this on let's say a 15-minute chart. Neil, look at this. See that back-to-back kind of buying off of the break of trend, and we're continuing into the close here. A little bit of consolidation where price action gets tight, bit of a flag on a shorter time frame, and continues back up into VWAP. So
A+ mean reversion.
It looks like programmatic buying. It looks like there's definitely a buyer on here, but I don't know. I wasn't necessarily watching the tape.
Look how clean. If you draw that trend, you get the break of the trend. Then what makes it so good? And I don't know if you can zoom in on that, right in on that bottom.
Higher time frame or the same time frame?
Yeah, so right in on that bottom. If you the trend break happens and that next green bar, that's what, 10 cents? You can get long somewhere between 26.40 and 50.
Less than 10 cents.
And you have your very, very tight risk. And look at how good the trend is. What I love about it is if you look, it's pretty much straight down from $27 to $26.35.
Yeah.
So you can find a long with that kind of room back to the prior big level, and you're only risking 10 cents on it. That's the trade you're looking for. The whole idea is to find a setup and an entry that gives you a lot of opportunity to work. I saw in the chat, and whoever pointed this out, I was trying to find it. It was Faisal in the chat. A shout out to you. Thank you very much, Faisal, for pointing this name out. Enphase. I don't think anyone has said anything about Enphase today. But and I get it, I completely understand anything in the space has been absolute trash. Come to my chart for a second, Fabian. Anything in the space has been absolute trash for a while. However, this stock...
Whoa.
It's, what happened? Anyways, it's trying to break double bottom and trying to take out the 50 period again. So you have a double bottom here, hold this higher low. If it can close above the 50 period to the 200, the 200 hold to a break. There's multiple things that have to happen, but when you can start to structure trades off the low, it's not there yet, but this has to be on a watch list for a bit of a bottoming pattern happening on Enphase. I just heard whoa. Was that an imbalance of some sort?
Yeah, so going into the pairing at 55, SMH just rips up 40 pennies and then slams back down into 49. I was actually like, okay, well, do I queue up for another short going into the last 5 minutes? And I'm about to hit 249s, and it rips up to 3040s right before I am about to hit the keys. That's why I was like, whoa. Glad I held back for that one there. But yeah, no, nothing really too crazy as of right now. Still holding that 249. So yeah, I guess the missed opportunity was this pullback in towards this VWAP here. Do we get all the way down to 247 halves in the next 5 minutes? Who knows? Maybe, but the NASDAQ is pretty strong, and ES is making some fresh highs as well. And here comes a little bit of selling on HMC as we were looking at it there going into the close. So, yeah. What was this in the conversation? It says somebody saying I'm on the naughty list. So yeah, okay. So Video News is, I guess, was replying to Adara. So did the market end up on the naughty list or the nice list?
That's a good question.
Adara's asking me. So I don't know. I think the market was pretty nice, but I might have been a little naughty.
Ooh, uh-oh.
So we do have to take a look at those coal futures coming into the close as well. Chung indeed.
Well, with that, I just realized it's 3:57, so I need to mosey onto the desk and log in and all the things that you do to prepare. I'll see you when Adair and I are going to be on the aftermarket show. We got Michael Noss, the Noss Boss, and thank you. I just saw in the chat someone mentioning have a look at FSLR, and this is something Michael Noss would always say. If you're looking at a reversal in a particular market or a segment of the market, try to get the strongest stock out of it. So if the solar names are going to go, you don't have to have Enphase. FSLR is a little bit stronger. So I'm going to see if I can't find the best one of the bunch, because I am looking for a swing off the bottom after that snowflake trade. See if we can find another one there. But we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Obi,
Yes, sir.
stay off that naughty list. And good luck. I don't know if you take anything in the last 2 minutes, but we'll see you in a couple.
I got nothing on there. Again, had a couple ideas today. We can review my trades. I definitely did not make good decisions on the day today. But yeah, we can go through them. Again, still educational nonetheless in terms of what decisions I'm making. So the first one was RGTI.
Oh, it broke?
Let's go to that one here.
Oh, I didn't.
And see what that one is up to as of right now. RGTI, again, I liked kind of, again, buying up the whole 30-minute range while IONQ is looking kind of weak there. I was looking for a push on this, a sustain and hold and a push on this. We attempted to push past 12s, but I think the trade here, even if I'm being a little wide and kind of buying up a lot of different prices, after this action happens and we kind of grab that 1220s and flush back down, I got to be done in and around here. And I think I was in and around that VWAP, volume weighted average price as well coming into this move. So I was looking for a sustain, hold, a VWAP, and a push continuation, and that doesn't really come in and breaks trend to the downside. So instead of kind of holding on to it, adding and stopping out near the low of the range on the day, that can definitely be stopping out on the break of this action because yes, sure, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I see. My average is in and around here because I'm buying this whole range and it doesn't go. I gotta, you know, pack, not really pack my patience, but pack my bags and be like, all right, well, I'm out of this one for now because that was what I wanted to see, and this is against what I want to see. I want to see a sustain of VWAP, sustain of this consolidation high. That doesn't really happen. Flushes to the downside. Can definitely be making a little bit of a better decision on that one, and maybe even getting short because again. The sector, one of the sector leaders, IONQ, is quite weak on the day as well. So going to keep that in mind. Only about 30 seconds left here. I got to pull up the Stream Deck is what it's called here. So let me quickly pull up the Stream Deck and so we can get on that countdown timer because I see that Adara is already at the desk. The other name that I traded was Rumble. Didn't really take too big of a hit on Rumble, but again, the long was definitely not wrong on that ticker as aggressively strong off of the open. That 10 hold, you got to watch that anchored VWAP, guys, because that is where it was at. So we only got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. A bit of a I front ran the timer too, so you guys can see that I'm a little bit out of tune on the day today. Holiday trading. Hopefully, you guys have some good holidays as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow. So as Neil and Adara get ready at the big desk, hopefully you guys have had a good trading day today. And what did you guys trade today? Were you guys up on the day? Were you guys down on the day? Did you make good decisions? I'll be here reading your comments during the market recap as well. So make sure you throw it in there and I will try to participate as well. But I think they are ready for us. All right, cool. So without any further ado, guys, don't go anywhere. Market recap with Adara and Neil. See ya.
Welcome, everybody. Good to see you, Adara. Who says you can't have fun on a holiday, shortened week where everyone's expecting light volumes? I mean, come on now. The Qs pretty much closing on daily highs. I know we're only up 0.8%, but like, what are we complaining about here? The Nasdaq did outperform the SPY here. That said, now, percentage-wise, it did. But I just wanted to pull up the chart because you can see it actually broke out. And at the end of the day, it was the SPY that was breaking out of its local high. So yes, NASDAQ beat the SPY, but at the end of the day, the SPY was the one that made a new fresh high on the day instead of just getting back to the one from earlier. So strength along both lines there. You had a wealth of small cap names go. And I think you got to remember that, okay? So remember this for tomorrow on the half day. Remember this for when we come back from Christmas. Some of you will be trading on Boxing Day. I will not. And then you remember this on the 27th. Remember this next week. When you have holiday shortened weeks, when you have lower volume, sometimes you're going to get better opportunities on small cap names. Because I'll tell you, in the morning, Rumble had done literally zero volume. Like, not literally zero. The near zero volume. For a gap up trade, I was completely shocked by how little volume this was doing in the pre-market, and it was just going sideways with no action. The second the market opened, it just melted higher. And suddenly it turned into the only stock that you needed. Rumble, of course, getting an investment from Tether. And
they're tethered together now.
They're tethered together. Well, there you go. And it was tethered to the long today. It was unbelievable. And like I said, you didn't need much of anything else if you got it early. If you got it late, you still got some fantastic continuation. So between strong moves in the markets, you had Rumble, you had Rigetti on the move here today. Even GameStop, like it's, you know what I mean? Like GameStop had no reason to go, and even it sustained an upward trend for most of the day. You know, dip off 30, and if you were playing that to the long side, you couldn't lose. So I feel like today was a good day for trading. You just didn't want to overtrade in the afternoon there. I think that made a lot of sense. And you didn't want to be fighting any trends. But those small caps and some of these halt trades were pretty spectacular. Late in the day, you saw a few things halt over.
Yes, there were some fun trades for sure, yeah. That the BAC as well. This was, I feel like, maybe the under, and I'm actually going to show my chart if you guys don't mind here. Because this is actually for the first time in a very long time where I have actually traded two takers today that were under $100. Like, I know, shocker. But basically what happened here was this BAC, we had this drop. Basically, you get the volume here. What had happened was we had this announcement basically from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency that they have a cease and desist for the Bank of America. They violated the Bank Secrecies Act. And so then we get this drop. So I was kind of watching this. I like these kind of wicks into 43.40. That was initially where I wanted to go long. Then we end up, and I don't have VWAP on this chart because it's my show chart, but VWAP's around here. We're holding VWAP really nicely with like a base of 43.48. So I was like, you know what? I like this. I'll get long here. 43, got long 43.58. I risked to 43.48, and I took a good amount of size with this as well because I liked it. I could risk one risk unit. Started piecing out here as we got to these previous levels of resistance. My highest exit was about 20 cents here, so 43.78. Got stopped out here as we broke below this previous level, 43.68. So yeah, even my stop out was able to take 10 cents. Yeah, really happy with this. This to me, like, I think was my trade of the day when it comes to just taking advantage of news, because you're not going to get all of this volume. So if you get an influx of volume, you want to take advantage of it. I will stop my trader rant now, but that was my big opportunity I'm happy I took advantage of today. Novo Nordisk, though, was great as well. And
another one.
I was involved in that all day, like in all the myriad directions, but I'm watching that tomorrow, Meta tomorrow on watch. And UNH has decided it will continue to do UNH things, so I will continue to watch it as long as it does that.
When you had said to me, because when I sat down at the desk, the first thing you said was, did you see Meta? I'm like, oh, did it fail the 600 again? Like, it's crazy. Like, it was almost like a low-key, another press, 2.6 bills on Meta. This is another strong name. 2.5% for Meta. It ends up, now it's back underneath 600 because like somehow magically I've jinxed it. Like, you got to be kidding me. But another 2 points here. There's definitely sellers at the $6 level. So yes, it pressed into $6. It did a break into 601, but you're still finding some overhead resistance. I like the stock, obviously. And this is going to be a theme, a few things that did this. All-time high, pull back into the 50-period moving average. You bounce, I'm bullish until it reverts the trend. So day one, after holding the 50 period, is the stock closes at 600. I think the next step would be a breakaway from all this selling here at the $600 level. And here's another one. I just want to quickly, because I saw this, it's from Kel Theis? Am I getting this name right? Here, you tell me. Kelthis?
I don't know.
Kelth Ice. Check out the daily close on Palantir. Sure, why not? And sometimes, like, we love shouting out everyone in the chat. If I get your name wrong in the chat, then it's all on me, and you can yell at me. Just as long as you hit the like and subscribe, you can yell at me all you want. Palantir. If you look at how this one closed, now, admittedly, I took one trade in Palantir, and it was a breakdown through 80. Essentially, my theory was, if it's making a 52-week high, there's a double top. If it fails the break, I want to go short. So this is what happened in the morning. It was gapped up, pulling back. It failed the high at the open, so I didn't get the short here, so shorted it through $80 and then got it to 78. That's the only trade I took. Obviously, in complete hindsight, and we had this for the lesson of the day, the mean reversion off the bottom is probably a trade that should have been had. It's a very sharp trend. It broke trend, hold an obvious higher low, and then broke out that top and trended up. It could have been had, but I didn't. But if you look at the close on the daily, I think this is what you're getting at. There's your on a closing basis. On a closing basis, it's going to close above that all-time high double top. Right? So oftentimes you'll hear us say stock is at a 52-week high. Generally speaking, in the markets, you care about on a closing basis. So yes, I was short it because it failed an all-time high, but not on the close all-time high. So what it's actually done here is you've got a bit of a rejection underneath that all-time high and that closing basis, which is about 80.60. That's pretty bullish of all things. So what that sets you up for is if it can hold on to this 80.5 level tomorrow and break away from it, that would be a bit of a bullish reversal from this little pullback that we had today on Palantir. So I think that's it's a very astute observation there. So yes, it was a bit of a fail break and a short, but given where it recovered to, and yes, I get it. We hear a million people say how Palantir is overvalued. Fine. Amazon was overvalued. Tesla was overvalued. Every single great growth company has spent a long period of time being overvalued on a PE basis while still running higher. I'm not saying it's a great buy up here, but for a trade, you can still take advantage of the longs when they set up. And seeing it make this bit of a reversion candle on the daily chart, it does set it up that if it can hold on to 80.5 tomorrow, yeah, a little bit of a momentum trade along and would have another leg in it. That's a very nice close after what was a good short this morning.
Yeah, it's Palantir is really interesting. I think the same with Meta. It was like it kind of was poised to open pretty weak. Then it bounces, gets to that 6. Honestly, like it kind of consolidates to that. I think 596s, gets to that 600, and then as of the close, like Neil was right. You was blinking, you missed it. We broke above 600 by a hair. We got to like 601 plus, and then we closed and we flushed again. So I think Meta 600 and Palantir, like both of these near either all-time highs or very key levels, are going to be interesting. And I was reading as well. Both Apple and Palantir did wick all-time highs today. So they're not, Apple we talked about as being dead all day. I apologize to the person in the chat who was like, we don't look at Apple enough, because Apple did at one point, did have that all-time highs, right? So it's like, it's hard to have eyes on everything, because I was shocked by how many things, as we've said, are moving this holiday season. Like, of course we do have the small caps, but also a lot of these larger names continuing to make this move. Lilly is trying to get another crack at 800 today too. That was up like 3+%. So the point we're trying to make, I think, is there's going to be a lot of opportunities, but be cautious with the volume. That would be my kind of take, yeah.
For sure, and I think to the person, and I'm glad you brought that up for Apple, because a lot of people were saying that about Apple, but Apple has the same look off that high. The difference is Palantir had volatility to go with that pullback, where it gave you a pullback trade and then a reversion up the top. Apple did make a move late in the day, so if you got it at the end of the day, for the majority of the day, you had an inside range. You take the entirety of the move in the afternoon on Friday, and it basically just sat inside that while failing the all-time high. However, what looks fantastic on this daily chart is just like Palantir. You have big volatility, but look at the candle. Yes, it was doing nothing off the all-time high close, but it ends up opening and closing above it. That's bullish, and now you can do the next continuation move. You hold 50, forget about even 55. You hold 54 tomorrow, and I think you've got yourself a runner, or a bit later. I know we're going to have Michael Noss in just a couple of minutes here, or if we're not ready, if not, we're ready almost right away for some trader talk. But I want to shout out to Adam DeLuz. Thank you, Adam. He says, thank you, Neil and Adara, for the market recap. Adam, you know what's good. We're here always for you guys. If the market's open, we're here doing our thing.
Yes.
And we're having some fun doing it. I just realized I didn't show off my because I couldn't really show this off.
Is that Star Wars?
When I was at the desk.
Or is it Pac-Man?
Because it's cold in here, and it's a t-shirt, right?
Is it Star Wars Pac-Man?
So it's Star Wars, Pac-Man, and Christmas all wrapped in one. All things I am a fan of. And so there was the barber shop that my dad would take me when I was growing up. So West Indian barber shop in the GTA here. And they had like one arcade machine in the back of the barbershop. It was a Pac-Man machine.
Okay.
So my dad would take us there every other Saturday, and essentially all the dudes would just sit around talking about cricket and West Indian politics. So when you're a kid, I have no idea what they're talking about most of the time. My brother and I would just play Pac-Man, and we would go, like, even your hair was cut, and we'd be done. My dad's hair would be cut, and we'd still be there for hours. because they're just socializing. Yeah. Right? It's just the barbershop. Basically, it's like the movie Barbershop. Like, trust me, that's how it's like. And so I played a lot of Pac-Man on that machine when I was a kid. So I've always loved Pac-Man. And of course, I love some Star Wars. That's
a really cool shirt. Yeah, I'm excited. I have a Christmas sweater as well. Yeah. I bought it this year. This will be its debut. I am very excited about it. So that will be, I guess, displayed tomorrow. And depending on what color of pants I wear, I guess that will determine the market. It's going to be red or green. I'm just going to tell you guys that right now. I've been trying to be a little spicier with it lately. I'm like, you know what? For whatever reason, my outfits move the market. So I don't control it.
Wear green, please.
Okay, I'll wear green. Also, thank you again to Adam DeLuz for another £2 super chat. I need that awesome Xmas jumper tagging you. So Adam is a fan of your Christmas suit.
Xmas jumper. I have a sweater for tomorrow. Look, feel free, and I don't mind calling everybody out. I said last week, we're doing ugly Christmas sweaters like we do every single year. If somebody forgets on the team tomorrow, that's on them. Because I'm going to be in mine, and I got something special. I heard Sharif was locked and loaded and ready to go. I'm pretty sure Joe's got something. Sean usually will have something. Brendan's not here, so I don't know. And Obi wore his today because he's not going to be on the show tomorrow because Sean's going to be back. But that's what it's all about. Before we get to Michael here, random oddities, the market closes at 1 tomorrow. It's a half day. Whenever there's a half day in the market, 1 p.m. Eastern time is the close day, is the closing time. So we're on till 1 o'clock. Everything else is normal. I think the futures market stays open a little bit longer. But as I just mentioned, I believe we got the thumbs up. Time for a little Trader Talk with our good friend of Michael Noss, the Noss boss himself. Welcome back. Haven't talked to you since this morning, although you got to talk to the desk and we didn't necessarily get a chance to chat. So first things first, hope you had a fantastic weekend. And we got a little bit of snow. I see you probably got some out east there.
Oh, yeah.
But what I love about these holiday shortened weeks or some of these low volatility days, you said it this morning, have a look at some of those small cappers and runners, and the prophecy was dead on. I mean, that's where not that there weren't opportunities elsewhere. There were some good trades to be had elsewhere, but the cream of the crop was looking at the Rumbles of the world. Even GameStop was a pretty easy trend up.
Yeah, and that's just something, there's things that I have statistics on, and then there's things that I have enough gray in my beard to notice. And the only thing I can think of is that a lot of the big institutions, those guys have kind of taken off already for the weekend. And then you've got a lot of people who maybe want to dabble in day trading. They're home because they just took the week off work. So you see a lot of these crazy moves in smaller cap names and just more retail focused names that I think people can take advantage of.
Yeah, and I think for us traders, one of the things we say during a week like this is, okay, well, you don't want to overtrade. And what that really means is, well, just make sure that you're taking opportunities that give you good risk to reward and are worthy of the return and your attention. And that was the reason why we got a few complaints that we weren't covering Apple on the show today, despite the fact it was hanging around an all-time high. Well, there just wasn't much there in terms of a trade on Apple, but they're like the same range you could have had on Apple for the majority of the day on a $250 stock. You got a couple of cracks at that on GameStop, which is a $30 stock. You got multiple cracks on that on Rumble, which is a $12 stock. Like it did that same. So those are the opportunities that you were certainly looking for. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and maybe you could share your thoughts on here that we looked at, I would have thought there'd be a little bit more volatility in crypto, although we did have another retest of 92,000 on Bitcoin. And that retest, it held. So this is IBIT, like right around here, down around like the 52 half area. That's going to be that 92,000 that's held. This is now like the third time it's held. The initial failure of 100,000 had it bounce off this level in a bit of a flash crash. So now you're finding some support. I'm not completely convinced it's a temporary bottom yet because it's not that big of a drawback, Michael, but how many times does 92 have to hold before all of a sudden it's worth looking at it as saying, hey, maybe if this is a consolidation and we're going to do that sideways thing that we do, maybe it's this level. Like it's now like 3 times it bounced off of it.
Yeah, and that was a lot of my point this morning, too, is that everybody goes, oh, Bitcoin, it makes these crazy moves. But they forget that those crazy moves usually happen over a number of days, and then you have absolutely nothing for years. I think I read a stat somewhere that if you took out the 10 or 20 best days in crypto, or in Bitcoin in particular, it's actually down, right? So it has this moment of these massive moves higher and then absolutely nothing for long periods of time. So the chart I have up here is just Bitcoin, just showing this range. And we got into this range in November. So, we're knocking on the door of January now, and it's been chopped up. So I just implore people that if you are going to be trading crypto, and I did a whole Substack post and a YouTube video about this today as well, is there's moments to really trade and there's moments not to trade. And it's the same point that you made on like Apple today. Sometimes those are going to be in play. Those are going to be the names you go to. Sometimes they're not doing anything and you don't want to do anything. The one thing I did want to kind of mention in the crypto space, though, is, Bitcoin is down today. It's at support. Ethereum, however, had a pretty wicked day today and is closing kind of right near the high of the day. So Ethereum has been the dog of the crypto space. It hasn't even hit these new all-time highs yet. But today we're getting this kind of rotation. And you can actually chart this if you go just Ethereum versus Bitcoin. And you can see that pop that we're having today. So this is Ethereum priced in Bitcoin. So if this line goes up, it means Ethereum's outperforming Bitcoin. If the line goes down, it means it's underperforming. You can see if you zoom out, most of the time Bitcoin seems to beat Ethereum. But right now we're getting this little pop, and that's kind of interesting to me. I mentioned a little bit this morning that a lot of my crypto friends that I'm chatting with are talking about maybe an altcoin season. This would be the evidence that I would need to see that's gonna come to pass.
Yeah, that's almost convincing me that I should maybe. I don't really sell Bitcoin, and I think to the extent that I've ever done it, it's just been like the amount that I have in my coin, because I hold pretty much all of it now in the ETFs. So like what I do have in like my Coinbase account, I'll just shift it into another crypto. I'll never actually like really sell it. I don't put it in a stable. But I'm actually considering now, like maybe I might actually look at converting some of that into ETH, at least in the short term. Because, I mean, if it has room to that top, it has room to that top. And just to put something into that realm, you're going to love this. And I hope you do. Because we had a viewer, and this is unrelated to crypto, but I think it's the whole when to trade, when not to trade things. In the chat today, someone was bringing up specifically end phase. And
yes.
And I was like, you know what, this one's getting interesting to me too. And I was sort of pointing out the whole, hey, it's got a bottom on it, the 50 period, it's made a distinct bottom on the chart, and then a higher low, and then it's trying to break the 50 period moving average. And then you know what someone said, like right after I was like making the case for it, someone said, why don't you look at FSLR, First Solar?
Yeah.
And then right after that happened, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. FSLR was a better looking chart in a general sense. It's got a better upward trend instead of a downward trend. I should be looking at that because it's a stronger name. And then the reason that even occurred to me was because you always say, it's all well and good to catch a bottom in a specific market or a sector, but the first thing you should do is just put in the work to make sure you're even looking at the right name in the first place. And
yeah, especially something like solar, where the correlations between those names are going to be so high.
Right.
I think you're absolutely right. If it was something like competing names or drug companies that have different drugs coming out, but you're right. If you look at this First Solar chart, you zoom out a little bit, and then you look at end phase. Right, it's a different beast. So I think you hit the nail on the head there, especially, and that's the kind of point I wanted to make, in very heavily correlated industries like solar. If solar is in favor, all of these are going to go up. The question is, what's going to go up more?
So here's my question. If I can take it back to crypto for a split second, because we just talked about Bitcoin and ETH. Now, this is not the same comparison, obviously, but if Bitcoin's in this consolidated phase, yes, ETH has had a good pullback or a good dip buy, is maybe there, because I haven't done this work, I'll be the first person to admit it, is there maybe something else that could be lying in the wings that if Bitcoin's taking a break, maybe there's something actually better than ETH to be moving into in the space? Now, I don't know the answer to that question, but that whole line of reasoning on the solars made me think of this as we were talking about this little Bitcoin sideways action.
Well, and to the point of the solars, I'm going to go through the same exercise, try to find that out. So I have a chart of Solana here. This one's actually been, right, again, if we zoom out on Solana, this thing's been absolutely rocketing compared to ETH that hasn't been moving yet. So that might be a thing. Now, what I generally do is I look at, there are times that, and it feels weird to say this, Bitcoin is the safe crypto, right? If the market is going to kind of sell off, most people, when they say crypto, they mean Bitcoin. When something like Ethereum's moving, the reason that's interesting to me is that a lot of these coins that are altcoins are either running on Ethereum or Solana. So they're kind of these secondary markets that things can run off of. And what you generally see when you see Solana and Ethereum start to move is you start to see these altcoins. And I'm getting more familiar with this as well, but you have these different areas of the market. You have Bitcoin, which I kind of look as the digital gold. It's the, going to be the index. If they all go away, I don't think Bitcoin will, kind of thing. Then you have Ethereum and Solana, and they power the altcoins. And altcoins are things like, I have on my screen Mana, that's up 10% today. Full disclosure, I own a little bit of this. The line here is just the year-to-date anchored VWAP. This kind of stuff is a token that has utility. Now, it's digital real estate, so you could argue all day whether or not it's real utility or whether it's, crazy internet money. But this coin does a thing. And then that to me is the altcoin space. And I kind of look at that as more of the mid cap and the small cap space if we're equating this to stocks. And then you have the meme coins. And the meme coins are just absolute junk. The Hawk Tua coin and Bart coin, which is up 25% right now, and all these things. These are just speculative betting vehicles. It's all they are. That's kind of like your micro cap stock. One of these things may kind of pop out of a micro cap and end up being a thing in the future, but that's your really speculative area. So we saw those meme coins do very, very well for a long time, and we saw Bitcoin do very well for a long time. But this altcoin space, this kind of middle ground of these coins have some use, but they're still not, nearly as safe as something like Bitcoin. They haven't had their time in the sun yet. So that's kind of the area that I'm going to be looking at, I think, over the holiday, over the Christmas break, and over the coming weeks.
Yeah, great look there, and appreciate what I love about it is we have guests on this show trying to give it in perspective. Not only do you bring a technical perspective on a different time frame, so swing trading, then you're looking at crypto, which is like three things that we can add to our viewers. So I do appreciate that. Dara actually had a question as well, so I wanted to, before we get you out of here, I wanted to shift you over to Dara because she had a question.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for being here with us. I know this morning you correctly called there'd be a lot of retail attention today, and of course we had that nice move in GME, and names like Rumble, well, it had its own catalyst. That was really strong as well. So are there any other retail names that you're watching, anything with larger short floats or smaller market caps that you think could potentially get some attention as we have these holiday shortened weeks continuing over the next couple weeks?
I'm getting very interested in China again. I don't know if there's, small caps that I'd play too much in China, but I have the chart of the FXI up here now. And this space is getting very interesting because we had that initial move. Again, the purple line, I've just been adding it to my charts. I really like it recently, is the year-to-date anchored VWAP. So it means the average market participant in China is doing very, very well. And this thing has been holding this prior level, and we took another dip down there, and we held that level again when we started to pop off. So some names that I know that a lot of the retail community likes to play, names like Baba, you can see sitting right on its year-to-date anchored VWAP, JD.com. The reason I think around Christmas might be the time for some of these names to go is for the same reason that I was kind of saying, well, everyone's at home, maybe they'll kind of play some of these more speculative names, is because right, America and Canada and a lot of these countries are going to be off over Christmas. China isn't, right? China's going to be kind of a continuous market. So I think even though you may have a news lull in the Western, right, you may not have that news lull when it comes to China and Japan and some of these. So, I'm interested in the yen. I'm interested in some of these Chinese names as well. I treat all these stocks, the stocks from China, like small caps because they have that same kind of volatility and gap risk. Baba could gap up 10%. It wouldn't shock me. It could gap down 10%. It wouldn't shock me. So I would pay attention to these names. They're in an interesting technical spot. And again, with kind of the offsetting of the holidays, they might still be putting out news when the rest of the world's a little bit more quiet.
That's a fantastic observation. And I would just point out that anchored VWAP on the daily chart for Alibaba also lines up with the 200 period moving average. So it even gives you some confidence on the trade. And then the other point about Chinese names making their move when the rest of the rest of the world is on vacation. We've all seen what happens when a Chinese stock, and the EDUs, the TLs, some of those stocks, when they start going, it's just program buying. And BABA can do it too. JD can do it too. When you get like the program, and I'm not saying it's some crazy algorithm, the government over there buying stocks, but who cares what it is? When they go, they really, really start to go. I've always had to thank you so much for coming on here, even on it's a holiday shortened week, but certainly we like to give the viewers the best, and that includes bringing you on here. Michael, obviously wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Can't wait to talk to you, but make sure you enjoy time with the family, and hopefully we get a white Christmas.
Yes, you too. And since I won't talk to you or any of the castmates there or the viewers, Merry Christmas. I love coming on. I can't wait to be back.
Thank you so much, Michael. And there we have it, one of our favorite guests. Oh, I hit the button. I don't know if I was supposed to hit the button. I like hitting the button.
Yeah.
You can't give me a button to hit and then expect me not to hit the button. But no, Michael, absolute treasure to have on. And I do love that fact, like getting crypto, looking at not just technicals, but on a higher time frame so you can get some swing trading ideas is certainly important. Because we focus a lot on day trading. But we also focus on the viewers.
Yes.
Why? Because you guys make the show. And, we have a couple days until we get Christmas here, and it's don't sleep on tomorrow. If you remember, and just to remind everybody, if you watched our show on Black Friday, right? Like that was the day there were renovations happening in the office, so we all had to do the show from home. I can tell you right now there was FOMO going on because we weren't able to trade that day. And the early trend long was like, that's all you need. It was like a regular day, all packed into the first 35 minutes, and you got exactly what you wanted, and it was perfect. That's the kind of thing, like if it happens, if it doesn't happen, fine. But do not sleep on the half-day moves, especially if you get a nice early breakout or a nice little trade off the open off of support level. You get some really good runners. So make sure we'll be there for you for tomorrow for that, because there will be volatility, there will be opportunity as well. Before we get to that, we got to get into our roll call.
Yes.
Second last one before Christmas, and before Adara drops it, remember, if you want your name read in this chat by Adara, you need to be in the chat in the first place. Funny how that works. And in order to be in the chat, you have to be a subscriber. So hit the subscribe right now, then hit the like, then type in the chat some mode of thanks. First, I want you all to thank Michael Noss for joining us this morning, and then again here in the Aftermarket Show, the market recap. Then I wanted you guys to give a big shout out and thanks to Fabian, Ramin, and Andre, our production team, making sure our socials are on point, making sure we look and sound good every single day. Then I want you guys to thank the Bash Brothers. We had Sharif and Joe. The simple fact that Sharif made it through the midday show today is a testament to his toughness.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this right now, you have no idea. The man is a freaking legend. I was like, you're going to make it through this show? And you could barely even tell. What an absolute champ he is. Give a big shout out and thanks to Brennan and Sean. Brennan won't be back till the new year, but Sean's back on tomorrow. Brennan's off. Believe it or not, the guy never takes any time off. He's off till the new year. Big shout out to Obi, as always, filling in, doing a great job. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, but he's got the Christmas sweater on today. And of course, thank you to Adara, always killing it in great trading today as well on Meta. But you can never forget to thank Bears versus Bulls. We appreciate you so much, and we don't say it enough. I feel like saying it once or twice a day is never enough. Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls. Let's get some roll call.
Yeah, thank you, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you, Neil, Sean, who will be back tomorrow, Brendan. We have, of course, our whole production team, Fabian, Ramin, Andre. Shout out to Obi, who was just swagging out in the corner of our screens there. And shout out to our awesome community, The Piper. We have Aboriginal Alien, Lansdale Haynes, Mopar for Life, Slug at 214, Wee, Cansado, Royal Dixon, Elon, Reload to Reload, Charlie Taft. I'm like a little bit behind here. Easy peasy. Wee Cansado again. We have runs with Bulls, Joe Knott, Paul, Forex, AU, NYC Urbanista, Havana Woody, We have Ivy, Your Huckleberry, Richard Cabeza, Be Free, Dante Pietro, Bright Awakening, Compelled Cat. I love that name there. Bebot 5000, T-Man. A lot of people wishing happy holidays. The best thing, though, is we'll be back tomorrow for that holiday day. We already talked a little bit about what we're looking for. There's so many tickers that are poised to do cool things tomorrow. And I'm excited to see it.
Absolutely. And we're going to keep it holiday themed tomorrow. Trust me, we'll have a lot of fun. And when the market slows down, we're still going to have tons of fun. So make sure you tune in for the last show before Christmas. We'll be bright and early at 8:30. We're Trader TV Live. We'll see you tomorrow. Wear those Christmas sweaters, everybody.